Everything kicking off today for the World Series of Warzone. It's the first game. We've got the first game rolling in pretty much instantly. For those of you who are interested, this is going to be the first ever match of the World Series of Warzone. It's lovely to have all of you here today. My name is TheTacticalBrit. It's a pleasure to have all of you here today. And we're going to go pretty much right on into the first game almost instantaneously. I have the perspective of pretty much every single World Series of Warzone Pro available to me at the moment. As you can imagine, my PC didn't really like that. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Why? Because we're rolling right on into it right now. Welcome to the World Series of Warzone, everybody. My name is TheTacticalBrit. We're going to do a bit of a watch party here today, a bit of casting, a bit of everything going on in today. We're going to be diving in straight away with Kokora on Team 2 here. This is Game 1. This is the first official match of the EU Qualifier World Series of Warzone today. And let's just get down to business. As you can see here, guys, we've got a fairly interesting flight path here across Power Plant Peak. No North Pole here, which means that we're going to see Factory, Arsenal, and a couple of the exterior zones potentially be slow play drops for a lot of these teams here. I think that's probably a good option. We're going to stick here with Kokora, see where their team lands. I think they're talking about going to Peak. I think they're talking about going to Peak, surely not. Are they going to hot drop Peak? Oh my word. Hot dropping Peak on the first official game of the qualifiers of the World Series of Warzone. That is at least 3 teams. Kokora's going to drop down low. It's probably a good play from here. I would not want to be directly involved. Somebody's got a cluster already? That's ridiculous. This is the thing. Customs are not like public lobbies. Everything is going to be extremely, extremely challenging. One of their teammates already goes down, hits the floor. He is a Legion farmer, so he's definitely one of those Warzone sweats. We love the Legion farm mob, so why not? Why not? Already down on Peak. 1 down, 2 up. Lots of teams landing in on Peak. Let's see if we can crop on in and see any of the alternative angles on Peak here. Right now, I'm sure they are not alone. In fact, I am confident even that they are not alone. And we've seen a couple of teams already go down into the gulag. 118 already. These guys challenging nice and early on. 2 down, 1 down. They've got 1 left, and that's a team wipe already. And that is why you don't land Peak in a competitive tournament. The Owen gun coming in quite clutch there. 72 round mag. Can't go wrong with that. That is a full team wipe already. That's 1 whole team gone straight off the bat, straight off the rip. Into the gulag. We're going to transition over now to one of the other players here today who is taking part in, I believe, if I was to take a look, this is Mines that he's playing part in. I'll tell you what, we're going to have a look and see. Oh, he's already gone down in Mines, bloody hell. Mines is one of those difficult challenges. We're going to quickly transition over to the guys over in Team 23. So this is CGSX and his teammates, who are slow playing by the looks of it. Shrek, which is towards Docklands, probably a better play. They've already got a lot of cash on the board here. Some pretty decent gameplay here, I would estimate, from these guys. CGSX has been around in the competitive scene. I've seen him play a couple of comp matches, a couple of Boom TVs, I believe, as well. Interesting to see a slow play towards Factory and Hulk. I think this is one of those better plays, personally. As we see with the initial team, straight team 1, instantly wiped on a 3-man stack in Peak. Terrible idea. Don't land on Peak. Peak is a horrible, horrible idea for any competitive tournament. It is not where you want to be. It's not where you want to go. Now, interestingly, we've got Team 28 over here, which are the tier team, who are actually super close by to these folks over here at Factory, moving into the Arsenal region as well. Interestingly, these guys are 3-stacked here as well. It looks like they might look to transition towards the Factory and Dockland. But we will see. I think we're having... I think the tournament's already ran into its first crash. It has! Just like that, the tournament has ran into its first official crash. The server has closed. I mean, that's good news for Team 1. Team 1 instantly got wiped straight off the rip there. We need to talk about that. Don't land Peak, man. Don't ever land Peak. Landing on Peak is a horrible, horrible idea. I was very surprised to see that happen. Server crash on game 1. That's pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. As we know, folks, Warzone 1, not in the best state in terms of private lobbies, in terms of custom lobbies. Not a huge surprise, if I'm going to be brutally honest. It could have been that was a little warm-up for them. Not entirely sure. seems to me that these guys are probably going to run into a fair amount of potential issues today, as is the case with most private lobbies, as is what you seem to run into. That person's jumped into Discord. Things you love to see. A couple of the other streamers as well, also a bit confused about what's happening. Right. Well, let's rotate back to it. Let's rotate back to an OG setup here. Interesting to see. Really interesting to see a little either warm-up or potential game crash. I think that was just a warm-up. I think that was an initial warm-up round that they were about to play there. Either that or it was just sort of a tentative, let's see how it goes. Bearing in mind, folks, we are just a rando stream here today, so we don't know what's going on. By the looks of it, it looks like that was actually a warm-up pre-game lobby. That crashed. But it's exciting to see. I think the World Series of Warzone is going to be very exciting to see today. So we're going to talk about a little bit about what we're expecting to see today. Obviously, it's my first time doing any kind of competitive Warzone event in terms of casting. Wanted to bring you guys my perspective today. Wanted to chat with you guys about it and see what it is that you should be looking out for today. I've got a couple of teams who I've listed down who I think are pretty notable players. We have the Jezajuya, who is the EU LAN victory winner. He is in Team 3. He's won EU LAN in Warzone before. He is a Fnatic player and is somebody who is fairly quite confident in Warzone. I've actually played against him in public lobbies before. Brian EU, comp scene player, common comp scene player in Team 3 as well. So that's going to be a really interesting one. And then we have Team 20, which is the Desire clan. Kyborg in that team is a COD 4 former pro, a Blackout player, and a PUBG player. You've got Falaxi in Team 22, who you guys have seen me play against on a weekly basis. It's pretty naughty. Falaxi is a fantastic player. I can see his team doing really well today. So I'm interested to see how that pans out for those guys. Hamza in Team 25, easily one of the best competitive players going around at the moment. Definitely within the top lists for sure. He is in the qualifier. He wasn't invited to the event. We've got Robstar in Team 27. He will be participating today. Very good player. And then we have Pace in Team 35. Pace TG7, sorry, who you guys see me play with Falaxi quite regularly. So it's going to be an interesting tournament. I'm very excited to see how it goes. I want to see how things pan out. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as easy as some of these teams are going to think it is. And this is the thing about open qualifiers. A lot of these guys are out of practice. They haven't played in a custom lobby. They haven't played in a private lobby. They don't really know how this is all going to pan out. And you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see, in my opinion, a lot of naivety today. You're going to see a lot of players who are going to try and push people who can't push people. You're going to see people who are used to playing in pubs who are suddenly playing in a hyper-competitive tournament. And that's just not going to work out very well for them. And we saw in the pre-game lobby there, I think that team was just sort of doing it for a laugh, but they landed on peak and they had a 3-stack against them instantly. They had literally no hope. A 3-stack instantly right off the rip. And that is exactly what you can expect in the World Series of Warzone. In private lobbies, in custom lobbies, every single player is of a high caliber. Every single player it's going to be down to the fine margins. It's not even about who can shoot better. It's going to be down to who has a grenade in pocket, who has an airstrike, who has a portable redeploy. So all of these questions are kind of things that people are going to be paying attention to. I think, in my opinion, a lot of teams are going to be very naive when they run into this. And that's why I've listed down a couple of those teams: Falaxi, Hamza, Robstar, Pace, people who have played in custom lobbies, people who are very competitive by nature, people who I think are just going to do very, very well. People who I think are not going to go into this with naivety, who are going to be expecting those pushes, expecting those really hard 3v3s. And this is a hold-handing tournament. You don't win this tournament 1v3ing. You don't win this tournament 1v4ing, 1v5ing, 1v6ing. You win this tournament by 3v3ing every single gunfight, 3v1ing every single gunfight, challenging every single gunfight in a team manner. So it's going to be very interesting to see today. It's lovely to see all of you in chat today. As we saw initially, we had the little warm-up there, as a couple of players got into a custom lobby, had a little warm-up in the pre-game. The tournament itself is probably going to start in and around 5:30. 5:15, I reckon, will be around the first matches. But it's going to be a good tournament. It's going to be a very good tournament. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, this is just the open qualifiers. This isn't even, this isn't even the crazy official main event where people start absolutely ruining each other. This is the open qualifiers where people challenge each other and people will try and fight each other to get into the main event. But that's not to say that the quality isn't going to be there. Like, I think even though the qualifiers have been a little bit messy, I still think you're going to see a really high quality, high profile private match today. And I think you're going to have some pretty challenging games ahead. Now, I figured whilst we're at it, let's get the old, let's see if we can get a little bit of a soundtrack going in the background whilst we wait for the first rounds to roll in, because why not? Why not? Why shouldn't we have a little soundtrack going? Right. And this is what you're witnessing when a man has to multitask all of these things by himself. Let's put this into the music output. Or better yet, let's put it into the game output. There we go. I'm not going to play Darude Sandstorm. That's not how we're going to do it. So it's very interesting to see. Today, I've loaded in all of the perspectives of every single player in this tournament, which was very, very difficult to do. Can't lie. It was very challenging. I had to load in the perspectives of 40 separate players into OBS. This is currently being streamed off of my CPU. My graphics card is at 95% encoding. That's where we're at today. That's how intense it was to set this all up. So really excited to cast this today, guys. I think it's going to be very interesting seeing a hyper-competitive tournament with people challenging one another on a regular basis. I think people are going to be very much excited for it. I think you're going to see a lot of high-skill talent today. I think you're going to see some players who you've probably never seen of or heard of before. Will I be able to cook dinner off of my PC? Probably. I'm going to put this in the voice chat. There we go. A little bit quieter for me that way. And let's add in another little audio source so you guys can get that beautiful musical soundtrack going. Voice chat, there we go, bang. This is called on-the-fly OBS working, guys. Download more RAM. I wish it was an option. I wish it was, honestly. So at the moment, my computer is currently using 25 gigs of RAM. My 3080 is on 90% encoding. And my CPU is doing the live stream. So this was a full-blown mission today. I'll tell you that for free. So the World Series was public access for those of you who are interested, and that's now been finalized. 40 teams are going to take part in an event today. It's a best of 5 games where placement and kills will combine together to build points. So your kills will be multiplied by your placement. So this is an open qualifier today of 40 separate teams, 120 separate players who are going to be challenging. Only 20 of these teams, so only 20 of them. Half of them aren't even going to make it through today. At all. Half of them are going to be wiped off the board today. It's going to be pretty insane. And this is just the EU bracket. Got a hell of a lot more coming. And every single one of these people who are in this tournament today have to live stream it. So we've got the perspective of every single team today. Every single team. It doesn't get much better than that. Good to see you guys. Interesting to see today. I think it's going to be a good game. I think there are going to be a couple of really solid matches up ahead. I'm going to probably go and get the perspective for... It seems as though Hamza is currently offline, so I'm going to take the perspective of Santifier instead. We're going to drop off Hamza. We're going to add his source in, pull him over. So we're going to have at least multiple perspectives across all the teams. Team 25 is probably going to be a really interesting team. We've got Hamza in that bracket. Really solid competitive player for those of you who haven't seen him before. How could it go wrong? Well, it can go wrong in a lot of ways. And this is the difficulty of these private matches, right? You've got these private lobbies where 120 players have to connect to a single connection. Somebody could log off. Somebody's computer could crash. The lobby could crash. A lot can go wrong in a short space of time. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Interestingly enough, one of the streams I just pulled up on my left-hand monitor has gotten into the private lobby. They're currently just waiting in the lobby right now. One of the guys in the lobby was on his block list. So you got that going for them. You got that going for them indeed. It's going to be a really interesting day today. I'm really excited to see some of these teams on the board. I'm super interested in Robstar today. I think Robstar is going to be a really big player in this tournament, as is Hamza, as is Pace, Falaxi as well. Quick shout out to Robstar here. As you can see, he's already in the matchmaking system, waiting, ready to go. He is a really solid player. I've seen a lot of his stuff. I've watched a lot of his streams. I've seen him in games. I think he is going to be a hell of a talent today, and I think his squad has a lot of effort to put in today, and I think they could go the way. Again, 20 teams will get wiped out, but 20 will go in. And I can see Robstar's team being one of them today. Definitely, 100%.
I would like...
So, just to give you a rundown of the couple of teams here, we've got the bracket, and we're going to load this right on up, because why the hell wouldn't you? You can have a look at the live bracket wherever you so happen to be. There is a full link in the chat. But if you're interested, here it is on screen. You can see all of the teams who are currently participating. Some of the casters who are over on Twitch. Of course, we're here on YouTube today with your Budget Barry's YouTube analysis. And that's fine, because that's what you want. That's the high-quality content that you've come here for. But 40 teams today across 5 separate map games. So it's going to be very interesting to see. A lot's going to change. I think you're going to see a really, really big divide today. A really big divide. And I want to talk about that quickly. You're going to see a divide between teams who are ready, teams who have played comp, teams who have played private lobbies, versus teams who play pubs, right? Competitive private lobbies with high-skilled players who are all high KDs are entirely different to public lobbies. In public lobbies, you know, you can just run around murdering people. In these private lobbies, we're talking grenades and lethals being really important. We're talking stun grenades being important, stims being important, airstrikes, portable doubloons. Anything that can possibly shift the tide of a gun battle into one direction or another is going to be critical here. You're not going to win a gunfight because you 1v3'd somebody. That's very rare. It won't happen often. But you will win a gunfight because you flashbanged, stunned, threw a grenade in, broke their plates, and then took them down. Those are going to be the key differences today. Those are the things to look forward to. So FIFA and the boys, a couple of the other guys who have asked already. So there is already 20 invited people on both EU and NA. 20 invited teams. These are the other 20 teams that are going to join them, the public lobby players. So they're going to drop into 5 games today, all trios, and it's going to be an onslaught. It's going to be good luck to them. I did not say One Direction, I'll tell you that for free. It's good to see you all in chat, guys. Feel free to drop a like on the stream. Are any types of weapons, lethals outlawed in this? No, this is a fully open tournament. There are no restrictions as to what you could use. You could go in with 3 riot shields if you wanted to, with shotguns and stun grenades. That is entirely your choice. Again, another really interesting quirk of World Series of Warzone. Most other competitive tournaments come with extremely heavy restrictions. But in the World Series of Warzone, there are no restrictions at all. You could run around with pure cheese. If you wanted to run around with stun grenades, underbarrel shotgun, whatever you want, you could do it. It's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. Because naturally, some players are going to use that system. I wouldn't be surprised today to see somebody who had a third running with a rocket launcher. Because if you fire a rocket launcher into a room, you get 2 or 3 plate breaks. It's an easy push. It would not surprise me. It would not surprise me at all. I am not participating in this tournament today. I didn't really want to play in the open bracket due to some of the stuff that was going on in here. But I'm looking to probably play comp in Warzone 2 or cast in Warzone 2. I'd really love to. I think casting is a good suit or fit for me. I nearly ended up saying a good shit for me, but having to talk in a casty format is quite difficult. You could go full riot shield, guys. There is no restriction against that today. I would not be surprised today to see somebody go in rocket launcher, grenade launcher, because why not? Right? Think about it. You've got 3 pros versus 3 pros. If you throw in a bloody rocket launcher up in the ceiling and you get 2 breaks on 2 of those professional players, the odds are instantly in your favor. Instantly. And it's not going to... I would not be surprised today to see somebody run Estrella P. I could see Estrella P absolutely happening today. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I think the biggest change, and I think what's going to make a really interesting situation unfold here today, is going to be teams who use sniper rifles. I think sniper rifles are going to make a massive, massive difference in this game today. And it's whether or not somebody has the balls to do it, right? If you use a sniper, you can knock out a pro before they even get next to you. You could kill somebody, down somebody before they even have a chance to push you. Snipers are going to be really important in this today. Interestingly, I actually ended up playing a game yesterday where I ended up fighting Mutex. I ended up playing against Mutex. Mutex is an incredible player, super professional player. He was playing with 2 other high KD players. Do you know how we won? I blew both their brains out. Mutex and his friend sniped both of them instantly. They didn't have a chance to challenge me. And it's examples like that that I think are going to be really important in this today. If a team can effectively use a sniper, if 1 or 3 people can effectively use a sniper, you're going to see some massive changes in the dynamic of gameplay. Rather than teams 3 stacking versus 3 stacking, you're going to see somebody who gets a plate break and picks somebody off. A plate break picks somebody else off, or gets 2 plate breaks and sends everybody else in. That's going to be really interesting to see. SC Guitars, thank you for the super chat, much appreciated. I'm honestly super fascinated to see how this plays out. You've got 5 games, right? The dynamic can start one way and shift very quickly towards game 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think you're going to see a lot of that today. I think you're going to see, again, some of those teams who haven't played private games before, haven't played against the world's best before, suddenly realizing that they can't go in all guns blazing. I think you're going to see that a lot. I think that's definitely going to happen today. So I wouldn't be surprised, that's all. Expect to see that happen. Expect to see a couple of teams, dare I say it, get humbled in some of these first matches. They're going to start pushing players who are better than them, or the same caliber to them. You know, we're talking the finest of margins. We're talking 1 to 10 health, 10 to 20 health, 30, 40 health. The differences between 1 plate being you wiping a squad or your squad being wiped. That is what competitive Warzone in private lobbies is like, and I think it's definitely going to show today. I think you guys are going to see a lot of that. I think you're going to see some of these teams who have never played in private lobbies or have played a little bit and just aren't expecting this to go down. I think you'll see that first match pop off in about 5:30. I'd give it another 10 minutes or so, 10, 12 minutes. Who have I got my money on? Well, I'm not a betting man, but if I were a betting man, I've got a couple of people that have listed before, and I think these names are really important. I think these are players who, to me, look very impressive. To me, I think could go all the way. These are teams who I think have the ability in terms of the players that they're playing with, but also have the ability in terms of just reading the game, understanding the game, knowing how to approach situations, have the competitive experience. Like I say, Team 35, you've got Pace TG7 in there and Piero Cod. Both really highly talented players who play in competitive lobbies all the time. Guys who I think are going to do a fantastic job. I think Piero and Pace are 2 really high caliber players. I think they're 2 players who are going to understand how to approach this game as best as possible, and I think that they're going to finish very well. I think they're a team who are going to do well on placement. I don't know necessarily about kills. Kills in private lobbies, they're going to be really hard to come by, but placement is what really matters. I can see those guys doing really, really well. Hamza in Team 25, he has to win this. I don't see him not making the top 20 squads and getting into the final main event. Hamza is a highly competitive player. He plays across all sorts of competitive games, including in Warzone. He's done boom TVs. He does switcheroos. He does everything. He does every kind of competitive bracket. And because of that, he's well drilled. He's a high caliber player. Santify as well. I've seen him play a couple of times as well. I think he's going to be a really good asset to that team. We've got the Robstar team, Team 27. I see those guys making it into the top 20. I think Robstar is a very talented player. I also think YKT Delio that he plays with is also a high caliber player. And we got a couple of others as well. The Desire clan in Team 20 has Kyborg, who is a COD 4 pro. He's played Blackout. He's played PUBG. And I think his PUBG experience is going to be really important here because PUBG is about placement. It's about finishes. It's not about getting kills. It's about intelligent rotations, knowing how to play the map, knowing the right positions, and getting into the right places. So very exciting stuff to see. It's going to be good to see. I think that they're going to be a really high caliber team. I can see them getting into the top 20. And then we have Brian EU. I can see him going the way in Team 3. He is, I think, a decent player from what I've seen of his gameplay. Did a bit of background research. He just stood out to me as somebody who perhaps could do quite well. And then Team 3 as well. You've got an EU land winner, Fnatic player in Jesus Jur, who I think is going to be very, very good. Good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well. It's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be an interesting day, that's for sure. I don't think Scraps is in this now. I think I'd be surprised if he wasn't in the 20 invite. You guys like my memory foam pillow? I think this was a really good setup. Just in case I get tired partway through the commentary, I'll just have that on standby. Do I think the drop point at the beginning is very important? I do, honestly. Again, we're talking about custom lobbies here. So this isn't Titanium Trials. It's still 10 grand to get a loadout. I think drop point's going to be massive early on. It's 120 players, not 150. 150 players, things get a little bit more congested. It's difficult to get your loadout and it's difficult to regain. 120, a little bit more of a chance to move. A little bit more of a chance to get into different positions, to try different things, to, if I fail in the initial drop, I can move to another drop. So there's a lot going on in that dynamic. I think you're going to see some teams are going to end up being wiped initially off of immediate drops. I could see places like Factory being really exciting. Drops that just have a lot of cover, a lot of movement. Contracts going to be important. Contracts are definitely going to be massive. I can see contracts being super, super important. I don't see there being a way that you can get 10 grand off the rip unless you happen to get lucky looting. So I see contracts being super, super important today. This is what I was talking about earlier. I was just spectating on a Team 3, and they had a block list come in straight away. Instant block list, game 1. Good to see you all in chat, folks. Planes and helicopters in this? Yes, absolutely everything. All the vehicles, no restrictions. No restrictions at all. No restrictions in this tournament. You can run somebody over with a truck. You can hit somebody with a plane. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. So this is going to be super, super interesting. I think you're going to see a lot of those really big initial challenges early on. Cash is king in this. Contracts are king in this. Getting your loadout immediately is going to be king in this. There are no restrictions whatsoever in this tournament. No restrictions at all. I think the KG-40 will be a popular weapon. I can see the Armaguera being a massive weapon. I can also see the Blixen being a massive weapon. Pretty much anything that's in the meta right now are going to be the go-to weapons. I think you'll see a couple of snipers today. The 3-line rifle, I think, is almost a guarantee. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Now, we're going to dive on in early on here with Robstar off of the first game. I think this is potentially either still a warm-up or the first drop. I haven't actually got any information on that because I wasn't given an official start time because I'm simply a caster. But even if it is a warm-up, we're going to drive on in with Robstar because I think he's going to give you a really good example of a player who is going to give you pretty much everything you're going to want to see from a really high caliber player, and it's going to be interesting to see what their start line is like, what the map is looking like. It looks like they're going for a long sub pen here, just off the flight path. And I think that makes sense. I think if you're somebody who wants to get some plates on the board, some cash on the board, that definitely makes sense. That would be what I would go for. But this could also just be a warm-up, so we're not entirely sure. I think this is first game on the board right now. We have a look at Robstar here. He's just parachuting in. This is smart. They've got one team with them by the looks of it. Looks like a sweaty Roskin has dove in the distance. But this is what I'm talking about. I think people who have played in these competitive settings, who are expecting really high caliber players, are going to land in distant areas, are going to be looking for plates, looking for loadouts. They're not going to be looking for things like helicopters. They're not going to be looking for things like trucks or cars to try and hunt down enemy teams, because it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in private lobbies. It doesn't work that way in comparison to a public lobby. It just doesn't at all. So you got Delio here, you got Robstar. I think these are one of the guys who I can see doing really well. I can see these guys definitely hitting top 20, potentially even challenging properly in the official tournament as well. And I think they've got the right strategy, although they've just challenged early on. Louis CM has gone down. That's OG Thanos there. By the looks of it, ground loot MP40. And this is what a lot of teams want to be careful of. You don't want to get this early game RNG where you're challenging for cash. Even a good team like this team can definitely be struggling. Can definitely find themselves in a situation that they don't want to be in. So they're one man down already. That's not necessarily a bad thing. He's got the gulag. Definitely can regain, although those gulags are going to be incredibly sweaty today. Do you think bombers will play a part in this tournament? Potentially. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see a plane or a bomber. I mean, it is a live UAV if you think about it. It wouldn't surprise me to see players utilizing aerial vehicles as active UAVs. It's something I would definitely consider doing if I was a strategist. And Robstar's team has already seen one of its players wiped off the board. Another goes into the gulag. They have had a huge challenge already. Challenging just one team here. Just one team on Subpen has made this already living hell for this early team, who, just before this, I told you, could do really, really well in this tournament. Not entirely surprised. It's just the nature of the game. This is what happens when you get good teams. I'm going to go on tab on in over to Team 20 here. We've got the Desire Clan. This is Kyborg, the former COD pro. He is whizzing around Caldera as we speak in a helicopter. An interesting strategy. An early warning strategy by the looks of how he's using it. Not only is he using it seemingly to loot, but he's flying quite low to the ground, trying to get an eye out on where players could be, who to challenge, what's going on, and really just getting that loadout drop instantly, getting that early 10k to get that loadout into your hands is going to make a massive difference. The same way it does in pubs. These guys, by the looks of it, have challenged for a golden keycard in the sub-pen region, in these subterranean little grounds here. Interesting call. He's trying to stop an early nade or potentially a thermite. If he's going to make this push, I really don't think this is a good idea. I don't know if you ended up wanting to 3-stack a team who are subterranean at the moment, especially when you're trying to get that early loadout. He's got a bit of physics going on here with the truck. He's actually going to try and trap this guy. He's lost his second teammate now, both condemned to the gulag early on. And I think he's going to fly away, complete that scav, and look for that regain money really early on here. And this is the thing. This is the difference. Strategies fall apart instantly in some of these. You know, this team clearly had a great idea. Golden keycard, hit the vault, get the cash, get the loadie. And it's all come clattering down instantaneously. Again, another team who I saw doing very well in this tournament. Game 1, 2 men down early on. Looking at the lobby, generally speaking, the lobby itself is also down pretty low. 95 players out of 120. So a lot of people already wiped off the board here. We're going to jump on in potentially with Team 22 here. This is Falaxi. Very solid player. Again, another team that I tipped to do extremely well. 2 players down early on. 2 dead, not even gulagged. He's currently challenging with that KG-40. I don't think he's going to get the damage output here. Using a lethal or a stun is probably his best option. I think he's going to try and get away from this. I don't see him trying to challenge this team. Potentially if it's a 1v3, 1v2, he might want to back away from this. Just as I say that, he gets leaped off the top rope. He throws the non-lethal, tries to get a bit of distance here. I think he's going to keep going. He's trying to obscure his sight lines on his rear. Breaking in here. I don't know if he's going to get away from this. This team is aggressively pushing, and he's gone. That's a 2-man stack, and that is his team gone from game 1 already. Instantly wiped in this warm-up. In the warm-up, game 1, his team has been taken out early on, and this is a pretty much indication of how this is all going to go today, what you're going to expect to see, how things are going to pan out when teams like Falaxi's team are getting wiped on an entire position early on. It does look like this is a warm-up round. I don't think this is necessarily game 1. This is just an option for some of these guys to try and get a bit of a feel for how the day is going to go today. Falaxi's team 1v3'd instantly, 3-man wipe already. They're spectating. We've seen the Desire clan also get wiped off the board early on here. We're going to jump in with team 35, which is the Pace team. And I believe Pace's team are actually one of the few teams today who we could see surprise us a little bit. They are running a pretty solid squad with Piero Cod as well. And you can see him early on challenging, have this crazy little fight back and forth through the doors using the movement. Lethal's going to come in and it's not going to work. He's been 2-stacked through J-Star straight through the door. The KG is just definitely a high-pick weapon. I just don't see things like the KG working out. I think he was still on ground loot. Pretty crazy to see early on in this warm-up game. We do have one potential team sniping by the looks of it. I've seen just through the grapevine a little bit, there is a team potentially utilizing a 3-line sniper here, which is something I didn't necessarily know we were going to see today. I was interested to see if that was going to play out. If we were going to see that team utilize a 3-line, will somebody use a sniper today? It looks like in one of the spec cams I just saw off on the screen to the right of me, one of the teams is indeed using a spec cam. We're going to rotate back into Robstar here, Team 27. These guys are all back up and alive again, which is really good to see. One of them's also picked up Tempered, a really massive perk in a game mode like this. And you can see already in this initial warm-up style system, this initial game that's going on here, that teams are just getting utterly ran through already. There are teams getting wiped in 1v3s. There are teams crouch sliding, drop shotting through doors. There are teams hunting down professional players in a 3v1 stack to get them off the board instantly. You're going to see a lot of that today. Looking at Robstar here, picking up a UAV, not bad, not a bad idea, especially UAV strategies I can see being quite strong. I don't see many people running Ghost today. I don't see many people using counter perks like Cold-Blooded or Ghost. I think most teams are going to run, you know, that usual Serpentine setup. The Combat Scout I could see very popular as well. Tempered potentially as a second loadout I think is going to be super critical. In terms of the perk pick select rate, I think it's going to be very much the meta. Don't see many teams running Ghost. I think many will look for it as ground loot instead. So we're definitely going to see a lot of that today. We're going to see teams sort of skulking around, trying to get their cash, waiting for their loadouts to come in. A lot of them are just going to have to wait. There are not going to be a lot of options to potentially get their loadout with cash if they end up challenging early on. And interestingly here, one team has just wiped one of Robstar's team instantaneously. Again, you're going to see this aggression early on in these warm-up rounds, in these pre-game 1 rounds, these little situations unfolding nice and early. Just like that, they hunted down that teammate. They 3v1'd him off the board. Robstar's got his loadout. He's rotated away with a truck. His teammate's on the loadout now. He's going to rotate away. But the separation is something to be wary of. Having distances between teammates. Robstar's currently about 100 meters away from his closest teammate. He's going to get closed down potentially by another team rotating in from the resort region. The meta perks at the minute, very interesting ask for those of you in chat. Meta right now, 100%. If I was in this tournament, I would be running Serpentine. I would, of course, be running Overkill for my first loadout. And then, of course, I would be running Combat Scout. Combat Scout, I think, is definitely a meta loadout to go for right now. I think those will be the 3 primary perk picks off the board today. I don't think many other teams will deviate from that, but we'll have to wait and see. Some of them might want to utilize certain strategies. Some of them might see the value of Ghost, but personally, I could see Tempered being the go-to second perk. Tempered is a super important perk that I think a lot of people are going to be waiting for. A lot of people are going to be utilizing as much as possible. It's very interesting to see how this is all unfolding. Very interesting to see how these teams are challenging. And I think you're going to see a lot of interesting plays today. I mean, as you can see, Robstar's pretty much almost instantly being hunted down by a team here over on the triple-story building. His truck is very low. I can see them going for the critical damage, and they've just done that. That's going to force him to bail out. If they're going to play this super aggressively, he's going to need Delio to rotate in, try and get him some separation there. You've got a 3v2 potentially unfolding here, and this is one of those situations where you need that early down. You need a grenade, or you need something super damaging. They're actually calling in, by the looks of it, a portable buy station to get that potential redeploy. Radar jammer goes down, give them a bit more cover, give them some time to move. They get that redeploy on the board, and that's pretty good to see. And that's what you want as well. You're going to want those quick regains. You're going to want to keep as many of you alive to try and get that placement late on in the tournament. They managed to get the placement. That team seemingly didn't press as much as I was anticipating here. You can see Robstar's Combat Scout coming into effect. Serpentine keeping that player alive on the KG-40. Positioning is absolutely going to be critical today for sure. Those two teammates, as you can see, Delio and Robstar, really collapsing together closely there to make sure that none of them get picked off. So really good to see on that front. I think you're going to have a lot of situations today. A lot of situations like this where teams are just hunting each other down, are just challenging one another. It's going to be interesting to see for sure.
It's on top of this one here. They're shooting at people fire station, you know.
Just going to rotate in onto Team 30 here. You can see these guys having a huge old scrap in tents at the minute. The tent side on top of the hill. Where we've got that bridge, the transition into Capital. And you can see the smoothment coming in. He's actually got a bit of Serpentine there. He gets a finish on 2 players there. It's now 3v1 for whoever this team is challenging right now. 2v1. 3v1's just regained. And this is the kind of caliber of player you're going to see today. This guy is moving rapidly. He is moving so fast. I'm fairly confident my frame rate of this stream won't even keep up with him. Atomic on the 3-line. We've got a sniper player in Team 27. That's pretty impressive. That's exciting to see. And that's the Louis CM. Sorry, not Team 27. This is actually, I believe, Team 30. It just goes to show the kind of intensity you're going to see today. We're going to get back in with Robstar here. He's currently having a little scrap here in the fire station. On the cusp of Capital. Using the Blixen. Makes sense. Definitely a high-capacity magazine is going to come in handy. This, at the moment, seems to just be the warm-up into Game 1, by the looks of it. I believe that is indeed Aizen who is using the sniper rifle, yes. He is rapid, one might say. That's Team 30 who are putting those on the board.
Behind us as well. Brought back behind us. Yeah, I'm down to do that. Come. You ready? On left.
I'm going to rotate back in with Aizen. Have a look at him. I've got to admit, I do love his red camo. It is very pretty. You can see him currently slow playing this tin, rotating door to door, potentially looking for a push. Interesting on this zone collapse up top here. You're seeing a lot of that happen right now. You're going to see teams collapsing in on this peak. They're seemingly playing quite centrally, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. I mean, if I was them early on, I would definitely be looking to play centrally as well. Some teams who are going to get caught up on these edges here, I think those will be the teams who have regained, not necessarily had the best of starts. Something to bear in mind. I think these guys are doing quite well. They've got their loadout weapons. They managed to wipe a squad off the board. It's picked up 2 kills early on, which isn't bad for this stage of the game in a private lobby. I mean, the movement is rapid, guys. This is smoothment at its finest. You're never going to see movement like this in a pub lobby. I'll tell you that for free. And he is indeed using the 3-line. I respect it. Interesting that he's gone with the final scope. Although he is a keyboard and mouse player, so he probably will be able to counteract that weapon sway a little bit better. And I think they're just going to use this top rotation. They've got a vehicle if they wish to move away, a full-on armored truck as well, so they can tank a couple of rounds. They can tank a couple of rounds if need be, if they need to rotate to another location. The zone has pulled into fields, into peak, and this is going to be a really interesting zone pull for this lobby. A really interesting zone pull for this lobby, because that is primarily open space, and you're going to see a lot of these teams very early on here rotating into hard cover positions. I can see that happening a lot here. I can see a lot of teams going for houses almost instantaneously. And speaking of the devil, we transition over to Team 11 here, and this is Knights. Team 11 have already done exactly what I was just telling you. Playing with Mete Cod here. These guys have already transitioned into hard cover in cul-de-sac. You've got Kayub Star, Mete Cod, and Knights here. 3 stacking 1 building, looking for some rotations. Edge of the zone. I think they're playing this quite well. And the zone has pulled just to their north, so they're going to be primarily focusing on open field gameplay. So I can see a lot of these guys looking for hard cover. You can see them. Got another guy in the green building, also doing the same thing, looking for that hard cover early on.
Bounty kommt, ja.
Pretty interesting to see how these guys are challenging early on. I think you're seeing it right here with these guys in Team 11. A very slow play approach here. They're not looking to get many kills. They're really playing for placement. They're really not playing very aggressively, and that's not something that should be shamed, I think. I think that's something that's definitely the right way to approach things in this situation. We're going to drop on in here now with Team 15. And this is Repulse, who is currently playing centrally in fields. It's got a challenge on blue roof on fields over towards the farmland. Interesting to see a lot of the skin meta pick rate as well. Lots of rose skins, lots of the black and purple rose skins, the sort of futuristic rose skins. You're going to see a lot of that today for sure. Believe it or not, these will make a difference. You know, if you don't see an opponent hiding in the corner of the room and he gets a pick on you, it will work. It will definitely work. So very interesting to see, guys. Very interesting to see so far. You can see a lot of different strategies for how teams are playing this. You've got teams who are approaching the vehicles, looking to kind of rotate centrally, using the vehicles to get through what will be a very sweaty position. You've got teams like these guys over here who are just sitting in one building together, 2 or 3 stacking where possible, looking to kind of lock down a building, hold it in, get centrally in the zone. And if we transition back over to Team 11, you can see the very much same strategy here in cul-de-sac. 3-man stacking one building, trying to get a pick. They just picked up one prior to the transition over here, and they're just taking their time. They are not playing this like an aggressive public lobby. They are playing this very much more like a PUBG slow play, very much more like a grander competitive strategy. And I think teams who have been exposed to private lobbies before will play in this manner. And I think it's really impressive to see early on in this lobby. You're seeing a little bit of that from this team here in Team 11. And I think that that's the way they're going to want to play it. No kills at the moment at all for Knights and Repulse as well. It's going to be a slow game. Both Repulse in the other team on Team 15 and Knights in Team 11, neither of them have got kills on the board. And that's not a problem because they've got Central Zone. And as we transition over, Repulse has actually just picked up a kill. Very interesting to see. Team 15, they're still locking down this building. They got one pick there with the KG-40, which of course is going to be a meta pick for these lobbies. I can't see that changing today. I think you're going to see KG-40, Armaguera. You might see a 3-line sniper every once in a while, but those will be the 2. Blixen coming in close as well. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe you saw the odd sort of oddball weapon, maybe an RPG or something coming into the fray, because there are no bans and are no blocks. So we're going to have to wait and see how it goes. We're going to transition over now and take a look here at Team 34, who are also collapsing in onto farmland. And this is Dark Clover, Hydra, and Zane. These guys, all 3 alive. Not many kills on the board either. 1 kill at the moment. 3 kills on the other. They do have a lot of cash, though, which is really, really impressive. Moving over to Team 30. We've got the A's and LR team again. All 3 still alive. Using the edge of the zone here, not necessarily going centrally. We'll see if that pays off for them. It could come back to bite them as they go to push in. There are a lot of other teams right now working their way into farmland. This is looking like it's going to pull towards UFO for a general finish. And I'll be interested to see if A's can get some kills with that 3-line sniper. I think it's going to make a big difference for some of these squads. And speaking of which, just as we speak on that moment, Team 34 picked off by a 3-line sniper from distance in the truck, trying to use that armored vehicle, gets taken out near to UFO. They managed to get the double res on the board instantaneously, pulling again further north in between Peak and in between mines. You're going to see him drop in on that redeploy, probably pick up his guns. An interesting finish, lots of open space here. Let's see what Dark Clover's thinking on this.
I'm getting sniped from the go.
تنزل فين؟ استنى اللود اوت تنزل في زون الخمسة دي.
انا بمسك البيت هذا.
We've got 38 alive at this point in time. Not many kills for many of the teams right now. We're going to transition back over to Aizen. LR picks up a kill with the 3-line rifle on the edge zone push here. They're challenging a team right now on the exterior zone as well. Gets it down with Serpentine. Gas is coming in, though. Still 25 seconds on the movement here. 2 alive, 1 in Gulag. He's just managed to get into the Gulag before the closing symbol. And they are playing edge zone. This seems like a very deliberate choice. I don't think they are looking to play centrally in this private lobby. So this seems like a strategic choice rather than an accidental happening. They are playing edge zone as it pulls into this open land. A good strategy, I think. A really good strategy. I can see right now, you can see, in my opinion, Aizen's team thinking, you know what, we don't need to be in the central of the zone if the central of the zone has no cover. If there are no obvious power positions or no obvious points to be in, I can see these guys potentially playing edge of zone, looking to use the exterior of the map, and not necessarily diving straight in. It's a good idea. Mines pull that final zone right now in between Peak and Mines. It's going to be a bloodbath for anybody who's in there early. So this late push seems like a very strategic and methodical thought from these guys.
J'ai pas de visu. J'ai 0 visu. J'ai pas de visu, j'ai pas de visu. Ouais, je joue le top 15 surtout. On a le top 15. Il te push ou pas?
Ouais, il push. Un knock.
Ouais, super. Ah, j'avais pas de visu.
On the flip side of that, we've got Camster. This is the Team 12, I believe Camster is part of. Playing with Porky and Density. These guys have managed to take the tailbone and spine of Peak. So very much a flip side approach to the Aizen team that we were just talking about earlier. These guys are seemingly taking a power position early on. I think this won't work out for them, though. A lot of people and a lot of these professionals are likely going to be focusing on the top side of the circle. We're going to be interested to see how this pans out at the end of the final circle. Transitioning back over to Aizen right now. Is it a spot of bother? 2 teams dead. He gets the quick redeploy. Super impressive work. Look at this movement. I don't even think his screen is keeping up with what's going on. Really impressive play there from Aizen to get his teammate back on the board, get replated. Edge of circle strategy, it's a gamble. He's definitely ran into some trouble. They were 3 men up before we dropped off, 2 men up, and now they're only 1 man up, and they've just got the redeploy. Not very many people alive, as we're seeing here. 25 players at this point in time. He's going to try and get a couple of picks. Gets the down very good on this 3-man roasted. Gets a second down. That's the 3-line rifle. Aizen potentially could go for a third here. He's got the gas closing in. He's going to take the power position. Not a lot of cover here. He gets another kill on the board there. That's fantastic from him on the 3-line sniper play. But I think he might have left it too late. No stim in pocket. He could be going down here unless he buys a gas mask, and he can't afford it. And that's going to be his team off the board. That's going to be his entire team off the board. A little too greedy on those final kills. Perhaps felt like maybe he couldn't move in the final circle there. A very difficult opportunity. And Aizen's team are going to go down here, potentially in 7th or 8th place. And we've got Camster's team now on the top of Peak, challenging again in this very similar location to where Aizen was just sniping. We're seeing this top side approach versus the bottom side approach. Bottom side team has been wiped, even though they just took a little bit too long. And here you're seeing the limitation of the KG-40. Camster sees the players in distance, but he cannot go for any types of shots. He's just going to divert attention to himself. So he's going to try and loop down this hill nice and early. He's got 1 teammate in trouble, 1 teammate down. He's going to be using a loadout drop for cover, which, you know what, I don't blame him, but this isn't one of his own loadouts, which potentially means they could despawn at any moment. You're going to see a lot of limitations here to the KG-40 meta. Some of these guys know that they can't successfully get it down on a high-skill player, so they're not going to challenge them. They're not going to challenge them, or potentially just wait and sit instead.
In the little tin building?
Yeah.
We're going to quickly rotate now to Team 4. Team 4 has just seen a pick-off here with Ben OG going down. This is the Jadar, Ben OG, Lipton, Sparky team. And they are playing the bottom side approach here towards that sort of hay bale stack at the minute. 1 down, 1 dead, theoretically. It's going to be a bit of a trouble here for them if they're on this low side approach. And a bit of comparison to Camstar. It's low side versus top side again. Camstar's team have taken that peak. It's a really big gamble. We're seeing here Lipton Sparky's team and Ben OG's team taking the low side approach. Another gamble. It's a strategic choice. These guys are looking to avoid the central zone. There just isn't enough cover. You got a bit of the rock face here on this cliffside. We're seeing a focusing gunfight between the two right now. As you can see right now, challenging one another in between this building. That's Camstar and Lipton Sparky's team going 1-to-1 with each other. It's a 2-man versus a 2-man. Both playing this very conservatively. If they can't get the pick, if they can't get the down, they're not going to go for it. Interestingly, Ben OG is in a team that currently has a fair number of kills, nearly 20. Not bad at all.
I gotta try it now.
We're seeing those early plates come in. No gas masks. I think Loot has really let a couple of these teams down here. No gas plays can be made without coughing and giving away their position. I think this is really going to hurt the low side team here. They're just not going to have options to move. Camstar's team really getting aggressive towards the end here. Makes sense. They've got the Semtex over the top. Serpentine isn't going to save him. And the H4 Blixen comes in over the top as well. He's definitely going to go for the push. Going to try and get the finish on the crouch slide. That teammate did a great job there of playing security on the exterior. But he's probably going to get the 2v. The 1v2 goes down to the third. That's super impressive. I believe that's J-Star who has just come in there and tried to clean up. Or Jadar even.
One in the building. Yeah.
And that is now a very interesting situation. You've got Jadar on one side. Porky, who's left from Camster's team, is up on the high ground. You can see him struggling right now with the KG-40 with that very spicy Skynet skin. He managed to get a break there. Serpentine goes for the Semtex. No luck with that. It's 1v1v1. 1v1v1. We got Jadar, we got Porky, and we got whoever else is left in that house.
Saw him there. He's close left.
The grenade goes over the top. He hits the Serpentine. He gets killed from the guy on his left.
I thought there was one guy left.
Goes down.
I fucking went down there thinking they'd all got self.
Transition over to Jadar, who is left presently, and he gets the pick for the victory. Insane. Jadar's team finishing with nearly 20 kills on the board by the looks of it. That's pretty insane. Some really impressive plays towards the end of that. You can see a lot of gambles paying off potentially for Jadar's team there. Camster's team, who took that topside approach, ended up getting picked off. It worked out for them. They managed to get a really impressive long bit of play there. Solid placement towards the end of that round, but it just didn't work out in the end. And you've got Omit Cola there, very much on the board. Lipton Sparky, very good to see. A super impressive play, I must say, towards that final segment of the houses. That was a really talented push. There's no two ways around that. That was a super impressive finish. Not going to say no to that. That's a very challenging final circle. A very challenging final circle. I think a lot of the teams are going to feel really hard done by. That final circle, I wouldn't want that in a bloody regular lobby. At all. And that's Jadar's team, who team number 4. Successfully playing that very, very well. I think they're going to be very happy with that. I think they're going to be very, very happy with that. If I was them, at least, I would be. We're going to go into a quick little multicam split here on Jadar's team, who are probably absolutely buzzing at this point in time. Massive win. Massive, massive win for this team. First game on the board. They do a fantastic job. They get some really great kills. They get some really solid pushes up that hill. Very hard to do once you're on that low ground versus a high ground team with zero cover. Jadar did a fantastic job splitting to the wide right, allowing the team in the house and the team on the hill to fight each other, third partying both of them to get the kills at the end there. Really impressive job. Really, really impressive job. I think that was a fantastic, fantastic approach towards those final circles.
I was just playing with them, so because I knew that.
I just don't think you can say no to that. I don't think you can say no to that at all. Jadar's team in Team 4 doing a fantastic job early on there.
Nah, I've got a stream PC as well, bro.
The resolution is indeed a little bit rough. It is a little bit rough, but that's what happens when you have so many streams at the same time. And they're all running on Twitch, and the cap on Twitch is 8,000 bitrate. Here we're running at 1080p today. It would have been a little bit higher, but unfortunately even my 3080 is struggling to decode 40 separate perspectives in the World Series of Warzone today in the open qualifiers. Really interesting to see there in that initial lobby. I think you saw a lot of strategic decisions that potentially backfired on some teams. We saw Azen's team, for example, doing a really fantastic job, getting lots of kills, getting good picks, but then finding themselves on that slow side, low ground of the zone, not having the opportunity to push up that hill, finding themselves in a position where if he went left, he had no cover. If he went right, he had to push into another team who were also being fired on. So that final circle really screwed them over, but not the best positioning from those guys, I don't think. And I think they'll definitely be regretting that. But they got some really good snipes on the board. I think, you know, they were feeling a little bit unlucky to potentially be that low down on the hill. But I was really impressed with Azen's team on those snipes. I think those guys did a really good job. I think that 3-line approach was very, very impressive. Good to see what you guys think of the first round here. As you can see, the teams are currently matchmaking again, rolling into the various private lobbies to get the next game going. Very interesting to see. Very interesting to see. Couple of interesting strategies, I think. You had a very deliberate move from Azen's team to play Edge Zone there. I think that paid off to a certain extent. Camstar's team very much objectively playing the high ground there. Very interesting strategy from them. I don't necessarily know if it paid off as well as they wanted it to, but it was an attempt, and you see these strategic attempts coming in, and it got them the placement in the end. Camstar's team held out long enough to get a really high placement in that round. You've got the Azen team not getting the placement they necessarily wanted, but Jadar's team in Team 4 getting the win there, even though they were playing the high ground, but edge zoning it. I think it was a really good final play from those guys. I think they should be very impressed with themselves. Good to see you all in chat, folks. Hope you're having a great day in this world. A series of Warzone co-commentary / livecast. It's been a labor of love today because I've just had to load in 40 separate perspectives and then split perspectives, so 120 streams into my OBS, which has been a hell of a task today. A hell of a task. So that first lobby was really interesting to see. Really interesting to see. That map 1 lobby came in quite clutch, I think. I saw a lot of teams doing really well, a lot of teams challenging really well, a lot of very deliberate strategic decisions. Really fantastic to see a couple of teams running a 3-line sniper. I think that's a very intelligent decision. Again, we're talking about fine margins here. You saw at the end of that gameplay there, Azen pick off 3 separate players, 2 to 3 separate players with a 3-line sniper. They didn't even have a chance to shoot back at him. And I think that's going to be the difference makers. That's going to be the thing that changes things. That's going to be the thing that will shake up these lobbies, is the ability of teams to challenge back using different weapons, different materials that they otherwise wouldn't use. And we're seeing a lot of teams running the KG-40, the Armaguera, and they can't do it. You saw at the very end there, Camstar wanted to challenge a team in the distance, couldn't do it because of the limitation of the weapon, knew he wasn't going to get the down, knew he would just expose his position. So some very obvious strategic decisions, high ground, low ground, edge zone, central zone. But I think the early strategy that's paid off is potentially that 3-line sniper rifle. The number of kills picked up by Azen at the end of that, of course, will help their team get into the top 20. Thanks for all the kind words in chat today, folks. This is effectively my first time casting any kind of Warzone event. It's very difficult to do when you are both the production team and the caster. But I tell you what, it's been a hell of a ride. A hell of a ride so far. We're seeing some really impressive work from some of the teams on the ground. Really challenging early on. We're just waiting for the primary leaderboard to update. There's no updates on that just yet. I believe the scores are still being tallied as they wait for the pregame lobby. But of course, we've got Jadar's team, Ben OG, and Lipton Sparkly getting the first win of the day, giving them the max placement at first place, and also getting nearly 20 kills on the board, which is very, very impressive. Very, very impressive for a competitive lobby. A private lobby where multiple teams are challenging each other for very small margins. I think getting nearly 20 kills on the board in a private lobby is really challenging to do, and I'm very impressed with that team early on. I don't actually know a lot about those 4, personally, to be honest with you. I know a little bit about Ben OG, but Jadar seemed to come in really clutch at the end of that. I believe he had nearly 16, 13 odd kills by the end of that game by himself. So smashing it early on. This is entirely a one-man show. I'd love to show you guys my perspective. On the left-hand side to me, I've got all 40 of the streams that I can scroll through, and on the right-hand side of me, I've got some of the other perspectives. Yeah, got a couple of, well, Spain, welcome to Spain, Portugal, Iberia Peninsula. All the flies. Kicking around the gaff. Do kills count towards points, or is it purely position? So kills do count towards points. It is a multiplier based on position and kills. So, we're going to kick off this next lobby soon. I believe they're actually just loading into it as we speak. Very interesting to see. Very, very interesting to see. Some very deliberate strategies, some very interesting loadout choices. a lot of the teams that I thought were going to do well absolutely got ruined. It was crazy to see Robstar's team pretty much instantly wiped challenging for Subpen. A couple of the other teams as well, like Pace and Phylaxi, also struggling really early on there to get any kind of success because it was a very difficult challenge early on when you've got multiple teams fighting for a little bit of cash, and it really is about that loadout. You need that RNG off the board early on. So we are going to transition over now to what will be a very interesting start to round 2. We're going to go full screen now on the triple box display with Team 4, the winners of last round. And we're going to see how they get on. We've got Jadar, we've got Ben OG, and we've got Lipton Sparkly here.
Same drop. It's going to be quite hot this time, I think. Like,
and as you can see, the Twitch resolution and frame rate coming in truly as clutch as possible.
Like the tents, yeah.
It's like watching clip art.
Straight down to the right, bro. Way down here.
They're going for an airport dive here. The edge of airport dive. That's going to be a very interesting play.
Land on the green tent to the right, but
We're going to hop on in directly here. Got that monitor cam rolling. Good lad.
No.
An interesting play, this. I'm not entirely sure I agree with it. Maybe looking to get some guns on the board and then challenge into airport. But it's a big gamble because you can, in a place like this, be left in no man's land. If you don't necessarily have the best equipment or the best guns on the board. You can see here a couple of these guys struggling early on for weapons. A Blixen, an Armaguera, and I believe that's a Automaton at the bottom between the three of them, which isn't too bad. I mean, it's not the worst ground loot in the world, but it's definitely not all of it. I'd be surprised if they get the full 10k that they need for a loadout. They're on about $3,000, $4,000 at the minute.
There's a trophy on me.
And they're just pushing northward. Interesting. I thought they would go for the airport push, perhaps looking to slow play it instead, moving towards power plant here in that open field transition. I think they might get a bit of money on the line here. They've got hardline, very good. That's a massive little boost to these guys early on here. Hardline early off the rip. That means they need substantially less cash. I think that drops them in about 7.5 for a loadout. Early loadouts here are going to be absolutely massive for sure. And we're going to transition on over here to Robstar's team, who have actually already seen one of their guys get wiped off the board. Early on, Robstar has been outed from the Gulag early on with Delio, currently looting around Blue Building and Fields. And these guys also tried, by the looks of it, for a slow play approach. Very different from what they did earlier with a hot drop directly onto Subpen. They're challenging in Fields, a bit more split-up gameplay, giving them some opportunities to perhaps get a teammate on the board. They're now being tapped from the edge of the hills already. They get the res off on Robstar, but a team already up on that top runway is now causing them trouble. Gets one down, gets the kill with an Armaguera from range by the looks of it. That's really unfortunate. You wouldn't expect a team to be up there that early on. Not at all. A very, very difficult situation for them early on. No cash on the board, very minimal weaponry. Got a team sitting above them on that encampment. Not the best start they were looking for here. We're going to move on over here to Azen LR, who's just picked up his 3-line rifle. It's a naughty weapon. I think he's actually taken Ghost off the rip as well. He's using a ground loot Blixen. I think he's decided to take Ghost off the rip and go for second loading. He's maining the 3-line sniper rifle. A pretty good tactical choice for getting away from those UAVs early on. It depends how much he expects those UAVs to really be a bother. Very interesting to see here. A very intentional choice. I really was impressed with his sniping game one. I think we saw a lot of really impressive gameplay from these guys, getting some really good kills early on. We're going to transition over now to Team 36. Team 36, which consists of Control Deck.
We could go towards Cap.
This might actually be a slightly different option here.
They're not even gonna bother, are they?
Nah.
This is actually Caldwell, Chimpy EU, and Bergs who are playing on the edge here. Looting around these houses in towards Capital. A really popular drop in my opinion. Something that I would massively recommend are these buildings. It seems like they've gone for the same strategy here. These buildings tend to have a lot of loot, really good opportunities for them to get some loot early on. and they're going to slow play towards their loadout by the looks of things. But moving on to Aizen LR, who's currently aggressively aggroing teams by the looks of it in an armored vehicle. A full-on armored truck push. These guys have deliberately, for the second time now, used a sabotaged loadout to try and get an armored vehicle on the board. And I think they're using that for hard and fast transitions against teams who are going to be unable to destroy the vehicle. And he goes for the incredible pick off the roof early on, down and kill from Aizen LR there. Really impressive with a ground loop Blixen. So not even the best weapons on the board. A really interesting strategy from these guys. They very much have a well-drilled plan here. They have not only the ability to go for armored trucks, it's a very deliberate play. They're deliberately going for sabotages, but he's also taking a ghost sniper rifle build off the rip. That is a lot of strategy all in one, and it's working. They're getting some early kills on the board. Kills necessarily won't be as good as placement, but at the end of the day, it's still kills. It's still points on the board that will get them in the top 20.
Ouais, je vais faire la carte et rester en camion, je pense.
Nous on reste sur cette hauteur.
Ouais, ouais.
We're going to transition back on over to Robstar's team here, and you're seeing very much the difficulty of a private lobby unfold for these guys. I do think they're very talented players, but the separation between all three players right now is pretty massive. Robstar goes down. That is 2 dead now. I believe they've managed to get a rapid redeploy straight off the board there, or he even had a redeploy token in pocket, which is very lucky. They've got 1 dead, a massive separation between him and his teammate at the minute, which is less than ideal, and in these lobbies, not having that multiple man stack is going to be a huge problem. I think these guys are just playing perhaps with a little bit too much distance at the moment. I don't think it's very intentional. But as you can see in comparison, Aizen's team running within about 30 to 40 meters of each other. Robstar's team seems to be in the 100 meter range, and I think that is definitely hurting them at the minute. We're going to go back over to our previous round winners. We've got Jadar's team here, who put up a massive game 1. And these guys are playing super close quarters. They've got a massive approach going on here. That is a full 3v3 stack. One of them's backing away, 2 of them are approaching close. I don't know if he's going for the wide left flank. They're going for the 4x4. They bailed out of the 4x4. That capital region, edge of those buildings, is absolutely stacked on that UAV right now. They've got to be careful here. They've got a split going on here with blue and green shifting off to the left here. And just 1 guy on the 4x4. 4x4 is now making an approach. They're going for a pinch play here. Potentially could be ambushing this vehicle altogether as a 3-man stack. The guy bails out of the vehicle. That's 1 down. They're going for a trade for trade. Ground loot DP27 doesn't work out for him there. He backs away, seeking some cover. And that's 2 of his teammates off the board. Jadar's team getting very much pummeled early on there. And that separation has let them down there. I think you see very clearly there, that team decided to split their attention across 2 separate potential kill points. The truck rolls on in as a full 3-man stack and causes a mass amount of carnage for these poor guys. And that is now their team in the gulag. Not a huge amount of success so far. And we're going to move back on over to Aizen LR's team. These guys are just sort of scouting. I'm intrigued and impressed. You know, edging the sides of Lagoon, perhaps looking to pick off teams who are regaining. It's good to see. I think a real disappointment, though, for Jadar teams there. Jadar, Ben OG, and Limpton Sparkley getting absolutely pummeled there on the edge of those buildings towards Capital. It's a very difficult tournament. You know, you can't... You have to play this. You have to hold hands. You have to be holding each other's damn forearms to make sure that you don't get stacked. And I think that's what's let them down there. They split their attention off 2 separate teams. And Jadar's team, the winners of last round, get taken out and get down to 1 man early on. And one of them only has a DP27. We're going to move back on over to those guys right now. They're currently challenging again with that gold ground loot DP27, which doesn't really have the downing capacity they'll be looking for a 100 meter engagement. They've got a loadout drop in the distance, but it's 150 meters away next to a lot of bad guys. And I think blue potentially could go down here. That's Jadar getting challenged on his loadout drop. These guys are in a rut of a situation right now. Ground loot, potentially trying to fight teams. One of their teammates 150 meters away going for the loadout drop. They need to 2-man stack that if they're going to see some success. And that's a full 2-man team pushing straight across the field there. He's going to try and get it down successfully with a DP27. The mounting mechanic coming in clutch there to remove some of that horizontal vertical recoil.
You can get them removed if you want, Jane.
the team behind me as well.
We're going to move on over to Dark Clover here. One man down, but he is in the same region of these houses. Team 34 at the moment. And he gets picked off in a building. Good God, that's unfortunate. The full push into the building gets challenged by a solo player with 31 bullets in his mag. That is super unfortunate. That's definitely a real case of whoever ADS'd first definitely won that gunfight there. These guys are finding themselves in some really challenging spots early on here. We're going to transition over to Team 7, who are getting utterly pummeled in the back of a truck here. Two of his teammates go down. His truck is now absolutely collaterally destroyed in the process. That region towards the edge of Capital, even though it's nowhere near the central of the zone, it seems a lot of teams wanted to slow play that region and ended up being an absolute cluster. These guys are literally slamming into each other on the edge of this circle here. With very little success as well, I might add. They're just sort of... they're in the meat blender, so to speak. Completely by accident here. We're going to move over to Team 35, and this is Pace's team at the minute. Looks like one of the teams who got caught in the collaterals around the edge of that zone. Very unfortunate for these guys. Team 22 with Phylaxi, he's currently slow playing by the looks of it the edge of airfield. I believe he is actually bountying A's and LR's team at this point in time. And I don't think this is going to be an easy fight for A's and LR's team because Phylaxi is an absolute demon. And it looks like they're going to 3-stack this building very intelligently here.
Was soll ich kaufen? Selfless? Self, ja. Hier hinten bei Blau. Ja. Der hat Winden. Die Snipen, die sind auch nicht gut, glaube ich. Ich habe den gerade komplett one-shot geschossen.
Starting to see some of these challenges potentially come in now. A's and LR's team up on the hillside looking for Phylaxi's team. I don't think they've necessarily got a read on where they are. You can see him kind of going around for these jump peaks at the minute, looking for this bounty. It is only a 1-bar threat. They're not close enough to potentially 2-3-bar them. But A's and LR's using that 3-line sniper super effectively, trying to get some picks, potentially get some kills on the board right now. And I think he's doing a fantastic job utilizing that 3-line sniper again. One of those weapons that I think is a massive gamble in this tournament, but could pay off. And I think they've got some early kills on the board here, which is definitely helping their team. Phylaxi's team right now still just holding that 3-man stack. I don't expect them to move. I think they know right now their uphill push is directly into a bounty. They've got a team on the tower as well. This could get very messy for them, and I think they're just going to hold this 3-man stack for as long as possible, so long as the zone doesn't force them to move. Speaking of which, right now, A's and LR are going for a couple of snipes here on the tower, which could inadvertently relieve some of the tension for Phylaxi's team, who are currently being preyed on by these guys. It could become a sort of 3-man split, or 3-team split on this general area right now, potentially challenging each other. It looks like a 4th team is actually entering in the backfield from Lagoon directly into the airfield tents. And here you're seeing a very, very patient Phylaxi team sitting on this building. They're not going to move. They're not going to go anywhere. They've got a team in the tower, team on the hill, team on the tent's rear. They are the Dolby Atmos surround sound right now. It's not going to go well for them if they push out this building. I think they're very much aware of that. But if the circle pulls in the next 37 seconds to a very tricky location for them, I think it's going to get even worse.
Wenn die von der anderen Seite kommen können wir die alle abschießen. Wir haben alle Gulag, wir können auch einen Fight riskieren.
Ja. Das ist halt sehr schwierig, wir haben halt jetzt gar keine Early Kills und Open Field Fight. Also wir können jetzt...
Ist egal, Kills machen wir am Ende. Kills machen wir am Ende. Weißt du, wir können auch jetzt, wenn wir 1-2 Teams wipen, ist das...
Yet again, Phylaxi's team just peeking around, seeing what's in their vicinity. They're not looking to challenge, I can tell you that for free. This team want absolutely nothing to do with the surrounding area. They are fully sitting as hard as they can. Interestingly enough, we're going to go through here onto, I believe, this is Team 14? I think Team 14 are actually sat in a building adjacent to this team. As you can see here on the Twitch tab at the moment, Team 14 sat in the building adjacent to Phylaxi's team. In fact, this is all a 3-man stack. These guys have been wiped by Phylaxi's team, I believe. Very good. things you love to see early on. Teams getting absolutely collateraled out the round. Interestingly, going back to Jadar's team, these guys have managed to fully regain, which is quite impressive considering how down bad they were at the start of this round.
The one on the building down the left, the lighthouse one.
Jadar's team got nearly completely wiped on this edge circle, and they're still in this area, meaning there probably are a lot of players here.
3 of them.
I can't get bush, bro. They're crossing that. I think they're
all in the
crossing.
next building. Oh, chill. Oh. Nice.
There's one more.
I'm gonna get on the road for this left building car. Try and get another angle.
Main left end's gonna go.
Down low on me.
Up top.
Definitely trying to pick up some picks here off the edge. Using that KG-40. One goes down. Jadar with the aggressive push. Perhaps a little bit of overconfidence from the last round. After successfully challenging in that shed at the end of the last game, it hasn't worked out for him here. 2 Semtexes go over the top using that H4 Blixen. Pushing in close, only with a 36-round mag. Something to be very weary of. He gets it down. He won't have the killing capacity for 2 players. Other teammate picks up a pick, and the limited mag comes in there. The Armaguera off the balcony puts him into the gulag.
Gulag last one, I think.
That is unfortunate. A push that doesn't quite go to plan there. Lots of that team just get utterly destroyed towards the end of that play here. And we're going to move on over to Falaxi's team. Jadar's team are very much in a bit of a sticky situation, challenging in that region around the edge of Capital. But Falaxi's team have found themselves in their own tricky spot. They've managed to rotate away from that building towards the batteries here, and they're utilizing the batteries as best as they can here to push out. They were fully surrounded by about 3 teams prior to this, so you can see here Falaxi slow playing the batteries here off the edge. I think they're looking for that balloon push, but they're really weary. They would have heard those snipes coming in from Azen LR, who's probably still around in the area, perhaps unwilling to get on the zipline, knowing that that fixed animation could lead to an easy wipe for one of them. But they only have a minute 15 to make whatever decision they're going to go for here.
Okay, lass zum wollen wir erstmal zum goldenen Shop fliegen?
Würde ich auch sagen, ja, safe.
Erst so zum goldenen Shop.
Das Haus da einnehmen, beim goldenen
Dann
Shop.
Dann wird aber auch low ground, ne? Und das Haus ist klein.
Egal. Da haben wir schon mal einen goldenen Shop und eine Posi.
And they go for the zipline. They've decided to make the zipline push after effectively pulling 360 security, making sure nobody was going to get the pick on them. They've all 3-man stacked a building as well. Very impressive movement from this team. You would expect it from a team of this caliber. They are rotating very well together. They are pushing very well together. They're looking to play as a unit, and I think that's going to bring them some really good success today. Even if they don't necessarily get a lot of kills on the board, placement's super critical in these games. And you're seeing that here. A full 3-man push off a zipline, very impressive. Gets themselves out of a sticky situation. They've got a UAV up and can potentially start getting some kills on the board now that they are in the circle. We're going to move on back over to Azen LR, who's had probably one of the more interesting games. Very deliberate choices moving for vehicles, very deliberate choices moving for sniper rifles. One of the more strategic approaches we're seeing to this tournament so far. Their team has a very set game plan. It involves vehicular gameplay with trucks. It involves aggro pushes with the Armaguera and the sniper rifle. And they are one of the few teams at the moment who is roaming around this Caldera map with the snipers. You can see it comes into this temporary challenge. Managed to get the pick with the Armaguera there. Very impressive 3-1 stack. They call in a UAV almost instantly off the rip. The VSAT to try and see if they can hunt down even more teams, looking potentially for the seconds or thirds, escaping from this gunfight. Pulls out the 3-line sniper, is going to go for a pick here. The sniper just quite doesn't cut it. He manages to get away. Teammates start suppressing in the distance as well. And it looks like this gunfight's going to open up to a bit more of a bloodbath, and I think that 3-line's going to get some kills on the board here.
Réunissez l'argent, enlevez vos marques, enlevez toutes vos marques, il y a trop de marques.
Very challenging. As you can see here, Azen is currently learning one of the difficulties of choosing a sniper rifle in these lobbies. You've got teammates and players and enemies who are going to be absolutely zooming around the map. Look at his movement right now just on these tents. Look at him peeking every single possible angle. Crouch sliding, drop shotting. That is what he's going to be up against, and that is what he's going to have to try and snipe as well, which is going to be super challenging to do. He is an EU lobby. Latency shouldn't be a massive concern here. And rotating back on over to Falaxi's team as Falaxi gets put into the gulag by the looks of it. His transition didn't work out. Yeah, we're going to dip back in with Azen LR. Sees a couple of reses go up. He's in an interesting position here. He's playing the high ground. He's got a couple of teams potentially surrounding, pushing forward. But they do have a power position here with plenty of cover. He's going to try to get a pick with a sniper. Gets a break. Teammate goes in with the KG-40 follow-up. Gets it down. Very impressive usage of the sniper rifle there. He doesn't get the down, but successfully works with his teammate to get some kills on the board. Transitions back over to an elimination on the fields. Gonna try and get that truck potentially disabled or get a snipe clean out on the driver. Difficult to do. Moving target. That three-line sniper approach is really interesting to see from this team. Team 22 playing very much as a unit today. I am very much impressed with how they're approaching it. You're seeing that super aggressive aggro sniper approach from Team 30 Asian's team. Utilizing that three-line, getting the plate breaks, using the plate breaks to get KG40 follow-ups to get the downs. This is going to get them some kill placements on the board. This is very impressive from this team. It's a strategic choice, the aggro aggression with the vehicles. This is definitely the most methodical approach we're seeing to this tournament so far today. Let's see how it pays off for them.
Genre derrière nous, ouais, c'est dans les maisons.
On a 8. Bientôt le top 15, on a bientôt la 15 points qui est assurée.
Ça respawn dans le ciel.
Dans la tour.
Down.
We're going to transition back over to Team 4. This is Jadar's team, I believe.
One shot crack.
Wake, yeah, it's Wake.
Isn't actually Jadar's team. Yeah, it is Jadar's team. Jadar, BenOG, and Lipton Sparkly here.
That's already good header.
Challenging on the edge circle here. I don't think this is by choice. They've been in these houses this entire match. They've not left this zone. They've not left this region. They've got a snapshot coming in there. That's going to be a problem. He's going to get an easy location identifier there. I think they've made a mistake of not faking out a reposition there. The issue you're going to see here from this play is with no fake out on the snapshot. They know he's still peeking that window. I think he's got a team potentially held on this wall here. Goes for the pre-aim.
No, I don't think so.
He could have snapshot you there and then went low left.
Yeah, he might.
No movement from this entire circle. With 7 seconds to go, they will have to get to the gas.
I mean, is there any way
They haven't left these buildings. They've been in these buildings this entire game. He calls out a potential rotation up the hill. This might backfire for them quite spectacularly. They're now rotating into effectively open field gameplay here to the north. And that could go badly for them.
Try and get, look,
This slow and late rotation could potentially not go well for them here. Very late to the zone. Looks like they were trying to hold the team. Decided they didn't want to be held themselves. Walk into a building, not by choice. Gets the rush, gets the down. Gets the trade at the minute. Gets a break on the staircase. That's going to be a great opportunity for him to get a res on Lipton Sparkly. They're going to hear the res. He fakes out the res. And his teammate dies. He fakes out the res. Doesn't realize he's got 1 tick of health left. Although he's got the break, that teammate just didn't get the res off. He picks up the gas mask, potentially using for a gas mask rotation. He's got at least 1, possibly 2 players above him. All would have been replated, re-healthed by now. A very unfortunate play there. A fake out res, which really should have been a real res. What with the plate break? The team above did not know that it was a 1v3. I think he's actually just going to kind of accept his fate here and utilize a stim push late into the gas. He's accepted that that team is still potentially skulking him on the edge of the circle here. He's going to drop down as low as he can health-wise here. And he hits the stim. As you can see, he's going to rotate wide left. Interesting play here. He should be able to get around a decent amount of time here, potentially towards the loadout drop, but he's going to have to beeline straight towards that now. He's not going to make it as well as he can. Of course, he will be coughing edge of gas. Unfortunate for these guys. He gets picked off in the gas by Meeks. That's very unfortunate for them. I think that late gas play, both of them doing it with the stims here, very unfortunate for the round winners of Game 1, getting picked off with a very unfortunate play. They went for a fake res, which really should have been a real res, and ultimately has led to their team being wiped off the board.
Sur le dot, le même que nous.
Ok.
Sur le top ici.
Down.
We're back in with A's and LR now. Gets that pick with a 3-line rifle and a finish. I think these guys have a good chance of going the distance here. Central circle, high ground.
Il va me faire chier lui.
Pour moi, fais gaffe, la montagne.
De la hauteur, je suis good,
Central circle, high ground. This could be interesting. They're going to be challenging soon Brine EU and Team 3 with Z-Axis as well. You can see here Z-Axis's team coming in off the edge, potentially looking to skulk towards that high ground on the right-hand side. They could end up challenging A's and LR's team right now. One of 8 teams left by the looks of it. These guys are definitely going to come into a scrap here. You can see it's definitely going to come to blows. They've managed to get 1 kill on the board. A's and LR is also still alive at the minute. He is now a solo man in a 3-man stack. He's going to end up challenging down below the Armaguera. Tries to use some movement to get away. Breaks off and gets downed in the end. A's and LR's team are going to get wiped off the board here with a couple of kills on the board. It looks like... Oh, he's managed to get the self. Well, I'll eat my hat. He's managed to actually stay alive. He's managed to stay alive in a potential 1v3. That being said, Team 3 still full 3-man alive. Redeploy token comes in clutch. Brian EU hits the ground running. They've managed to get a couple of picks here and managed to wrestle the high ground away from Azen's team. A very aggro push up onto the high ground, which definitely worked out to their favor. But that incredible movement from A's and LR gets him away, gets him a stim, and potentially gets him some super critical placement points, as he could now end up in 4th, 3rd, or 2nd place. Who knows? He could even snatch first still, but super important to make sure he doesn't finish 6th there. Some really good work from him. You can see this team now aggressively playing the high ground. They're 1-man down. A little bit split at the minute, which is an interesting situation. I think he's actually just been pulled down by A's and LR. Potentially maybe got one of the picks on the hill there. On one of the players. A's and LR is now going for a gas push rotation. He's going to hit a res towards the final circles yet again, giving his team an option to get a late finish here and get some placement points on the board. Incredibly impressive gameplay from this guy today. His movement is obscene. He's gone for a snipe pick there. Interesting choice. He's now actually going to get gas damaged himself. He's going to rotate high ground right. Stim isn't going to save him at this point. His teammate is now in the sky, and he is down. Moving back to Team 3, who are also 1 alive, currently being harassed by a truck. Very unfortunate for them. As he gets onto the mounted machine gun, he's going to have to dip off to the low ground. Rotates through the gas. Very little armor, very little health here. Circle is collapsing in on itself with 2 armored vehicles in the final circle here, aggressively rotating around these players. This is quite something. I didn't think I'd see some truck plays going on here, but it's happening. Truck plays are happening in this tournament. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought that the Big Chungus would work its way through? Was I expecting an armored truck to work in this? I wasn't. Am I impressed that it's there? I am. There's no way around it. We're going to rotate now to one of the final 3-man teams who are left here. I believe it's a 3v1. They're going to pick up the win here. A sensational finish there.
God.
And that is Tony White and Sweezy's team.
Oh my god.
Hell of a finish. I didn't think we would see truck plays in the final circle. A double truck play in the final circle to potentially pick up a win.
Insane.
That's massive. That is absolutely massive. I didn't think we'd see that today, but here we are. A truck play for final circle, and that is game 2.
I just said fucking
on the board.
straight on that. On the
No limitations, guys. Bertha came in, and that is Tony White's team, and Dan DeMan absolutely cruising in. Team 6, I believe, on the initial ranking.
Into its own chat.
Pretty incredible plays from these guys. And that's 13 kills on the board, which isn't a massive amount, but a respectable amount nonetheless. So 13 kills with a first place placement, truck plays towards the end of that. That's pretty interesting to see.
You genius, bro.
Those trucks are fucking overpowered as shit. Yeah, oh my god. I had 2 cents.
I didn't think we'd see some truck plays today. I really didn't. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting to see trucks on the board. But here we are. World Series of Warzone, and there are no limitations. These guys can do whatever the hell they want. And Dan DeMan's team picks up Game 6. Just going to get that on the board. Team 6, on my initial booklet here, have taken that round really impressively, if I may say so. It seems like the live bracket is still getting score calculations in, so we don't actually have a current ranking, but Jadar's team in Game 1 and Dan DeMan's team in Game 2. And Jadar's team definitely had a late finish in that round as well. We've seen Azen's team get a couple of late finishes now with a couple of kills on the board. So they've done quite well in that respect. I think the top 20 is starting to carve itself out here. You're seeing teams which are consistently starting to last a little while longer. Very impressively, if I may say so. I never thought I'd see a big Chungus for the win, but we saw a big Chungus for the win. That's pretty insane. What can you do when somebody brings two big old trucks into the final circle of a competitive Warzone tournament? You can't do a damn thing. If you haven't got a thermite in pocket, you just got to respect it. That's the simple fact of the matter. Some people will call it cheese. There are no restrictions in this. Some people will call it cheese, but there are no restrictions in this. They brought a truck in and they won the game with the truck. And for that, you just have to rate it. You have to respect it. You can't say no to that. Some really interesting plays towards the end of that. I think we saw some unfortunate plays from Jadar's team, the previous round winners. Again, a lot of these teams really struggling to get those initial loadouts. Some of these teams are working with really centralized strategies. We saw Azen's team working incredibly hard to get armored vehicles and snipers on the board, taking a ghost sniper loadout off the rip with IHEEDs and Gromalock as well. That is something I didn't think we'd see either. I didn't think we'd see teams taking Ghost off the rip or going for a primary loadout, but we've seen that again today as well. So some teams have very much gone into this tournament with a centralized strategy. Other teams perhaps not necessarily not having a plan, and it could come back to bite them. It looks like some of these guys have really come in with coordinated, methodical approaches to this. And I think we saw perhaps a bit of a limitation, I would say, to how well one can play in a 1v3 situation there. Jadar, of course, who got an incredibly clutch set of kills towards the end of the first round, finds himself struggling in the second round on a similar 1v2, 1v3 push. Perhaps a little bit of overconfidence on his behalf to think that he would pick those up. Wanted to try and play that building. It didn't quite work out for him. And it's not gone to plan for them. So game one, a full win for those guys. Game two, a bit of a backlash. They didn't get the latest finish they would have wanted. We saw some really impressive plays there from Azen LR, IHEEDs, and Gromalock's team. I think they played that really well to stay alive, get the stim, hit the movement, and stay in a bush with a self-res. That's impressive, because 6th place to 4th place can still be a multiplier shift. And I think he did a great job staying alive. At the end of that, he wasn't looking for kills. He was simply looking for placement. But nonetheless, it works out in his favor. Does a great job potentially getting his team more points on the board than they otherwise would have had, which is pretty impressive to see. So first place earns a 2 times multiplier, with 2nd to 15th earning a 1.5 times multiplier. That means Brian EU's team is currently first with 13 eliminations on the board, going out of game 2 there. Some really impressive stuff. I think we're seeing some really grand strategies here. Again, it's taking a little while for this scoreboard leaderboard bracket to be updated as the scores are calculated progressively across the set of the games here. Map 2 off the board now, and we've seen centralized strategy, we've seen very loose strategies, and we've seen some of the potential world's best players and some of the guys who I even touted to do well in this tournament really struggling with initial landings. I mean, what can you do in an RNG battle royale when you guys are pushing in to the edge of capital, the suburbia of capital on the west-hand side of the map, a slow play place, a fantastic place for loot. You're thinking to yourself, I can get a slow play loadout, 10k off the rip, easily get my team into this game and rotate up the hill towards final circles, and suddenly 6 teams, give or take, are in that location. Jadar's team basically didn't leave that region for the entire map. That is super, super crazy to see, and almost downright scary. The fact that they nearly couldn't even leave a region of the map. You know, and that is the nature of this tournament. I was surprised, perhaps, that we're not seeing some teams leaving a man in the sky. I think you're going to see that in Game 3 here. It wouldn't surprise me. We saw Robstar's team, we saw Jadar's team, we saw multiple teams clambering around that edge of capital, and it just didn't work out for them because it was supposed to be a slow play push, and it was not a slow play in the end. They ended up challenging multiple teams in the same region of the map for the entire match. So I wouldn't be surprised going into the next round if you see 2 dive and 1 hang high. one hang high to get a read on where the map distribution is happening. Because a lot of these teams, they're just suffering from not getting 10k off the rip. They're suffering from not getting that initial loadout, which is a massive distinguishing difference between teams. If you have a loadout and the other team doesn't, it's a huge advantage. And I think you're going to see a lot of these teams perhaps going for a slow play drop, looking for the lobby distribution across the map, and maybe going in for later boxes or later loot places. I think that's definitely something you're going to see here. So we have a full understanding at the moment that Z-Axis's team are first with Brian EU. We've got CGSX's team coming in at second place at the minute. Tony White's team are third. Meeks' team are fourth. And Azen LR's team are currently 6th, which I thought was very impressive on how they played. Jadar's team currently coming in at 9th, even though they won the first round. So points-wise, a lot of the teams that you're seeing with those late placements doing very well here. In the top 20, we also have Louis, CM, and Robstar's team. They managed to hold on for long enough. We've also got Codex and Yuri's team. Sued Z's team are also staying in the top 20 at the minute. But this is all subject to change. A lot of these guys are fighting at the moment within the region of sort of 7 to 10 points. Some of them having the same points as each other. So a very congested bracket as you move from top 10 to top 20. So we're going to see a lot of movement going into that into the next couple of rounds. Falaxi's team also just about scraping in by the looks of it as well. Pretty crazy rounds, guys. I think we're seeing a lot of success in places we weren't expecting it, and a lot of misfortune in other places as well. So anybody who is from 2nd to 15th is getting a 1.5 times multiplier. First place picking up a 2 times multiplier on eliminations, giving you final total points. So those eliminations are really key. Even if you do get a late finish in the game, if you don't get enough kills on the board, it's just not going to end well. And I think we've seen that with Azen LR's team. Azen LR team hasn't gotten a win yet. They are still 2nd to 15th. And I think perhaps they're playing that strategically. I mean, it is a 2 times multiplier if you finish first place, but a 1.5x multiplier is not bad either. So finishing 2nd to 15th is a strategic option. So if you play aggressively and compactly until 15th place, it's not a bad idea. I think perhaps we want to see some more distribution in terms of point placement. I would have expected maybe 2nd to 10th and then 10th to 15th to be separate points, but 2nd to 15th is still a 1.5x multiplier. Very interesting to see here. Very interesting to see. I think that's a very deliberate choice by some of these teams to decide to play for the 15th place, but play aggressively. So they play conservatively until they start seeing those numbers get whittled down, and as they head into the final 15, they start playing super aggressively. There were 30 people alive in the 6th zone of that last match. 30 people, which is quite substantial. So scoring is working as follows. Your eliminations, and there goes my cat. Your eliminations are times by the multiplier of your placement. So it's a 2 times multiplier if you finish first, a 1.5x multiplier for 2nd to 15th. So you're seeing a lot of point variation across the board. A bit of ASMR. Bit of Warzone ASMR. I mean, I don't think there's a market for that just yet, guys. I think it's really interesting to see so far. I think we're seeing a lot of teams with a lot of different strategies. Again, a couple of teams who I thought would do well aren't necessarily having the blinder of games that I was expecting them to, but they're still getting the placement. You know, you only need to be in the top 20 to get into the final event. And I think a lot of teams are perhaps thinking about that top 20 as opposed to finishing first, finishing second or third. They're trying to get that reasonable placement combined with decent kills. Weird not seeing my hands all the times. Well, in casting mode, you just don't need to see them. We're now loading into map 3, so that's map 3 of 5 is starting to take place here. So early on here, we've got Dan the Man's team picking up a win in map 2. We've got Jadar's team picking up a win in map 1. We've got a couple of outliers staying alive by getting good eliminations and reasonable placement. Robstar's team, Azen's team, Phylaxi's team. And it's interesting to see. I think a lot of these guys are going to be focusing now on aggressively playing that 15th place, the 2 to 15x multiplier, and really diving into getting some points on the board. And again, I think you're seeing deliberate strategy is working. Azen's team haven't been superb. They haven't been incredible, but they've got some late finishes. They haven't got any wins, but they don't need wins. When you can get a late sort of finish and do quite well in that respect, you could still get into the top 20. And I think that's what a lot of them will be looking at. We are going to dive into Jadar's team for the opening drop going into map 3. Speaking of opening drops, my phone just fell off my desk, so we're off to a smashing start.
Quite a far glide. You got to think as well. People shooting out the sky. You just got to be careful.
Where else would you want to go? What?
No, I'm just saying. Just don't forget about people shooting you. That's all.
We can maybe just go to power. I don't even think there's somebody coming there.
This is a very interesting circle. You're seeing it on the west side of the map here. A west side pull on this map is going to be moderately problematic, I would say. It's not the best. It's not the pull I would want if I was playing in one of these lobbies right now. When you have these congested circles, some teams are going to slow play on the edge. Some teams are going to dive straight into the middle and sit there all game. In the case of Jadar's team, game 1 winners, they are interestingly... Is that trying to get a pick out the sky? I mean, that's just not going to work with a pistol from that range. A curious decision, but they're going wide left towards power plant. None of them have hung high, and I think that's to their own detriment here because they don't now have a good read on where their teammates are landing or where enemies are landing. In fact, they almost look a little bit confused. They've seemingly lost a man, and I think there's been some hard crashes in this lobby. Perhaps a reset coming up here. A game break reset, a mid-game reset. Yeah, we're definitely seeing a bit of technical problems. Some squad joins not quite working out here. So map 3 is probably going to be reloaded there. I think a couple of teams struggled to get into their teammates' lobbies or get into the right squads. You could see there that Jadar's team was a man down early on. Less than ideal for them, I think. It's a good evening watch. We do like the World Series of Warzone. Despite some issues with the opening qualifier, I still think you're going to get incredibly high caliber gameplay. I think you're going to get impressive gameplay, and I think you've seen that early on. I think you're seeing a lot of teams with good strategy early on in this. We've got Tony White's team and Sweezy's team as well. Perhaps people to keep a look at. I'm going to list them down on my little spreadsheet here of people we're paying attention to. They are Team 6th with Dan the Man. They just won Map 2, but with an impressive number of eliminations, keeping them really high in the scoreboard. Problems in Warzone? Never. No, it's totally working as intended at all times. But look, you know, it's cool that you get these cool tournaments with great players in the World Series of Warzone right now. And it shows the potential for Warzone 2. If Warzone 2 is a really comprehensive lobby system, perhaps a free cam, it could be incredible. I think they'd be onto a belter, and that's just my own opinion. So we're going into the next map system or the next drop. By the looks of things, I think we're going to see a pretty impressive approach in this next game, next lobby. I'm trying to get some clarification on whether map 1 was warm-up or map 2 was warm-up. I think map 1 was warm-up, so this technically would be map 2. Unfortunately, when you bootleg stream a different stream and do it all yourself, you don't get live information. On the official World Series of Warzone setup, they are currently saying that it looks like this next map coming up is in fact map 2. So the first pre-test map where Jadar's team won was in fact the warm-up round. So Dan the Man's team technically won the first map of this lobby. interesting to see. So this is now the second drop as opposed to the third drop, as I was mentioning before. Didn't know they were going to do a pre-game playthrough. Apparently that's a thing. But you've managed to see the warm-up round, map 1, and we're going into map 2. Gonna try and get the official leaderboard at the minute. In fact, I can do you one better, lads. He's not only got the leaderboard, he's managed to get the official leaderboard as a browser source, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. So they are going into game 2. The first game was indeed a warm-up round. The things you love to see. Give me an official casting position, and life will be easy. Right, let's get the official leaderboard popped up and open so you guys can see what's popping. The dead or alive tracker, as you can see here. So there you got the placement. You've got 1 point per elimination. First place 2x, second to 15th 1.5x. Anything outside of top 15, nothing at all. So you've got Z-Axis' team with 35 points on the board. CGSX 27, Tony White 26, Meeks 24. A's and LR, possibly one of our standout players in my opinion, popping in at 19.5. And the winners of the warm-up game, Lipton Sparkley's team at 13.5. So they're in the top 10, sitting quite comfortably. So we're now officially rolling into map 2, and we're going to kick it off with A's and LR's team. Let's have a cheeky look at this circle, shall we? Let's see how this is pulled early on. It looks like the circle is sitting fairly comfortably over peak. Wow, that is an interesting circle. We are seeing a hard beachhead to peak pull here. I'm just drop you in with another live stream here. That is an interesting circle. That means 1 whole third, if not 1 whole half of the map is off in circle 1. I would be surprised to see teams land peak. I wouldn't put it past them. I think Docks, Beachhead, and Runway are going to be very interesting and popular plays here. We're going to roll on into Team 4, which is Lipton Sparkley's team, who is sitting in the top 10 presently. They have decided to slow play Antenna off the edge of Runway and Beachhead by the looks of things. A curious choice again. A curious choice again. These guys are definitely going for much slower starts, leading up to better pushes later on. In fact, allow me to correct myself. This is, in fact, the Antenna off the edge of Capital, not the one off the edge of Runway. So another slow play approach by these guys, perhaps looking to rotate in between fields to try and make some plays happen. I'm going to rotate back into Team 15 here, which is Repulse's team. And these guys are currently whipping around the Arsenal to Docks region. Quite impressed so far. A lot of teams seemingly slow playing this. It looks like a bunch of teams decided to land outside of Circle. We're already seeing 2 players dead out of the 120 that's started off here. So a much less chaotic start by the looks of things. Teams looking to get their weapons on the board. Teams looking to get their guns and loadouts before they start fighting. Again, something we've seen come up over and over again. Lots of teams have been struggling early on because they end up fighting people too early, which is something they're going to absolutely want to avoid. I'm going to transition over to Phylaxi here. These guys have decided to play mines. They've got a bounty on the board, but one of the teams who have lost a man early on to the Gulag. Still looting up. This is going to be a really aggro loot speed session from them, though. Although they are on the edge of mines, which might mean that they will have to double back fairly quickly. We're going to have a look at Team 3 here. And this is Z-Axis, who I believe are currently first on the leaderboard. I think these guys are going to have an interesting round. They've decided to go for a factory hot drop by the looks of things. They're trying to slow play top roof here. Perhaps got another team challenging. They do have another team challenging. Manages to get the pick and the down with that ground loot. That is perfect. Things you love to see. He jumps down now, potentially. No, he's decided to play this slowly. He got 1 down early on there. Playing it slowly with the Blixen. He got the one kill. I believe he actually fell off the roof, giving him the kill. In the staircase, manages to rotate back, gets the break. Oh, two-man stack. A three-man stack even. He did not get the kill on that play. He has rezzed and come back up the staircase and getting a kill on Z-Axis' team early on here. Very interesting to see that. Not something you want early on to lose, potentially Gulag. I think a lot of teams don't want to be trading blows this early in the game. Speaking of teams that are potentially about to be trading blows, we've got Phylaxy's team rotating into factory as we speak. We know 2 teams are already here. This could be an interesting play. None of them have cash by the looks of it to get a loadout on the board by now. So you're going to have 3 teams challenging right now for very little loot.
Können wir da regen? Da können wir auch bleiben. Da können wir auch können die ganzen bleiben. Kisten, ja.
Hier sind Gegner, hier sind Gegner, hier sind Gegner.
Wo?
Ich hab eine Drohne. Im Main.
Machen.
Bitte Aufklärung. Einer ist Erdgeschoss. Drohne beginnt über.
Now, as you can see here, Team 3's team, Z-Axis' team, still in the region. 2 guys on central roof. He's slow playing, being a human UAV in the sky. Manages to get out of the Gulag quite impressively. This is indeed map 2. This is indeed map 2. The first game that you showed on this was a warm-up game. So we're going to transition back over here, and you're seeing again these teams fighting over factory here. 2 to 3 teams on the board by the looks of it. Phylaxy's team sitting inside the building. Team 3's team, Z-Axis' team sitting on the rooftop in game 2 here. It looks like a 2 to 3 team stack is occurring on this place. Not a lot of loot by the looks of it. They're 1 man down already at the moment. I think Z-Axis' team would be a little bit disappointed if they don't get out of here with a loadout, or don't get out of here with decent weapons at least. He's currently challenging with a Magnum. Finds a rare crate with a gold Cooper carbine. Not the best damage potential of all the weapons in Warzone right now, but not bad either. He's going to look to rotate out of here for a quick res on his teammate. A very intelligent play. He's going for that easy buy station. Parachutes over. A good option for them. Phylaxy's team, meanwhile, still scuttling around inside factory at the minute. A big gunfight could take place here, potentially with 2 high-caliber teams. Z-Axis team first on the leaderboard. Phylaxy's team, one of the best in Europe, in my opinion. This could get messy quickly. That's for sure. I think Team 3 will likely end up rotating out of here. Z-Axis team I can see potentially leaving factory, perhaps recognizing there isn't enough loot around. Phylaxy's team now getting a loadout drop on the board as we speak in factory. We're going to move on over to Azen. These guys have had some pretty decent success sitting in the top 10. They're currently 2 men. I believe one of their men is either crashed, disconnected, not entirely sure, but they're going to have to play out the rest of this round. 2v3, very hard to do. It could actually prompt some better gameplay from them though. They could end up playing a bit more compactly.
Oublie pas de bouger, oublie pas de bouger. Il y a un drone.
Ah putain.
On a pas le choix. Pas le choix.
Let's lock in with Pace's team here. Currently challenging in Mines. An interesting setup with these guys at Mines. They are aware of the teams rotating around factory, helicopters and all sorts. So we could get a bit of a mess here going on. Could have a lot going on in a short space of time. That region transition between Mines and factory. Rotating it now to Team 7, who seem to be in a very hectic gunfight right now. 2 of his teammates down. He just picked up a wipe as well. He himself has now gone down. And that looked like a pretty unfortunate passage of events. We're going to transition over to Phylaxy here.
Wollen wir Richtung Bounty? Lass alle hinkriegen, oder?
Ja.
Bunker, meine ich.
Zum Bunker, oder was?
Ja, würde ich sagen, oder?
Ja.
Schade, dass ich Kill nicht bekommen habe.
Sehr schade, aber kriegen wir noch.
Es stehen noch 100 Leute. Jedes einzelne Team läuft noch. Wenn wir, nachdem wir im Bunker waren, easy gehen wir...
Some interesting plays going on here.
Irgendein Team hinkommen. Factory ist eine der Main Spots gerade.
Got Phylaxy's team rotating out factory now. Looks like they got their loadout on the board. We're going to hop in with Team 19 here, currently having a couple challenge situation going on as well. We've got GodX here. Lucky Skill and Legion Farm Eura.
Он дошел, скорее всего.
Я дошел. Наверху все прочекал? Да. Я шарик.
Interesting to see a beachhead play, not something we've seen so far.
Ну да. Сверху, сверху накидывай.
We're going to transition over now to Team 28.
Dov'era? Dov'era quello che ti ha ucciso? Dal push. Dove sta il ping mio? Blu? Sì, sì, erano 3 persone, uno ha preso UAV mi sa, io stavo killando quello per l'UAV e mi ha killato.
You have using ballon. Drop your ballon.
Z-Axis' team now. We're seeing 2 men still up, 1 man down. They're actually spectating. I think this team's been wiped early on. Potentially. Transition over to
99 remain.
Hazen's team right now. Again, still the 2-man. They're camping in this building at the minute, not looking to move anytime soon. I think these guys are going to play very compact. Being 1 man down is very difficult in a 3-man private lobby, that's for sure. I wouldn't want to be in their position.
Ah, drone, je sais pas si t'as entendu. En vrai, c'est de vraiment pas piquer à la fenêtre. Hein. Moi, enfin, pas se faire voir quoi, vraiment. C'est toi qui as parlé là?
Let's transition over to Team 6. See how they're kicking along at the minute. And that is the Dandaman team.
Jailbreak, nice. They're crossing. Sweetie, they're crossing. Loot. Shots.
That's good shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that there's one already close here.
Yeah, don't get too hooked on these kills because they've got a shitty rotation.
Yeah, we got the truck, the car here, so.
Rotating now back onto Phylaxi. An interesting little setup from these guys right now. Phylaxi's team still in factory from earlier today. Just not really moving. They do have a trio currently on the verge of pushing them, though. Perhaps something they've been aware of for a while now. They do have their loadout weapons, though, so this team is going to be quite a formidable force. The exterior of factory is looking extremely hot. Extremely hot. It's looking like multiple teams challenging towards factory. Zone appears to be pulling that way. Lots of teams are likely going to be making pushes through factory off of peak. Phylaxi getting a pick there with the KG-40. Does a really good job to get the finish there over range.
Ja, ich hol.
Hier waren die. Hier war einer.
Ja.
Komm mit dir.
We're seeing a lot of teams making those pushes up the hills, making their way to factory, potentially through peak. I think you're going to see a lot of trouble in that dynamic. In comparison, we have Robstar's team down here in mines right now, edge pushing a team right now, trying to get a pick on one of them, potentially get a wipe. I think Robstar's floating in the air at the minute just to play personal UAV. And it looks like the lobby has crashed. I repeat, the lobby has crashed. It doesn't matter because game 2 is now chalked. The lobby has officially bricked itself. As you can see, this guy running around in slow motion. The lobby has crashed.
It might be sorting itself out. I swear to fuck if this doesn't finish, I'm gonna be fuming because we're after that first game.
Yeah. Let's get another good round and push surely in. Yeah. We have 61 points, by the way.
How much?
61.
Oh. How 61?
I'm not sure.
I don't think many of the teams are going to be very happy about that. The lobby appeared to have crashed right after a jailbreak by the looks of it. A bit unfortunate for the private lobbies. They're going to have to rematch and get back into that private lobby. A little unfortunate if you're doing quite well in the early round for that, because a lot of teams weren't doing too badly. Flaxy's team in particular managed to getting a loadout, very much surrounded by lots of teams with loadout weapons in factory. So that could have gone really well for them. Instead, they're now in a bit of a tricky predicament instead, just sort of sitting and waiting to see what happens. A little unfortunate for those guys. I don't think they're going to be too happy with that one, but it does happen. Like I say, Warzone 2 around the corner. A bit of an unexpected situation there, I feel. A couple of the teams have ran into. We were aware, of course, that Azen's team were indeed one man down as well. Interesting to see what they're going to decide to do about this with a lobby crash. They'll probably just have to reset, go into game 2 all over again. Not bad for the two-man team, yeah. Azen's team are going to be happy about that. I don't think they'll be too happy about being one man down. We have seen a lot of instability on servers recently in pub lobbies. Wouldn't be a huge surprise to see that translate over to private lobbies. They are running some pretty substantial tournaments here, including this $600,000 tournament. So I just don't think that's gone too well. Or at least I don't think that's gone to plan. Hopefully it gets a little bit better as things go on. I think it's the nature of running tournaments, especially of this nature. You get disconnects in all kinds of games, but full server crashes are a little bit more tricky. I definitely wouldn't want to be one of the teams who are having a cracking start and ended up getting a server crash, that's for sure. They are currently loading back into the private lobby by the looks of things. Interesting again. I think we saw, even despite a little bit of a crash there in the map on map 2, we saw some teams going for some interesting strategies there. We saw Jadar's team going for a slow play again, landing pretty much in the middle of nowhere by the looks of it. Landing effectively in the middle of nowhere and slow playing the edge of fields rather than landing centrally in the zone. So a couple of interesting choices, some very deliberate choices by a couple of the teams. I think you're going to see a lot of that today. I think a lot of teams are becoming very much aware of the fact that their initial drops haven't been good enough. Their initial drops has led to them being killed. So a lot of them are probably going to be avoiding landing pretty much anywhere. Pretty much anywhere where there's competition. They're going to want that 10k off the rip. They're going to want to avoid challenging other teams early on. It's going to be a difficult situation, I think. A very difficult situation for some of these competitive teams to land in central circles. We've seen already a lot of the really high caliber teams, Pace's team, Falaxi's team, Robstar's team, losing players early on because of these initial drops, because they end up challenging 2 to 3 people straight away off the rip, which is less than fortunate, I'm afraid. Again, having an interesting look at the overall setup and the overall table and the overall kill board. Going into map 2 after that initial crash, we've got Z-Axis, CGSX, Tony White, Meek Solitude, Azen, and a few of the others on the board, including Lipton Sparkly, who've been spectating a little bit today. They'll be waiting as they go into round 2 here. We're going to get a refresh on that playlist as well. It looks like their full-blown tracker for who's dead and who's alive has actually completely reset by the looks of it. If not, it doesn't seem to be working at all. So, and their main bracket by the looks of things hasn't been updated just yet. So a little bit unsure as to who is actually going to be on the board right now. It is looking like a map 2 reset, I would say. I think a lot of the teams will perhaps be a little bit upset about having a map 2 reset if they've had a good start. But, you know, everybody gets into being a level playing field again, so I don't think they'll be too massively concerned about it. I think it's safe to say that server stability is going to be very key in Warzone 2. Bit of server instability isn't entirely unheard of. I think a lot of the players will be a little bit frustrated. Getting that break in the rhythm of gameplay is going to be something that a lot of them won't want. Especially if your team is doing well. Of course, we saw that initial win on Z-Axis' team. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed to be in this predicament that they're in. But it happens. It does happen. And it's the nature of the game, I'm afraid. It looks like they're just loading back into the new lobby. Or by the looks of it, a couple of the teams are starting to get in. These are things that I think are going to have to be ironed out for the main event. Again, this is still an open qualifier, so it's not necessarily the main show. But it's a good option to see some of the talent on board today. Some really good talent as well. We'll see how it goes going into map 2. Again, I think you're going to see a very interesting start. We're going to try and watch as many of the teams as possible here. Again, we are restreaming 40 separate perspectives here, so it's a little bit challenging. But I think you're going to see a lot of those teams picking a slow play start, very much like Jadar's team who won the initial warm-up round prior to game 1. They landed on the edge of the map, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that again here today. So we are going to dive on in most likely with Phylaxis' team just as they get started here and see how they get off on this initial jump.
Factory ist anscheinend von Birna und so, das Spot. Minen ist der Spot von bei anderen Teams. Ja, ich muss aber Reset. Reset.
Haben die geschrieben?
Also, du hast jemand geschrieben, der Captain.
Reset Lobby, ja.
Aber Lobby von Host wird geschrieben.
Ich kann das alles nicht mehr.
And that is Phylaxis' team, not with their second man. It's a little unfortunate. I think they have decided to dip out. It looks like I think they've just been given the call to go into a separate lobby. So that initial load-in didn't quite work out. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you have these mass organized events. We're talking about 120 players connecting to a server here. So it is a little challenging, especially for a game that is very early in its competitive development. Warzone is definitely not as well vetted as something like PUBG. But game 2 should get underway any second now. I think we're going to see a lot of really impressive gameplay going on. Interesting to see. Interesting to see. I think if I were to separate the 3 categories, we've got a couple of teams. We've got teams who are going for a specific design and strategy. A's and LR's team fits that to a bill. They have decided to play sabotage contracts, armored trucks, and fast rotations around the map. It's a good strategy because the 2 to 15x multiplier is extremely high, meaning that if they get a good number of kills, it doesn't matter if they finish 15th or 2nd. So a good option from those guys. I think those guys are going to be very happy with their performance so far. They have a specific game plan. They're executing the game plan well. They are, how do you say politely, holding hands the entire game, as you should do in private lobbies. So very impressive with those guys. I think they're doing a great job. Jadar's team, I think this is the second kind of team. You've got the initial teams who have their broken down plans. Jadar's team, a little bit more free play, a little bit more fluid. They're kind of not entirely having a necessary plan, so to speak, but they are playing compact and they are slow playing. The only plan that they do have is the slow play. They're slow playing edge of map. They're looking to loot up. They're looking to get that leaderboard. They're looking to do that successfully without initial gunfights. They slow played the edge of the town all the way down south in Capital early on. The suburbs all the way out on the west of the map. They tried to slow play going into map 2 before the crash and restart. And it looks like they're going to slow play it again. I think that's a really interesting strategy. A lot of teams lose critical gulags, critical redeploys, and potential regains by losing a lot of players early on. So You've got that initial strategy with a team like Aizen's team who are just full-blown sending in trucks, have a plan, and are executing. You've got teams like Jadar's team, and it just seems to be working in that sense. They've got a slow play strategy at the beginning. Interestingly, before the crash and restart, I was expecting one of them to hang high, but they didn't. And it just seems like there's a whole plethora of strategies. Z-Axis' team seemed to go in straight hot. They didn't seem to care. They just, there are three very distinct teams. Teams who are hot dropping, teams who are slow playing, and teams who have a plan and are executing the plan. So a lot of interesting stuff going on in these initial games. I think you're seeing a lot about kind of player behavior. George, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Tell you what, casting's been a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it, even though it's a little bit difficult to work between the 40 different spectator cams I have at the minute, which aren't direct feeds. The guys at Call of Duty are receiving them directly. I'm receiving them slowly. But nonetheless, interesting to see some of the strategies unfolding, how things are playing out. We saw that game 1 win from Z-Axis' team, who did some really good plays on a high ground with a very difficult, very open final circle. Never thought we'd see Berthas get used in final circle, but here we are. That's more of a solo game kind of thing. But I think game 2 is going to be an interesting match. Even though there has been a restart, which will frustrate some of these players, it is going to slow them down. Some of them are going to be a little bit annoyed, maybe a little bit anxious. A lot of them are perhaps getting a bit more time to think about their options. Think about how they played game 1. Have more conversations around how things panned out. Do they want to approach things a little bit differently? And I think you'll see that from a couple of teams. I think if I were some of the teams on the board right now, I'd be disappointed with how hot some of their initial drops have been. Robstar's team have made it into the top 20, but have ended up challenging quite consistently just to even get their loadout early on. I think that's something they're going to be looking to rectify going into game 2, game 3, and game 4 and 5. How would I play it out? I would definitely slow play it. I would definitely slow play, get the 10k on the board, look for loot locations where you won't get that initial gunfight challenge. I think that's the way to go for it. I really think slow playing is a good option. I think getting that loadout is super critical, and I think that is what players need to do. Internet speeds over here, they're bloody beautiful, John. I've got a 3 gig connection, which is allowing me to stream 40 separate Twitch streams whilst live streaming myself. A little bit challenging, but, it's working, eh? We are, of course, limited by Twitch's 8,000 bitrate as well, despite it being much higher here. I think we will cast the NA qualifiers tomorrow. I think I'll do it. Screw it. I mean, I've really enjoyed this today. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Casting and talking. I need to get a bottle of water on standby in a minute because my mouth is going bloody dry. But other than that, it's been pretty good. I've enjoyed it today so far. It's been really interesting seeing different teams approaching situations differently. It's been interesting to see teams with specific plans. Teams who are taking risks with snipers, teams who are taking risks with rocket launchers potentially. There's a lot of things and a lot of variables to consider when you're going into this stuff. Now it looks like they're loading in on team 2 here, on map 2 even. We're going to transition over to Phylaxy, looking at that circle again. Very much a northern pool. The lower third of the map is out. I think you'll see some teams slow play off the edge of the circle here and look for a rotation in Phylaxy's team. An interesting line, no drops so far. Couple teams dropping over peak. A mass drop exodus there. The player count massively declined on the plane over factory there. These guys look like they might be playing airfield or power plant. It looks like it could even be, dare I say it, a H building drop from Phylaxy's team? Edge of H building drop for Phylaxy's team. That's pretty mental. Luckily for them, it looks like the majority of the server had already dropped, but this could still be challenging. I can see them facing another team here, but there are plenty of loot options here. Definitely some really good options to get some cash on the board early on. And I think that's definitely an attractive prospect for these guys, and we'll see how they do challenging. Robstar's team, on the other hand, have already lost a man to the Gulag. Robstar is currently challenging in Gulag already. They seem to be separated again early on, which is a little bit unfortunate. Going into Z-Axis team, we're going to have a look at these guys, seeing as they won the first game on the board. They've taken an interesting approach playing Edge Factory. They've already got a loadout drop. That's a very impressive start for these guys. They'll be buzzing with that. Getting a loadout drop early on, massive for them.
Alright, let's call the fucking UV, big boy. Let's drop him. Let's drop him factory roof.
Hey, you guys wait for me there.
Okay, big boy.
Pretty big play here. We're seeing that atomic KG-40. KG-40 Armaguerra easily going to be the most common loadout. I'm not surprised to see that at all. I don't know if these guys necessarily have a lot of challenges in their area, but we saw a lot of people jump out. We saw a lot of people dive out early on Factory there, and it wouldn't surprise me to see lots of people challenging in Factory. They're now diving top roof. A good play from Z-Axis team, looking around, trying to get some potential UAVs up on the board, see if they can find some enemy teams and see what's cracking. Interestingly enough, we have, by the looks of it, this is Pace's team in Mines. We're currently challenging a team inside the main central building of Factory. They do have their loadout weapons already. Atomic Armaguerra coming in, gets the down. Second player inside, rotates very well here to get the plates up. There are no exits on this side of the building, so he's going to re-challenge from the same window. Semtex goes in, goes for the Semtex, gets the down again, gets the armor break. He'd probably be crazy not to push this, but he's going to take it slowly. He's got a teammate down, and he isn't fully plated. So he's stuck in a little bit of a loop here. He's not too sure whether to go for the push or not. He's got that teammate who needs a res. Definitely important to have all three men going for the stack. He can get the res going off here. Teammate comes in on the cover. That shucks off the edge. One down inside. That down has definitely been rezzed by now. They'll be full plated. And now this fight's going to happen all over again. Topside challenge there. Interesting individual play. Gets the Armaguerra down. Gets the execution. Gets downed himself. His teammate comes in on the rotation with an Armaguerra down. Teammate on the top as well, covering. It looks like the team inside the factory decided to push out to their own detriment. Not a good play by those guys. Pace's team on the board. Gets another down off the edge there. Another teammate goes down. It is now scraps for scraps off the edge here. He is health, no armor. He might go for the res here. Probably an intelligent play. Or he might look to dip out entirely. He gets the res off here. Very interesting to see. This team has effectively went from a full 3v3 scrap there, and you can see really early on here just how crazy you get these fights with these professional players or high caliber players. Two really stacked teams trading blows there, getting each other down, getting a couple of eliminations on the board. And I do believe they potentially still have one in the area. Could be inside. It looks like they might stack the interior here through the window and see what they can get on the board. And it seems to be clear. It looks like that third player probably rotated out. We're going to go back to Team 3 now, which is Z-Axis' team. They are rotating around the hills. I believe this is off the edge of Arsenal towards the shooting range / dig site. Potentially even mines. It looks like they've got a bounty on the board as well. Oh, I will correct myself. They are, in fact, off the edge of runway. Very green map. That was a hell of a fight. Lots of trades there from the Paces team. We're going to transition over now to Hamza's team, who are currently, well, how does one say, having a large scrap on the hillside here. And this is a pretty interesting gunfight. He gets a bit of a save there with Serpentine, gets absolutely slammed. He's actually 1 health off the back of that vehicle. Got the plate off, got a break on the plate again. I don't think he realizes just how close he is to being dead. That's now being completely ambushed. He's going to try and stim up the hill. Goes for a portable redeploy, but if he doesn't get a plate on, I can see him getting picked off very easily. This isn't a pub lobby. I can see him going down here, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Gets wiped off. A good idea with a portable redeploy, but not placing up is absolutely to his detriment there. I can see, no way a team of a caliber in this lobby is going to let somebody portable away without taking a couple hits. Back over to Z-Axis' team now, seemingly challenging off of edge of docks. A lot going on in this area. These guys have had some pretty good action early on. Not too far away from them by the looks of things is Azen's team, who are also challenging in and around the areas of docks and Arsenal. We're going to move on over to Azen, who's actually off edge of Arsenal right now, sniping somebody mid-air. Doesn't quite get the hit, but actually gets an elimination assist. Teammate gets it with the KG-40.
Ouais, il a les... Open. Touché.
Seeing the 3-liner effect here, gets that plate break. Teammate comes in with a KG-4 follow-up, gets the down. That is the three-line sniper at its finest on Arsenal there. That picks them up 2 kills in quick succession. Even though the sniper didn't get the downs, it took those plates clean off that player. Makes their lives a hell of a lot easier. He even got a Serpentine hit there. He's now challenging again on that hillside. We're seeing this really impressive gameplay dynamic from Hazen's team here. Moving very well in groups as groups of 3s, and using that sniper very impressively, getting those plate breaks, getting that damage onto players, and getting their plates and health down into the abyss. I think it's really good to see, and I think we're seeing some really impressive gameplay from these guys on the board early on today. I think these guys will definitely end up top 20 if they can maintain that momentum going further on into the matches. We go back over to Pace's team now. Still fighting around mines after getting that very brutal blow-for-blow gunfight earlier on, where 2 of their own players went down and they themselves picked up 2 kills on the board. Looks like a slow situation for Pace's team off the edge here. So we're going to move on over to the Desire clan. Kyborg, the former COD 4 pro, as they're rotating through the hillsides at the minute on a big old Bertha. Bright pink as well, so clearly camouflage is working in their favor here.
C'è uno davanti, qua. Scendi qua, scendi qua. L'ho visto? Sta sdraiato. Sta sdraiato in mezzo ai cespugli qua.
Friendly loadout drops have just started to drop, so anybody who's still alive is now getting their loadouts on the board, as you see Kyborg's team hunting down these players off the edge here. He goes in for a quick ambush. Very good down there. He knows that he hasn't got the best mag capacity. He goes in for the second down. Fantastic job. Gets a great team wipe there. Portable redeploy in pocket. Really solid efforts from these guys here, despite not having necessarily the best weaponry, as they challenge over towards their loadout drop, which is obviously what they want at the minute. Of course, Kyborg, a former COD pro, plays a lot of PUBG as well. Definitely a good asset to have, and I think private lobbies will suit this guy. Moving on to a slightly more desperate situation. In fact, we're going to stay with Kyborg here. Looks like they're hunting a team off the edge here. They're, in fact, challenging a team off the edge. He's got the head glitch off the top of the roof. One goes down. I don't know if I'd re-challenge. He's going for the challenge again. They don't have their loadout weapons. I think they got the kill off the end of that. Zone coming in 31 seconds. Still haven't got their loadout weapon. Perhaps going for a quick pick on an easy team on a 3v1 stack. But it nearly ended badly for them there. They did lose a player to a down. Not something you want to see. We're going to stick with these guys as they go for their loadout drop here. Undeniably, that's going to end up with some action off the edge of the circle. It looks like a team is already on that portable redeploy, and you could see a big fight pop off here around this loadout segment. It wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. These guys are going to rush in, get their loadout drop. 2 loadouts there, including their own. But they do have the portable redeploy. A super important asset and something very handy to have. Getting their weapons here very early on is critically important, although most teams by now will have their weapons on the board. We are going to transition over to Dan the Man's team, the winners of Game 1. With Tony White, KG40, Armaguerra setup. Looking towards peak, nothing major. They do see some people top peak, but nothing they're going to get with kills on this side. Taking it nice and slow. I don't think these guys are rushing. They're playing quite well. They've got themselves a big Bertha. 3-man stacking towards the north of the map. And you can see that zone collapse is heading straight towards docks. It's going to push some interesting gameplay situations. Transitioning back on over to Kyborg squad as they go for a double stun push. Sentex goes in. Plate breaks could be massive here. Gets a plate damage. None of them want to push it because it's not an easy one. He goes down. Gets the self-res. Teammate comes in on the crossfire and saves him. They pick up another critical elimination. If the Desire team here can stay in on late rotations and get a 15th place finish, I'm sure those eliminations will be critical on the board. Really good job from these guys. I like the strategy. They've got their guns. They're rolling as a group now. They're starting to move around. Getting some of those early eliminations. Getting the teams down to that final 15 to pick up that 1.5x multiplier. Very, very narrow margins, though. We've seen in both situations now, 3v1ing, one player has always gone down, which is why it's so critical to get coverage on any kind of 3-man stack. Look back towards the Z-Axis team now, who are 1 man dead, 1 man gulag, 1 man alive, top of factory. Top of factory is currently being challenged by at least 2 teams by the looks of things. We're going to have a look at Dirham, potentially Dream. I'm not entirely sure how his username is pronounced. I know he is a very good player, though. Sitting top peak with an STG and a ground loot. Owen looks like he took Ghost off the rip with a helicopter. Top spine his teammate, having a look at down on people. These guys have a commanding position, but they are quite split. So if they do take any challenges, it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds. We're going to rotate back in with possibly one of my favorite teams of the tournament so far, and that is the Asian team. It looks like the server has bricked itself. And you can see the frustration from Aizen there as the server goes down after a really positive start for their team. They got their loadout on the board. They managed to challenge multiple fights. They got the eliminations on the board. They were going for a top 15 placement. And it looks like the server has once again gone down on map 2. Very unfortunate for all those involved. I would be deeply frustrated. Without a shadow of a doubt, if I was one of these guys right now, I would not be very happy. I think that's super frustrating. We saw so many teams have very positive starts there. So many teams. The Desire Clan doing great, pushing with Big Berthas, picking up eliminations, working as a team really well, definitely going for a final 15 finish. It's difficult not to be angry or fuming if you're one of these teams who've just seen a server brick itself twice on map 2. I don't know what they're potentially going to have to do to remedy this. I think they're going to have to ask everybody to maybe run, as a guess, default skins. It's the only thing I can think of, is asking the entire lobby to run default skins, default weapon camos. But map 2 with its second crash of the day, an extremely frustrating predicament for all those involved. And I think ultimately the need for a LAN, you're seeing well and truly here that this Warzone private match is running into a lot of struggles. Difficult for people who are casting, difficult for people who are commentating, difficult for the players involved. Again, all the reason why Warzone 2 exists. Warzone 2 exists to bring better game stability, a more modern, flexible engine. I think a lot of the teams who are participating right now are going to be super frustrated to see 2 crashes on map 2. 2 crashes on map 2 is going to be a hell of a problem for some of these guys. Although they'll carry on and they will keep kicking on, I think a lot of them are going to be more than frustrated with the current predicament of things. And a lot of the teams who are doing really well in that second map there, like the Desire Clan, getting multiple eliminations on the board, getting clearly into a top 15 place, have just seen their second crash come in map 2. I don't mind it personally. I'm not on the official casting team, so I can just chill with chat whenever a game crashes. But no, I'm enjoying it. This has been a really interesting setup so far. I think we saw some pretty impressive plays from some of the teams there. Multiple teams there getting some really good starts, getting that loadout early on, slow playing loadout, and then going for elimination pushes. By the looks of things, a lot of teams starting to utilize Big Berthas to maneuver around the map and pick up some easy eliminations. But you've got to feel for the guys involved. 2 crashes on map 2, the Desire Clan, Aizen's squad again, both doing really fantastic work early on. Falaxi's team getting their loadout early on and finding themselves in a double crash scenario. Hopefully the guys at Raven Software or Call of Duty are watching this, might be able to help out on the fly, get some better server stability going for that specific server setup. But difficult not to be frustrated if you're one of the teams having a successful start, finding yourself 2 crashes down. And of course, these guys have worked hard to be here. Don't get me wrong. There have been some issues with the qualifiers in terms of how some teams have decided to try and get into the qualifiers. But a lot of these guys are really hard workers. And a lot of these guys have grinded off to really try and be here today. So unsurprising that some of them are going to be frustrated, perhaps a little bit off-center now. You know, a really impressive example, we got Kyborg here playing inside the same, you can see in the top right corner there, all three of them in the same building together, communicating together, working hard together. So a little bit difficult for them, but a chance for teams like that who are sitting in the same Discord, sitting in the same rooms to sort of regroup and have some conversations. My dog's upset about it too, by the looks of things. Papa. Come say hi. Come say hi. Come say hi to the chat. Oh. He's going to say hi to the chat and bring us joy during Game 2 crash. Isn't that right, buddy? Oh god, your breath stinks. Hey, stop growling at whatever you're growling at. Very difficult to see, I think, for the teams involved, as my dog's growling at the local servers in the area, giving them difficulty. Map 2, double crash. It'll be interesting to see the resilience. I think there is going to be a bit of a, dare I say it, attrition element to this, because a lot of players are going to get quite frustrated. A lot of teams might get a bit angry about the current state of affairs in their current loadouts, and it could affect how they play. Some of the professional teams are probably just going to be sitting down, grabbing a water, having a chat, thinking about their strategy. But I think, you know, we saw some really good plays early on in map 2 there. A couple of the teams working really hard together, working really hard in groups of threes to challenge for opponents. And I think a lot of them are going to be a little bit annoyed, but happy with how it's gone. Happy with their performance for sure. Bring the pup back. Well, he's politely sitting on the floor. I've put his bed in the office now, so that he can enjoy the sights and settings. But whilst we're waiting for map 2 to load out, I am going to put you guys in with one of the teams. I'll put you in with Robstar as they wait to load into the new one. I'm going to go grab a quick drink. Your boy needs some H2O on the board, because I'm fighting for my damn life out here.
Mad that. So yeah, someone in my chat here, Dell, was watching Dell's POV. He's naughty with that sniper. You're getting the gas, mate. He's getting the gas.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's definitely the play, by the way, with a Bertha and rotate center zone, just so we don't have to worry about it after, and then set up. Just do that exact same thing. That was good. Yeah, you hitting shots there. Keep them snipes up.
Jack's feed it down me, bro. I'm watching it back now, man.
Again?
Jack's feed down me. I'm gonna watch it back. Mate, he was laid down with a DP, bro, yeah? Literally where the buy station is. Bro! Don't be like that, that's cap, mate.
Alright, let's hope this lobby don't crash. Okay, Sparks, much love again, brother. Thank you, mate. Magic. So were you landing on the Bertha, Lou, or on regain?
I'll land on the Bertha, bro. You might go
Right.
regain.
Okay. Del, do you know what we should do? Yeah, after we loot regain, yeah, just balloon straight down to the bottom of fields, like where we loot. Yeah. Just float, yeah, because we're not gonna, yeah. Okay. I think they are, Del. I can hear people next to me.
Yeah, look, yeah, pull your shoot, bro. You're good for
No, they're
regain,
not.
you're good for regain.
They're gone down to mines, down to my right.
And the kid's gone like here.
What would we do? What would we do if they landed there? We'd just go field straight away.
Yeah, just carry on going like on our original route.
I got a buy station marker, gold crate. a lot of loot in it. They'll golden key card if you want to go straight to fields, but it's probably a risk. Yeah, gun here.
Marking AR.
We only need 5k. Oh yeah, get that bounty. Fly down. Should we let loot? Yeah, we'll let loot that bit there.
Would you look at that? We're straight back into map 2, part 3. Robstar's team dropping early on here on Ruins by the looks of things. An interesting edge Ruins play, though not a bad idea. A slow play that would probably work out for these guys, I can see. Let's have a look going into Desire, who ended up doing really well last round. Had a great start. These folks will be a little bit frustrated with that game crash after such a cracking start, but it looks like they're doing pretty well already. Got themselves a supply drop on the board. An interesting play will alert the surrounding area of the map.
Soldi, andiamo più a sinistra. Andiamo di qua.
Hopefully a good start for these guys. I can't help but feel for them after last round. Having a game crash, despite being so well up. Although they are currently hunting Kyborg, so...
Sì, quello che volevo fare. C'è un Wavio comunque. Piastre qua?
Oh, in fact they're being hunted. Ignore me. Kyborg's already being hunted early on, but they have got a fantastic amount of cash already. 11k on the board. They're going to push on over to Green Building. Go for that cheeky loadout drop early on here. Fumbles the APS a little bit. But no, a really good start from these guys again. I think they'll be happy with that. Interestingly enough, Robstar's team's just been challenged off the edge of Ruins. And 2 of them go down into Gulag early on. Very frustrating for those guys. I'm going to have a look over at Z-Axis' team, transitioning again between the top factory into what I like to call Shrek. Some people call it Hulk. Lots of different teams fighting in this location. He's going for somebody taking out a recon. Uses Combat Scout to a massive advantage. Gets a clean down. That player is definitely going to give up. Ends up being challenged. They've actually got the wipe off of that team already. 1v1 stack. Very well played by these guys.
Let me open chest there. I don't want to get way more kills. Bro. Did you hear that, guys? Let me just open kill chest. I'm gonna find way more kills. 100%. Okay, you open them.
Finally got some damn H2O in my throat, so I can talk. Who knew casting was so difficult, eh? Who knew it'd be such a strain on the old vocal cord? Good to see from Z-Axis team. Had a fairly successful start, having a look down into the Golden Vault segment, which was in fact opened up now. They have now got a bunch of kill streaks on the board. They need to be very careful here, though. You don't want to get held. Strategically taking a buy station marker, probably a good play by them. Picking up double time as well. You got to be careful in these situations. It looks like one of them is in fact covering topside, but the last thing you want is to get 3-man stack down here. That would hurt. That would hurt real bad. I'm going to transition on over to Azen LR's team, who are currently skulking around north side of airfields. Transitioning towards Storage Town at the minute. They've got a big bertha on the board right now. Currently looking to challenge them a little bit. Something they're going to want to be wary of. You don't want to end up getting challenged by a big bertha out in the open. In fact, I do believe they've managed to pick a very good down there. That's a great headshot on the board with the freeline rifle. That's super impressive. That's why you use a sniper rifle in these tournaments. That's what you can achieve with a good sniper. Really good chance from those guys there. Very good opportunity to get some good elimination points on the board. Very difficult to do in these private lobbies. I'm going to jump in with Pace TG7's team. Have a look around and see what they're doing. See what they're cracking on with. And it looks like they are Northside Lagoon. So they're not actually far away from... they're actually not Northside Lagoon. Excuse me. They are Northside... Where even are these? Ah, there they are. The Northside UFO. I knew I was right. Not far away. Not far away at all. So we're definitely going to see a couple of clashes towards this field segment on the north side there. This team that you're seeing here, Pace's team, are rotating more towards mines, I would say. You're also going to see similar rotations for the teams who are fighting towards Northside Airfield. So dig site into that Northside hill transition on Storage Town is going to be a popular spot by the looks of things within a short space of time. We're going to transition over to Dan DeMan, who's in a bit of a spot of bother here. One man up, one man gulag, one man dead. One man gulag, I think, is actually back now. So it's 2-1, one dead. Looking to perhaps get that res off earlier. Going for a sabotage contract. Seemingly very specifically, again, seeking 2 trucks. 2 armored trucks appears to be the play. Whether or not they want to long play that to final circle is perhaps something they're thinking about, considering how game 1 went with 2 berthas winning. Pretty impressive to see. We're going to have a look back down to Team 3 again, which is Z-Axis' team who are currently top of leaderboard as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, go, do it.
Doing a really good job, these guys. They've got some good money on the board, getting some kill streaks on the board. They've got their loadout weapons. They've got a truck. They've got themselves a lot of opportunity here. It's a very wide circle, so you're going to see a wide spread across the map here. Very centralized circle. It does mean that you're not going to see a lot of early deaths here. 95, 97 odd players is pretty healthy with this point in time.
If I pop this now, I think it's too late, right? Once this balloon and then going up peak.
And I might be wrong here, but I think Robstar's team has actually been eliminated early on. One of the teams I touted early on to do quite well in this tournament, who are in the top 10 going into game 2, have been team wiped already. They are in spec cam. We'll go over to Falaxi, another one of the top players who I think is going to do well in this tournament, and see how he does. They're currently rotating around top side of airfield, so an interesting position for them to be in. It's a very centralized zone, so I wouldn't be too worried this early on, but they are quite edge. Other than the free-line rifle, we haven't seen a huge amount of risk involved. Other than like 2 or 3 players sniping with a 3-line rifle, we haven't seen a huge amount of risk involved. Most players going with a very comfortable Armaguerra KG-40 setup. Naturally the current meta of things right now. Unsurprising, of course, I think players will want to go with meta weapons. They don't want to be in a sticky situation.
Nimm noch Geist und lass da hinlaufen. Also da, wir hätten halt kein Cover auf dich. Wirklich in einem unwahrscheinlichen Fall, dass du
Es ist nur ein Download.
Nee, ich meine jetzt bei dem Loot, warum auch immer jetzt irgendwie jemand Feuerwehr campen sollte oder so.
We are going to transition over to Team 32, which is Razum's team, who are currently fighting off the edge of Capital inside that firefighter's tower. On what looks like a big Bertha that is an armored Bertha, in fact. So that is one of the armored Bertha teams that's decided to participate there. That could even be, potentially, that could be Sweezy's team. That could be Z-Axis' team and Sweezy's team, potentially, or Tony White's team. Excuse me, that's actually Dan the Man's teams, who are currently challenging for their loadout drop in the same proximity as that fire station tower. One of them goes down off the back of the armored vehicle. He's going to have to try and make a res here. Oh, his teammate's being targeted. He's trying to scoop him, get him behind. He manages to warp him behind cover. The truck is rolling down the hill. This is getting very unfortunate. It's stopped into place. Thank God for them. That could have been a very easy pick with a KG-40 from range up on that hill. It has been marked by the other team. The other team are still focusing on this truck. They're aware of the loadout drop potential on the hillside.
Nice.
Still a couple of teams kicking around inside Capital. As you see that snipe come in, he takes a huge amount of damage. Interesting choice to bail out of the gunner seat by the looks of that and decide to stim off to the left-hand side without any plates on the board. That might come back to bite him.
Need plates, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna play Fizzbar.
We're going to move on back over to the Desire team, who I think did a very good start of Map 2 prior to the collapse happening on the server. It looks like these guys are potentially going to transition up towards Peak or may consider sitting around towards Gondola buildings. I believe that is a... Dare I say it? I want to say that's either a supply drop coming in or an armored truck. It's an armored truck. Yet again, these guys going for an armored truck strategy. They did it last round, they're going to do it again. They're going for the armored truck play yet again. It looks like their potential plan here is just to 3-man stack people who they catch in the open. It's a really interesting strategy from the Desire clan here. I believe they are officially an esports team. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't do a huge amount of background except for Kyborg himself, who is a former COD 4 pro. As a fire sale kicks off here, dropping 13k on a fire sale. Huge chance for these guys to get self-reses, UAVs, all sorts of gear. I would definitely be pocketing a lot of plates for sure at the moment. I think they're going to drop a bit of cash for each other. I think the Desire squad are doing a fantastic job here. They've got that armored truck. They've got everything they need. And this allows them to pick off stragglers, people who have been left in a 1-man situation, a 2-man situation, who are caught transitioning from location to location. This armored truck play allows them to 3-stack people. I'm going to rotate back to squad 6 at the minute, who are currently challenging on top side edge of Capital. That Capital transition up to the runway.
I got an assist for that, did he?
These guys did have a very successful first outing in the warm-up game and into game 2. It looks like they're looking to repeat that success from warm-up in round 1.
So you drop your money quick. I can buy
Would like to see how our folks over at Z-Axis are doing as well, because they had a really interesting first game, getting top leaderboard. And it looks like it's about to get even more interesting. A VSAT comes up for them. This is massive. They're going to be able to dive teams who are a little bit unexpectant of it. It is a full 3-man stack. Green is a little bit further behind, so they could be ending up 2v3ing if they're not careful. On a helicopter push, catches him out in the open. He's not getting the necessary shots in. Serpentine saves that player. Not enough, though. He doesn't get a chance to transition into the helicopter. A nice, easy pick for these guys, top of peak. Playing a very strong power position here. Lots of teams in mines. Lots of teams on that lower rotation to the south side. I think these guys have got a good shot here to really try and pick off some teams, provided nobody rotates back on peak behind them. And that guy goes up the zippy. Looks like he's going to rotate back into low mines and look for potentially some cash or potentially a res. We're going to have a look at Campster here. Team 12. Who have slow played the edge of Storage Town by the looks of thing, but 3 eliminations on the board for him, which is quite impressive. Good for the top 15 placement if he can get some.
We're chilling.
I don't see anything behind.
And right now, it looks like a lot of these teams were slow playing edge circles and now starting to collapse into each other. Things are going to get a little bit more heated here when these teams run into each other. A few of the teams off to fantastic starts. The Desire squad off to a great start. Aizen's team again, Team 30, doing a fantastic job. I feel like I am pronouncing his username wrong, but who knows. Aizen LR doing a great job. Early start for these guys. I've got a lot of respect for him taking a 3-line into this tournament. It's going to be very difficult, but I think it will pay off. They're doing very, very well. And like I say, Robstar's team wiped early, unfortunately. A little bit frustrating for those guys who were doing quite well. They were in the top 10 going into this. Phylaxi has gone down in a gunfight situation off the edge of the circle here. By the looks of it, he will get rezzed. Camstar also engaging in some gunfights off edge circle here. These guys are in a pretty tricky predicament here because they're going to have to wrap around wide left. Or is he going to dive straight into Hulk building? This mine's rotation can get very tricky. Those high grounds end up fishbowling the area. You could end up being the filling in the sandwich if you're not too careful here.
He's running up the hill towards a balloon.
He's looking for that rotation situation. He's looking to catch these guys as they go for that redeploy balloon potentially, or try and work their way all the way wide. Doesn't seem to be working out as he was expecting. We're going to switch on over back to Team 6 now, which is Dan Demand's team, who have been picking up some impressive eliminations, working the armored truck at the minute. They're currently running into another squad as we speak. All 3 of them alive, a little bit plated, with some separation at the minute between all of them. A fair amount of distance, which can cause some concern when pushing into these situations and picking up elims. But I think they're trying to play these games. I think they're going to try to stack this building now. 2v1, chasing him around the exterior of the building, getting some picks. He's not going anywhere. That's a cheap elimination, but they'll absolutely take it. If it gets them one step closer to top 15, they're loving it. Really fantastic job from these guys. I think they're playing this very well. Dan Demand's team. I don't actually know any of the guys playing in this. I know some of them do a little bit of competitive Warzone, but they're not exactly massive names in the scene. That being said, really impressively playing this open lobby right now. Very interesting strategy with the armored truck, but it's paying off. They are picking off stragglers left, right, and center, getting eliminations on the board. And if they get in the top 15, that multiplier is going to take them to some pretty decent heights, I would imagine. We're going to transition back on over to the Desire team, who are currently one man down, seemingly engaging under Water Tower, edge of fields. This is an interesting place to be in. You've got that high-low ground situation. I don't think they're going to want to stick around here too long. Teams challenging up high and a team challenging down low from farm. And it looks like they're going to slip out of this and rotate away.
Andiamo indietro, che abbiamo fatto il triplo qua, ok? Ma non scendete dal camion, raga. Ok? Cioè, pushiamo insieme. State dietro di me quando vado con il camion avanti e basta. Come prima.
As expected, the Desire clan, or Desire esports team even, have decided to dip away from that. A very intelligent move, in my opinion. It looked like they were getting the Dolby Atmos surround sound, 360 coverage. Lots of people were challenging them from multiple locations. It's just better to dip off, get the res, play the safe play, and play for placement, and get that 1.5x multiplier. Really good job by those guys. I think they made the intelligent decision there. And let's have a look at Jadar's team. These guys, of course, did fantastically well in the warm-up round going into this. They did well in map 1 as well, although not the best placement in the world. They're doing pretty well. They seem to have a bit of a mixture of ground loot, though, which could become a problem. We're starting to reach those later placements now. Perhaps they're waiting for a team to try and push them, see if they can get some cheap kills and get some loadout weapons on the board. But a lot of people still alive. Lots of players still functioning. And something that I think is going to be a problem late game. And we're going to try and get a read on where that zone is pulling. Though right now, a couple of scraps happening in mines right now. A couple people being marked. And I'm going to transition over to Team 15 here, which is Repulse. We're currently sitting down in the field segment, and it looks like they're in a spot of bother. It looks like they're Rainbow Six sieging every single corner of this building as a 3-stack. A very interesting play from these guys. It looks like they've got ground loot, so they're playing very compact. Focusing on this building, seeing if they can draw some guys in, maybe get some weapons on the board. Concerningly, there are a lot of teams alive, and I've just seen that the circle is now collapsing in between mines, peak, and fields. And it is a very small circle collapse for this number of players. Things are about to get very, very spicy. Very, very quickly. I can tell you that for free. We've got Camstars sitting on the edge of mines as we speak. A couple of the other teams also sitting around that area right now. Many of the teams just really compacting on buildings right now. Speaking of teams, Desire's squad currently in the meat grinder. They are 2 men down. They do not have enough cash for a res, and the multi-angle push gets them wiped at placement 21. And that is not going to be good enough to get any of the multipliers, so those eliminations are worth nothing anymore. The armored truck play did not work out for them on that front. That team was doing really incredibly well going into this. They did really, really well going into the pre-game lobby, going into the restart, and it's not materialized. Deeply unfortunate for the Desire esports team there. I think they had the right strategy, but they just got focused on, or perhaps too reliant on that Bertha there. Having a quick look at one of the various teams who are also challenging a Bertha right now. I believe this is actually Falaxi's team. Team 22. This is not Falaxi's team. This is an entirely separate team. My bad. This is Team 28, which is Tia TV. And they are very much aware of the rotation. They're not in the best of buildings right now.
Wait, maybe smoke, maybe smoke. No smoke. I have to steam.
We're going to rotate into Camster, who's currently pushing up the edge of mines now. Edge of zone. 1 man down. $10,000 in pocket. They've got the res and potentially an easy loadout as well if they need it. We're seeing a lot of teams spread here. This is where things are going to start getting interesting. We've got teams who are approaching the low ground. Team 32, Razum's team, currently sitting low ground on fields, rotating up towards peak. Yet again, just like game 1, we're in a sticky situation where teams have to make objective decisions. Do I want high ground? Do I want low ground? Pace is definitely still alive at the minute. Team 35 sticking on the high ground left-hand side of mines, not too far away from Camster's team, who have in fact now gone... Well, they haven't gone anywhere. I've got to tell you, Jeff, they're sitting very still. Bit of a sticky one. I mean, it looks like Pace's team have a good overwatch on their position. It looks like a couple of other teams are sitting around them, and Camster is currently just staring into the sky with 13 seconds left on the zone. He isn't AFK.
There is a guy
to the best of my knowledge, he isn't AFK. If he's AFK in the middle of the tournament, I think we're about to see a blinder of a problem occur. He is not AFK. He's going to be rotating wide right. He looks like he's going to get caught by the gas here.
I'm not.
I don't know what this play is. This team needs to move. I understand they've taken the elimination, but it's a very curious play. Is he allowing himself to slow gas? He's going for the late stim by the looks of it. He's going to dual stim this. Slow gas play off the edge. But to me, this doesn't make sense because the coughing is going to reveal their situation regardless.
Yeah.
The coughing is going to give away their position. It doesn't matter if he edge gasses this. Orange is making his way through safely. So I'm very surprised at Camster's approach here. He may as well push up to his teammate and two-stack on the edge of circle. Right now, he's allowing himself to be chunked by the gas.
I can come, I think.
It's not the worst play in the world, but I think the coughing is actually going to be more of a detriment to his teammate. We're going to rotate now to Pace, who's currently coming under fire off the edge of the circle, trying to utilize a bertha, playing on a rock right now. Gas play. Teammate manages to get the pick on somebody who tried to steal the bertha from them in the late game. He manages to get the finish as well, steals the gas mask, gives himself some time. Very good plays by Pace here. Pace is a fantastic player. Ran into him loads and loads of times. Really impressed with his general gameplay. Speaking of impressive gameplay, Camster off the edge here. Managing to get a couple of picks with a KG-40 north side on those rocks. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult. He does not have a lot of options here. He is one man. He Semtex through to give himself a chance to move. Goes through the gas, gets the break. Teammates inside. Oh dear, it's not going to go well. The gas here. He's got one elimination down. Fantastic job by Camstar. Semtex off the edge of the building, and he's going to get picked off. I believe he got third party from distance. That's very unfortunate for Camstar's team, but he does get the top 15 placement. That is Pace's team still alive, very impressively. Off the edge of that hill, I believe they were the ones who third-partied Camstar. Doing a great job picking up some eliminations, but he is also in a solo position here. He might want to try and just pick up some eliminations before he gets wiped. We do have one three-man team still alive, and that is Team 3, which is the Z-Axis team, who did fantastic in the first game, top of the leaderboard. And it looks like Z-Axis' team could potentially take round 2 as well, by the looks of things. Pace is playing for the elimination here. Great job by him, gets the top 15. I think he's going to get picked off here. I'd be surprised if they let him res. Oh, wow, he's actually pulled it off, and he's stimothying away to the north side of the map, getting topside rotation. Fantastic from Pace there. Really great job. Gets an elimination long shot. More kills on the board for that 15th placement. One of 3 teams left. Look at this incredible gas play from Pace TG7. What a fantastic job for him. He inevitably goes down, but what an incredible play from him. Transitioning back to Z-Axis team of challenging top roof. 3 alive, plated, and they are the ones who picked off Pace in the distance. Really fantastic job from Pace TG7. They are now going to, I believe, get the wipe. They've got in and around the region. That's 10 kills on the board. And that is that done. That is a win again for Z-Axis' team by the looks of things. A fantastic, fantastic job. But I've got to commend Pace TG7 there. That was a hell of a play, and that's going to get them some critical points on the board. They're not going to get the first place placement, but, you know, that's a top 15 multiplier, 1.5x multiplier that will put Pace's team in the tops, I believe, and in the top 20 to go through to the main event, going into map 3. I've got to admire it. I've got to respect it. That was incredibly confident gameplay. I thought he was just going to go down. He plays the gas, gets some eliminations, and takes third place. Those are the kinds of plays that make a difference, and I think that's an incredible job from Pace TG7 there, as Z-Axis' team picks up map 2. You've got to think now, Z-Axis' team, 2 games up, are likely feeling confident that they're going to make it into the main event of World Series of Warzone. 2 wins on the board for that team now, with a lot of eliminations as well. Some really impressive work from some of the teams here today. We're now going to transition to the leaderboard, or the Dead Alive tracker, which is a little bit behind, but you can see how the final circles ended up finishing. Really good options there. And of course, Z-Axis' team, match 2, top of the leaderboard. CGSX's team doing great as well. Density doing well. Lipton Sparky still staying alive, doing a good job. And you can see a couple of the teams who I mentioned, Robstar's team, Hamza's team, Desire, dropping down a little bit, getting a little bit unlucky there, but some really, really impressive plays. Really impressive plays from the guys there. Really impressed with what Pace did on the edge of circle. A great job by Z-Axis' team, once again finishing first with some good eliminations on the board. I think that is now twice, off the top of my head. That is twice that the circle has ended on that side of peak, which is very unfortunate. It's not an easy zone. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. They made it look easy, but that's a horrible final circle. That transition point in between north side peak, south side fields is utter carnage, and I think they did a really good job. Z-Axis team winning both of those now. Game 1 and Game 2, despite having a very challenging circle. Game 1 with the Bertha. Game 2 on the side of peak. As a reminder, all teams need to make it into the top 20 to get through to the main event. You get a 2x multiplier on eliminations, 1 point per elimination, 2x on first place, 1.5x on second to 15th. Anything out of top 15 and you get no multipliers on your eliminations. Top 20 teams, guys. Top 20 teams make it through. And Z-Axis' team, with now 2 wins on the board, probably feeling pretty confident. And that was a pretty impressive round, if I do say so myself. I think we saw some really great players. Z-Axis' team, yet again, coming in clutch. I think Pace TG7 did a very, very good job in that round. I think that was probably one of the most impressive plays, gas plays for a while. Couple of the teams a little unlucky. Couple of teams didn't quite get the start they wanted there. But we've also got Lipton Sparkley's team with Ben OG and Jadar still doing well. After the warm-up round success, they are still in the top 10. I think they'll be happy with that performance. Interesting to see, though. We've seen 2 rounds now where the most compact team has definitely seen the most success. Z-Axis' team, I would say on average at any given point in time, have been anywhere between 30 to 40 meters within each other. So that compact nature of gameplay, the crossfires they've achieved, I think they're doing an incredible job. Now, a reminder, these top 20 teams from this open qualifier were game 2 out of 5. Will be challenging 20 invited teams, some of the best in the world, in the official main event. So although these guys are doing great in these lobbies right now, and some of them are doing really well, they still have to play some of the world's best. We're talking Jukies, we're talking Benny Central, we're talking Lennon, we're talking some pretty crazy demons. Really excited to see how the boys do there. We've got Benny Central's team. He's playing with Shay and Jaff. I think those guys are going to do great. Benny's team, I really hope do well. I will, of course, be watching. It'll be interesting. Benny's very much the flow dictator. I think he plays the right plays. I think he plays the right rotations, especially in a private lobby. And you've got Jaff and Shay, who are utter demons on the sticks as well. So I think it's going to be a good team there. But I think definitely eyes are going to be on Juki's team. With Oak and Lennon. That's going to be one of the best teams in Europe, I believe. Who I think have a very good chance of winning the World Series of Warzone. There was a recent, let's have a look actually, there was a recent training match spreadsheet, I believe. Let's have a gander at that, why don't we? A Trios World Series of Warzone practice that I saw the other day. And it was pretty interesting to see. This was the 6th World Series of Warzone practice. FIFAKill, who's playing in NA this year, finished 1st with Breadman and Jowo. Wars finishing in 3rd with Prims, and Juki's finishing in 6th. So this was an NA-EU mix, so not the most ideal setup in terms of servers, but very interesting to see. Lots of teams doing impressively well in high-caliber lobbies. So 20 of these teams today on the Open Qualifier are going to challenge 20 of the teams in the open bracket. In the invited bracket, should I say even. So 20 Open Qualifier teams out of this 40 today are going to make it in to face the top 20 in Europe for the final event for 300k. But I think Z-Axis' team doing a fantastic job. And I think we will try and multi-box Z-Axis' team for the start of next round. Have a look at how they do, how they perform as they go into the next round. The standings are on their side. 2 wins now, 2 games. Really good opportunity for these guys to just put the brakes in and really finish off this bracket. Guarantee themselves top 20 gameplay. There are some players in EU who will be in NA for the World Series of Warzone. Yeah, FIFAKill, for example, top EU player, is going to be playing in the NA bracket. And I don't blame him. I think he's going to do a fantastic job. We're going to hit the multi-box, absolutely. Be rude not to. Gotta have the multi-box perspective. Make it clean. I think a big LAN for Warzone 2 would be great. It would definitely show off a lot of it. I think CGSX's team have got a lot to be happy about as well. Consistently placing high in placement now. They are the 23rd team on the list. Definitely a team to keep an eye out for. And it looks like we are now rolling into map 3, folks. We are now going to roll into map 3. Which is exciting. We are going to hit the multi-box.
Is there a shop right here? Nah, fuck it. You want a butter sack factory? Butter sack factory.
The multi-box has occurred, and we are dropping in now with Z-Axis team. Z-Axis team consisting of Jesus Jr. or Jesus Jr. I don't know how to say his name entirely correctly, to be honest with you. And Burn EU. And we're seeing that zone pull to the northwest. These guys are triple dropping in. It's going to be great to see. A huge opportunity for these guys. They're 3 stacking factory early on. Aiming for the bottom side rotation here. Pretty good play from these guys. I think they'll be happy with that.
Okay.
We'll see if there are any other teams challenging in factory. I don't know if I'd want to be challenging top of the leaderboard right now, that's for sure. A lot of teams, by the looks of it, dropping into mines. Seeing a lot of the teams challenging fields as well. One top peak. A couple of teams in Arsenal as well. A very spread lobby by the looks of things, despite a very northwesternly zone pool.
Let's go, baby.
Interesting to see, but we've got this team early on in Factory here. Z-Axis' team have done a fantastic job so far in the EU Open bracket. Working really hard together, doing a great job together. Dan the Man's team in T6. Already one man down in the Ghoulie. CGSX's team, Team 23, slow playing off the edge of the circle here. Let's have a quick transition over to them. They pick up a Scavvy, and they're going to be rotating towards, I believe, airfield here, / power plant. Into map 3 here. These guys are definitely, we're seeing an evolution of strategy here. I think a lot of the teams have realized that they're struggling to get those early game loadouts. And because of that, you're seeing a lot of those teams decide that it'd be better for them to transition away and try and slow play for that loadout drop before challenging. And I think that's a fantastic option. I think we're seeing a lot of that here right now. And I think it's working out. I think a lot of teams are definitely doing better this time. We've got Camster's team, who are slow playing Storage Town as we presently speak. Definitely one of the more hot droppy zones.
I could have got some mega bullshit at Ridge.
Yeah.
There's no one storage.
Yeah, I mean, we can rotate. Once we got Lodi, we can definitely rotate to those guys.
Camster's team definitely looking to get the cash on the board, get that quick loadout going. Don't blame them at all. Definitely something I would want to be doing at this point in time. CGSX's team are also slow playing Edge Ruins towards Power Station. Lots of slow players this time around, and it's a very intelligent strategy. I think it's definitely what they're going to want to be doing here. Have a look at Jadar's team now, who are top of the platform already, calling a loadout drop on the top of the tower. I think they're just presuming that the one sniper in the lobby, or two snipers in the lobby, aren't going to challenge them. They got their loadout weapons on the board. KG40 going down on the helicopter. Probably not going to get some downs, but some play harassment there. They're not going to risk the push across the airfield. Be very surprised if they decide to jump across the airfield there. And they are actually challenging Falaxi's team on the opposite of the airfield, who are utilizing that helicopter. Falaxi's team currently rotating away from them right now, going for the wide left lagoon approach. Don't think they want to fight with a team who already have their loadout weapons, as we see these guys drop into this lower building. I think they have an inkling of the team inside potentially, or potential players inside on these tents. It might actually be Falaxi's team on the wide rotation. Nope, Falaxi's team are still on the opposite side, so this is a third team here, and one of them goes down off the top roof. He's going to try and... Oh dear, that's a very unfortunate cluster strike. I think that's actually coming from the opposite side of airfield. He's going to get the res off. He's very fortunate there that that cluster strike hasn't landed on him. Very fortunate plays from these guys, who are one of the earliest to get their loadout on the board today. I'm going to hop in with Desire's squad, currently rotating around in a helicopter. These guys have amassed $24,000. Another team that is going to get their loadout drop early on the board with a helicopter rotation. Very positive start from these guys. Interesting use of a gold Owen gun. We do love it. Classic meta that's fallen out of favor. But these guys are doing great. Interestingly, we've seen a couple of times now that these guys are taking a ghost loadout off the rip. And we've seen it again here with a ZRG off the rip. Ghost loadout ZRG with a gold Owen gun. It's definitely a fantastic option. You can't fault them for that. We're going to go see if we can have a look at the fine folks in Team 30. The one man who has regularly utilized a 3-line sniper rifle. And that is Azen LR. I don't think he is. I think he's playing KG40 this round, perhaps sacrificing the 3-line sniper. If you've already got 2 men running an AR, it might be good to have a sniper support. Perhaps deciding against it this round. We're seeing a lot of picks early on, though, now. We've seen Team 2 has just taken a massive hit already early on into the lobby. We're going to rotate back into Team 3, top of the leaderboards right now. Z-Axis' team doing a fantastic job rotating around Factory. Rotating and transitioning into Docks and Shrek, as it's called. It looks like they're considering a dive on the golden keycard. A good option for them to get some money on the board, hit some UAVs, hit some perks, if it hasn't already been opened. And he's going for the amped pickup. Always good to have stacked perks on the board, that's for sure. Seeing a lot of teams go down already. We're going to transition over to Robstar now, who's had a rocky start to the tournament. Still possibly in the top 20, but they haven't had the easiest of starts. And right now, $300 on the board. Slow playing the edge of a building by the looks of it. This is the west-hand side of Arsenal. The 3 houses towards the beach line. Looking for the redeploy balloon. They do not have a lot of money. And it looks like they've lost 1 gulag on Robstar already. The other 2 still having a gulag in pocket. We're going to go back on over now to Z-Axis' team, who've just picked up a bounty. Probably looking down to hunt down some people.
What are we doing? You want to back off the factory again? Or are we doing?
I think Arsenal's here. Burn, free snipe. Line marker. I'm so far.
We're going to see what Z-Axis' team can get up to here. They do have that bounty. They have spotted a team on top of those radar dishes. Not seeing a lot of action early on. A fair number of people have gone 1 man down in Ghoulie, perhaps 2 men down, but a lot of people still alive in this early transition period. We are going to transition over now to Team 2 Kokora. No, they've actually been wiped. Interesting. Team 2 Kokora seemingly out of the game already. We're going to go back to Team 6 Dan DeMan, who is currently, yet again, in an armored truck. He's actually just taken a down there. From range, looks like a KG-40 down.
Free man.
And he's trying to utilize that armored truck again. That is a deliberate play again from that team, who have repeatedly now seeked the armored truck play. Camster's team still looting around in Storage Town at the minute.
Yeah, I've seen that.
We're going to move on to the Desire clan here. The Desire esports team. ZRG Meta. He's actually just wallbanged somebody from distance there. Hell of a shot. Wallbanging and aiming for that top push. This is going to be an interesting play from these guys. Whether or not they decide to make the push in the helicopter, doing it right out in the open will make them the huge target. I don't see them making that push. Perhaps looking towards airfield. They are in a good spot now, though. Multiple teams surrounding them. We're seeing a lot of really interesting plays early on. Multiple teams slow played for their loadout. We've seen the Desire clan go for ghost loadouts off of the rip, utilizing UAVs. There's a lot going on in a short period of time here. We're going to have a look now at CGSX's team. One of the teams who's doing quite well. Currently edge playing the gas. Diving into a res on the main building of airfield. It's going to be a very difficult push, a very one-dimensional push. You've got to be careful with this. They pick up a down early on and elimination. Likely a 3-man stack on this last guy who's actually flying in. So they managed to get the eliminations they're looking for. The res goes off. That they're not going to get the wipe, I don't think. I'll be surprised if they get it down to that range with the KG-40. But these guys skulking around airfield, picking up some downs early on, doing a fantastic job of it. These guys will run into the Desire clan somewhere around Storage Town. Not too long from now. They're going to collapse in on each other anytime soon. And on top of that, we also have, I believe, Camster's team, who were in that area, still kicking around Storage Town. It's definitely going to kick off. We're going to rotate now to the Desire clan, who are about to run into Camster's team off the edge of Storage Town. It's going to be an interesting gunfight, this. They've identified the team, Camster's team top. They get it down early on. Fantastic shot. The ZRG, fantastic revenge kill.
Like, the hill where the
1 man down, Camster's team, Porky, having to challenge on Storage Town. 1 man down on the stack. With the ZRG bearing in on them. They are now closing in on the building. Slowly pushing forward. If they can get another armor break, you know a 2-man stack is coming. On the Desire clan side of thing, you've got the ZRG player sitting back at the minute. That's Kyborg. After getting the initial elimination, if he gets a plate break or a snapshot goes in, you can see that they're definitely going to aggressively play this. If they could get an elimination on Camster's team early on, it could be massive. Goes in with the Owen gun shots on the right-hand side. Goes with the Semtex as well. No plate breaks there. Camster's staying alive very well. Manages to get some MP40 shots. It's ground loot versus loadout loot. Gets a break. Serpentine Saves him there. Goes for the re-peek down on the Owen gun. Fantastic job. Gets an elimination on Camster's team with one left. The Desire Clan have managed to really... Oh, wow. What a fantastic shot. He is not escaping that. He thought he was getting away. And instead, he's... well, he's got a hole in the back of his head. A hell of a shot. A fantastic little job there from the Desire Clan. Getting some eliminations. I do feel for these guys. They've been doing well in all of the games, especially in the match 2 restarts. They're now having an opportunity to show what they're capable of here. Really exciting for them. Very exciting for them. But we're going to go back in with the team that's absolutely running the show right now. That is the Z-Axis team, who right now are currently challenging Top Factory by the looks of things. It's going to be a difficult gunfight for them, that's for sure. It's not going to be an easy play. Factory is a burden of a place to fight in. There are loads of potential rotations in and out of Factory. It's a hard place to get eliminations, that's for sure. Not the most amount of plates going on right now either. It's looking very tricky in that dynamic of things. Camster's team have now decided to regain in and around ruins.
I'm coming. Yeah, it should be good, right?
Quite a bit of a lag there from his cam. Hopefully that doesn't damage his gameplay too much latency or packet loss wise. Tell you what, we're going to hit the multi-box here.
I'm dipping to the right.
On Z-Axis' team, who I think are doing a really fantastic job. These guys are definitely kicking around right now. Definitely going to be in the top 20 by the looks of things. The way things are going, going to hit the transition. Looks, once again, like there's going to be a little bit of stuttering lag, but it's fine. They're staying alive, they're rotating away. They're quite split at the moment as they rotate towards Docklands through the firing range. Perhaps not the push they wanted.
Yeah. I'm good. They got the angle on me.
You're good. We have to. We're good. We have to play Factory, bro.
I'm good.
I think we can.
Let's see the zone. Let's see zone.
We are going to have a look around the field. And look at Pace's team, I believe. They've actually been, I think they've been knocked out already. Pace's team, TG7. Difficultly for those guys, by the looks of it, in this round.
I got Ghost, so that should be good.
Let's have a look at Jadar's team. We'll transition over.
Yeah.
The multi-box is not a fan of the GPU decode. So we're going to go to Jadar's setup here.
I want to avoid storage.
Yeah, so we literally have to play like it's Legion Farm, bro. Just try and get...
Don't think there'll be much content for Warzone 1, no, Joey, but thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated.
Short game, do you know what I mean? Even if we haven't got...
Have a look at Jadar's team rotating towards Storage Town. We did see a lot of action earlier today in and around that region. We haven't seen any follow-ups to it just yet.
That's it.
Yeah, we're on 8 now anyway, so anything...
Back.
Chest here. I'm gonna get this chest quick.
Right, northwest. If you can find ammunition, I need.
Yeah, I've got one. Nice.
Going to transition now to Robstar.
My side.
These guys also rotating around dig site. That dig site Storage Town area has definitely been pretty stacked at the minute. Jadar's team is currently one man down. Looks like a crash or a disconnect for one of their players. It's extremely unfortunate. Although they have been performing really well, so I think they'll be feeling fairly confident that they can stay in this. We're going to have a look now at the folks who are kicking... Actually, we'll stick with Robstar for a second here, just in case he manages to get a challenge here on dig site. Alternatively, we're going to pop in with Azen LR. These guys have been doing fantastically. Really interesting sniper plays earlier today. I think they've transitioned away from that now. They're not looking to snipe anymore. Going into the Desire Clan, have just picked up a kill confirm in dig site. Potentially challenging Robstar's team off the edge here any second now. going to be an interesting fight that's going to go down. Of course, Robstar's team very much aware, or going to have to be aware, that a ZRG is closing in on them. They're going to start taking some damage that they're perhaps not expecting. Robstar's team very much central of the zone at the minute, sitting on top of dig site as you see the Desire Esports team rotating away to the north. Central zone's now pulled northward, actually, in fact.
Really far.
You can see Robstar's team still sitting on dig site as multiple teams now start streaming past them towards that northern pull on docks. Looking back at the Desire Esports team. Currently challenging in a difficult position. Not a lot of cover here. Precision airstrike comes in. They've got to be careful. Lots of windows in this building. You don't want to get caught with an unfortunate down. And it's an airstrike push as well. Looks like one player has challenged from window. They're going to rotate back up on the ladder. Try and get that height advantage again. It looks like they're kicking off down below. 1 down, 2 down. Does he decide to stay up top, or does he decide to try and save his friends? He goes down, and it's a full team wipe by the looks of it. See if the self-reses have popped off. He's now in the gulag. His teammate is now also eliminated. One has survived. And it looks like they're going to be rotating away from that as fast as they humanly can. Some very unfortunate situations there for that team, as it just didn't quite work out for them in the end. Some pretty aggressive pushes, and that's from the Sued's team, who have managed to push extremely aggressively and do some damage there, and take out a fair substantial amount of the Desire clan, who put themselves in a difficult spot. That building doesn't have a lot of cover. Interesting Gorenko anti-tank rifle choice here. I never thought I'd see the day a Gorenko was used in the competitive tournament, but here we are, Gorenko Armaguera, and they are now being challenged inside dig site. And that's a hell of a challenge coming in. And it looks like you're going to have the collapse of Robstar's team towards these guys as well. It's going to produce some pretty interesting gameplay. Let's have a look at Robstar's perspective. They're also challenging mines. A lot of teams have transitioned past Robstar's team now, but a couple of them are sat behind as well. They're not hugely far away from the zone, so I'm not seeing an immediate rush for a rotation here. I think they're just taking it slow, taking it as it comes.
One more down there, blue in front of you, Lou.
Hop in with Dan Deman now soon as well. We'll see how he's getting on just briefly after Robstar hits a gunfight right now. Challenged from the north side fields. Gets an easy elimination and team wipe and a fat bag to boot. I think he's not going to complain about that one. An interesting strategy from Robstar's team. They haven't had the best of options. These guys have had some pretty rough rounds. Luis CM as well, not having the best of starts they wanted. Delio as well, also a fantastic player. And it looks like they're trying to hold players out, try and be a buffer for some of these teams who are rotating in from mines. And they're doing a good job of it. Fantastic job even. The team that was previously sitting at the station to their north, the Desire clan to their north, have been wiped. The team who wiped them have also transitioned away. So Robstar trying to get some easy picks off edge of circle here. Try and get some eliminations going up. Definitely a good idea. Try and force them into the top 20. Get those eliminations, get the multipliers. But they also have a very creeping threat, and that is CSGX's team to the left-hand side of dig site. Also challenging right now. Gets an easy down with the KG-40 and an elimination. Very well played on a very low recoil weapon. Naturally, the #1 pick at the moment. Robstar's team are also picking up eliminations on the right-hand side. Both of these teams seeking to be buffers, and it seems right now that CSGX's team has identified Robstar's location. They're going to be pushing on over. This is about to be a hell of a scrap. They get one of the picks on green in Robstar's team. Louis CM has gone down. They are now challenging each other in places as well. This is tricky. This is now 3-man setup. This is a third-party situation. Not one team, not two teams, but 3 teams challenging in this general location. Robstar gas pushing for the truck, the Big Bertha. A good idea as he looks to transition away from this. 2 of his teammates, one down, one slowly dying in the gas. Delio looks like he might go down. He's not going to get in the back of the truck, is he? He's managed to make it in time. Hits a stim on the late play here.
Stay down, stay down.
A fantastic job here from Robstar. As you can see, Delio just going down in the back of the truck. Robstar transitioning his teammate away to safety. as it looks like CSGX's team is still sitting in the location. Really good job from Robstar to keep Delio alive there after Louis CM goes down. He's done a fantastic job so far, keeping some placement here, but we're still not out of the woods. This is still top 20. This is not top 15 just yet. Robstar's team picked up some decent eliminations. They're going to want to stay alive. CSGX's team, decent eliminations. They're going to want to stay alive.
Drop me a cash as well, then.
You do not want any of these guys to go down anytime soon, that's for sure. We're seeing some really rough challenges and plays around the edge here. A couple of teams going down. Some of them definitely not expecting to go down. One of the teams that's definitely doing quite well off the edge here is Strixon's team, who are currently sitting inside rectangular building off the edge of Arsenal. They've definitely got a power play position here, but whether or not they end up being the focus of other teams is another question as we look now at Tier TV picking up some picks off the edge of the Dockland Arsenal region right now. Gets a kill in the gas. 3-man stack. That team is going to have to rotate away. A helicopter has just bailed out above them or been destroyed. This could be a messy transition play for this team. And if it doesn't work out for them, it doesn't work out for them. This is a make or break situation. Robstar's team still alive as well off the edge of the circle. The transition situation is not going to plan. They're now going to be forced off the edge. They get an elimination in the gas. Really well played. No stims. He's got one on the ground floor. Has he seen the stim? He's got 2 stims in pocket now. He's looted the stims. His teammate has been picked off the edge. He's going to gas play the hell out of this towards the end here. You're not going to see a lot of movement here. 2 stims still in pocket. They're going to chunk as much damage as they can to try and get away from this. There is still a team in that rectangular building, as you can see here, fighting off the edge. The stim play transition is happening. It's a slow play. This is going to be a tricky one. I don't know. They can make it into the ground floor of the building, but the other team is inevitably going to hear them. You can see them still alive, top floor, mid floor section. This is going to get messy. Another stim play. They're going out into the open. This might be the end of it for them. They're focusing somewhere else on an Armaguero long-range kill. Very impressive there from Tier TV to stay alive in the gas. We've got Stixon in the building above. They're aware of each other. They know each other exists, that's for sure. He looks outside, and I don't think he's clocked it. He's going to go down. What a fantastic down from Tier TV there. On a hell of an edge play. I don't think Stixon's happy about that one, but I mean, I can't believe they weren't aware of Tier TV off the edge there. Another fantastic... Oh my god. Some demon-y play there. Inevitably goes down the end, but gets the top 15 finish with some spicy eliminations towards the end. We now watch Stixon's leftover teammates battling out on the edge. Finally goes down as well. Very unfortunate for those guys. Got Team 4 here, which is Jadar's team, staying in off the edge there, also being eliminated after some pretty tricky plays. But we're going to transition over to Robstar now, who's still alive off the edge of the gas. 2 of them, both up at the minute with Delio, and got a power position on this high ground rock situation. It's an open zone. These guys are in a fantastic spot to potentially make some big plays here.
Disable buffer, disable.
They could even be making first place plays if they're lucky.
Look at him
We're going to have to wait and see how it goes.
Blew them.
Oh, that's a very unfortunate and quick death. Robstar's teammate utilizing a 3-line sniper. It's not going to matter. He's now dead. We have Hazen's LR still alive off the edge of the zone. Polar opposite segment to where Robstar is. He's now taking some shots. Fantastic movement to stay alive. Doing a great job at extending his life here, although generally speaking, he's now in the top 15. If he gets first place, it is, of course, a massive play. Robstar's now transitioning into the open, where Azen LR is as well. Azen LR is actually picking up a boatloads of kills off the edge here, utilizing Serpentine isn't going to save these guys. Robstar and Azen LR are now definitely about to scrap each other and get some shots down on Robstar here. Azen LR's got the movement. He's got the movement, and he's got the skills to pay the bills here. I could see him potentially picking Robstar off here if he's not careful. Azen LR gets sniped in the head, 1 shot down. He's got the self-res. He is in just barely, but that ruins his plate potential here. 0 plates left, and Robstar is watching the sniper who's taken down Aizen LR. Robstar now goes down himself, gets eliminated second place. It's Aizen LR 1v1ing for the end, and that, I think, is all she wrote. I believe that was the final kill of the lobby, and that goes to Showstopper's squad. A hell of a round from those guys at the very end there. All three teams on the same hillside. All three teams on the same hillside, but a great job from Robstar's team. Doing a really good job there. Staying alive, fighting hard, getting that third place finish. A little bit gutted not to get the first place, but a really good pick-me-up because they had some very difficult rounds prior to this. Excited for those guys to see them get a good finish in the end there. Some pretty incredible fights there towards the end, and that is Showstopper's team, who we're going to transition to now, picking up the first place finish. That was a very exciting ending to that round. Three teams fighting on the same high ground location.
Did you take a screenshot of the kill?
Very difficult.
Oh, no.
A very difficult fight. A very difficult setup, generally speaking.
5, and 12. Guys, don't peek Sweds, yeah? He's cheating his ass off.
Good shit. You got to be happy with that. I mean, it looks like the team who won only had 1 or 2 players alive as well at the very end of that. And it looks like they camped out the very end. It looks like they sat pretty much as tightly as they can there. Really impressive stuff there. We see, again, some of the squads that I was mentioning before. You know, Robstar's team finishing third. Aizen LR's team, who I previously weren't too aware of, suddenly coming out the woodwork in these initial games. And those guys did a fantastic job. Really fantastic job extending their life and getting that second place finish. But it was Team 13, I believe, in the end. Showstopper, King AJ, and Sueds who pick up the win there. A really massive play from those guys. And we can take a look now at the match 3 scoreboards on the Dead Alive tracker, amongst other things. And that is a pretty impressive finish. Brother Benji, thank you for the £5 super chat. Much appreciated. I'm enjoying commentating this. We're going into, I believe, this map 4 coming up now. You can see some of the same names appearing. Aizen LR's team doing a fantastic job. Lipton Sparkley's team staying up there as well. Louis CM and Robstar's team getting in there. Couple of the same teams. Z-Axis' team still staying in the top 10 despite a fairly disappointing round for them. Really good jobs here. We're seeing some really great jobs. Some teams working very hard. I've been very impressed with Aizen LR's approach to the game so far this week. What we've seen today in the Open Qualifier, I think, is no surprise that 3 games in a row now they've achieved a top 15 finish and multipliers. Seeing some very impressive work from some of these teams. CGSX's team staying up there as well. I'm a big fan of Lipton Sparkley, just for his username, but also the fact that they are playing extremely well as well. Ben OG and Jadar and that team did extremely well in the first game warm-up. Did alright in round 1, pretty good in round 2, and consistent again in round 3. It's 3 maps in a row now where they've put up solid performances that will definitely keep them in the top 20 for sure. And again, 20 of the 40 teams today will make it through to the final main event. 20 of them are going to be wiped out today. As we load up what will be map 4 going into the next round. Some really impressive stuff there. Some really, really impressive stuff there. I think we saw impressive strategies. And like I said, Game 1 and Game 5 are going to be very different matches. And we're seeing that now. Game 1, lots of issues, lots of trouble with people hot dropping, fighting early on, not getting the loadouts, getting cheap eliminations, but also losing teammates. We're starting to see more teams now slow playing. And I mentioned Jadar and Lipton Sparkley's team, especially because they have now slow played 3 rounds in a row. All 3 of them leading to great success. Same again with Aizen LR's team. Slow playing 3 rounds in a row, leading to great success. And some of them are utilizing some very interesting strategies. We saw this again with the Desire esports team. They've decided to get their loadout and hunt people down in transition gameplay, trying to get picks one by one, utilizing armored trucks and berthas. And it's been very impressive to see. I think those guys will make it into the top 20. They haven't had the best of rounds necessarily, but it's still been going quite well for them. I've been very impressed with some of the gameplay here. We're seeing more consistent, more methodical plans taking place in these later rounds here. We're seeing game 1, messy rounds, people dying on drops, challenging for very minimal loot, to suddenly game 3, multiple teams slow playing and carving out positions. And again, 3 teams there who made it to the final 3 of the game. All slow playing. Very impressive. And I think they'll be very happy with that. I think A's and LR's team is doing a fantastic job. I've highlighted them a couple of times now. I just like the way they're playing it. Slow playing the beginnings, getting all of their weapons in as we load into map 4. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff. I hope you guys are enjoying the commentary as well. I am a one-man show here today. I am both the studio, the production, and the broadcaster. And yes, I can confirm there are cold beers waiting in the fridge immediately after this. It's going really, really well. I think we're seeing some very impressive gameplay. Some very... some gameplay where teams are evolving on the fly in these private lobbies. Perhaps some teams who haven't been exposed to private lobbies before or haven't had a lot of experience in them suddenly realizing the need to play much differently. No hot drops, slow playing, getting that initial loadout, and then working a sort of prowess approach, some of them with vehicles as well. Very impressive to see that evolutionary gameplay early on. It's going quite well in that respect, and I think a lot of the teams are going to be very happy with their performances. We are going to dive on in with one of the top performing teams for the initial start here, most likely. We're going to have a look at who that could be. We're going to go in with Team 30, A's and LR's team, because I really like how they've been playing things. I really like their approach to stuff. And this, I believe, is Game 4. We are rolling into Match 4. One of the consistent performers of the day, A's and LR's team. And let's have a look at this zone pull. That zone is a very large zone. For those of you who can't see it, I'll bring it up on screen quickly for you. You can see it. It's an edge of map zone. Most of the circle is in. It's an eastward pull towards sort of sub-pen, transitioning towards runway, beachhead. But I don't think it's going to be giving any of these teams many headaches. It's a very large circle. You're going to see a large player distribution here. And I think A's and LR's team is going for the late capital drop. It's been a popular destination today. So I don't think this is going to be as easy as they think it will be. Got Dan Demand's team deciding to hot drop into fields by the looks of it. What I am surprised at, and one thing I think a lot of teams are missing here, is the ability to hang high. I think I'm surprised that we're seeing it actually a little bit here from Dan Demand. I think I like this a lot. He is currently hanging high a little bit. His teammates hanging further above him, and they're kind of letting people land, thinking about their placement, inadvertently kind of reading the map better than other teams are at the minute, meaning they have a bit more security around them and more chances to maneuver into potential plays. He's a little bit unhappy with the drop here, I think. I don't think they're liking the fields push. They're going to go all the way on to sub-pen, far off the flight path. A good strategy that will likely get them some cash. A's and LR teams already getting into some minor gunfights here with a ground loot Nikita, a highly lethal weapon. I think a lot of people are underestimating the Nikita. And it's going quite well for them. Consistent performers today. Consistent performances that have been working well for them. And we're seeing once again an edge of capital slow play here. Trying to get as much loot as possible, a high density loot area to get that loadout drop nice and early. Robstar's team is already one man down in the gulag. That's Robstar in the gulag. His 2 teammates, one plated, one up. Let's see if Robstar wins this gulag as he cycles back and forth. Private lobby gulags are a different demon. He goes for it and he gets it. That's a fantastic little finish for him there. His other teammates just transitioned into the gulag as well. They are on cul-de-sac.
Bah, ils sont où?
Bah, ils sont plus barrés. Hein.
Après, c'est Xamza,
Voilà,
les gars. Les
y a
gars, c'est
personne,
Xamza.
hein.
Ah non, c'est pas eux, c'est pas
Ah
eux,
si,
c'est
si,
pas
si, je l'ai vu. Bah, il
Ok.
est là en fait. Bah, elle a prévu,
Mais c'est pas eux, hein, c'est
Pas
pas
eux.
eux.
Xamza, il joue pas avec eux.
Non, Xamza, c'est Montano et tout.
Peut-être ici
We're
alors.
seeing again
On a
now
nos armes,
AZNLR's team picking up their early loot, looking for that loot, perhaps going for this contract pick early on. A little bit risky. A little bit risky early on. And oh wait, no, he's already got his loadout. He's got his KG-40 in pocket. Must have missed that. They managed to get their loadout already. They're already hunting teams down. That is impressive. And that is what you're seeing from some of these high-performance teams today. Slow playing, edge of circles, getting their loadouts nice and early. And now picking up a contract early on to get some eliminations, but playing compact. They're not looking to make any headline stories today. They're just simply looking to perform. Today's the day to get into the top 20, not to do anything too special.
Ouais, essaie de focus quand il va reculer.
And right now, they're going to be attempting to try and get a down. They do pick up a down on that bounty. That's going to be massive for them. It wasn't actually the bounty, which is even better news, meaning the bounty is still sitting in the house. It's one man down, utilizing Big Bertha for a heavy rotation onto this. He might be in the building further along. He has indeed made that push. He's going to push across now. His teammates are going to rotate behind him on the stack. He's going to bait further along using the truck to try and pull some attention away from Green pushing up close. It's going to be a two-stack in the building. It's not going to end well for whoever this bounty is today. MP40 quick hip-fire downs. Fantastic job by AZNLR's team using the baited Bertha play there. Really fantastic job. Getting those picks, one man down, two man down, and that is the key to success in a private lobby. The key to success in these private lobbies is not your ability to beat the best players in the world. It's your ability to pick off the best players in the world without them getting a chance to fire back on you. It looks like they're potentially looking for a third pick here.
Go droner, les gars, go poser le jeu là, parce que j'ai l'impression qu'il y a plein de teams. Ouais, go droner. Il y a un loadout qui a été fait à ma droite. Et ouais, faudrait que. Ouais. Ça reste devant, ça crosse.
Il est crack.
And here we see again AZNLR's team potentially going for their third pick out of the squad. They get another down, another elimination. These guys are playing this to perfection today. That's 3 kills early on. Loadout weapons. Ghost off the rip. KG-40s, MP40s. They're playing this exactly how they want to play it, and it's working out for them. They should be impressed with it. We're going to have a look at Camstar's team now, who are currently slow playing by the looks of it. Airfield, they do have the money in pocket, perhaps a bit weary of the number of players sitting in and around Airfield.
We can get money for this quick, and then like go Ghost. We could have everything. We can just sit in the fucking building like those freaks have been.
We're seeing some interesting plays from Camstar's team now.
Everyone's gonna play
14k in the bag.
this game.
Loadout weapons are definitely on their mind right now, but it looks like they don't have any buy stations local to them. Possibly looking to get this scav on the board and keep rotating from there.
It might be hit.
Let's have a look at the Desire esports team, who are currently fighting around Beachhead. An interesting situation for these guys. It looks like they're going to be going for some more contracts. I don't think they have their loadout just yet, but they are being challenged on Beachhead. Helicopter isn't necessarily the safest space to be. Just north of them, Pace TG7's team is currently sitting in and around Runway, with a supply drop now landing inside Beachhead. This is going to be an interesting fight, likely a fight between Desire's team and Pace's team. I will tell a lie, Desire's team has got their loadout weapons by the looks of things. He is indeed using Ghost off the rip, and we're seeing Pace TG7 backing away here, taking shots from the Desire clan. He's decided that he's not going to be getting anywhere near that contract, and it looks like Desire are now going to full send Pace TG7 on Runway. He's getting in the helicopter. It looks like he's going for a quick transition away. This could be helicopter on helicopter mayhem here. Another team third partying from down low. Pace TG7 getting utterly rinsed on Beachhead as Desire decides to drop off onto the top side of Runway roof. Pace is now... Oh my dear, that's not going to go well for him. He's low ground Beachhead. He doesn't have the best weapons in the world here. No plates. He is in trouble. You're looking at a man in trouble. At the same time, Desire, top Runway, challenging for the top hillside. Getting absolutely slammed by a KG-40. Gets a couple of these shots down. with the ZRG breaking a few plates, making the other team a little bit hesitant to perhaps make that push as Desire rotates down. I wouldn't go into this subterranean bit if I was them, but it's an option. It's something that they can consider at this point in time. Lots of teams fighting on this east side of the map towards Beachhead and Runway. It's definitely making for some interesting gameplay early on here. We'll have a quick transition over to Robstar's team. We're currently still in cul-de-sac. They do have their weapons though, a UAV in pocket and a portable redeploy. With Delio, they are Rainbow Six sieging the hell out of this building, and I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. I wouldn't complain if I was them, that's for sure. Positive position for them to be in. They've got their guns on the board. They can take it slow. We're going to have a look at Z-Axis' team, one of the consistent performers of the day, who are one man down already, playing Edge of Gas. One stim in pocket, no gas mask. Don't think this is a choice play by these guys. I think they've been forced into some difficult positions here. This is off the edge of Docklands at the minute, towards Shrek. Team Pace TG7's team has now fully recovered. They have now recovered onto the south side of Beachhead on that transition beach, calling it a loadout drop. Good job from them to get that regain going after being such a tricky spot on the beach itself. Camster's team also getting their loadout drop in airfield as we speak. Lots of teams successfully getting their loadouts now. We're looking at Desire Clan here. Desire Esports team. Having another challenge on Beachhead, another gunfight on Beachhead, and there are more teams in the wing waiting just further along that. I think you're seeing a real issue with the plate economy in some of these private lobbies right now. Lots of teams losing plates, not replenishing them. Lots of teams getting somebody going down, losing all of their plates, and then being revived. Much like you see in professional PUBG, the concept of harassment starts coming in, where players harass the opponent to try and take as many plates from them as possible. And it's definitely happening here. You're seeing a lot of that strategy here, whether it's not a full kill or just a down, although the Desire Clan losing a man right there. Very unfortunate for them. Not what they wanted. We're going to rotate now back in with Aizen LR, one of the best performers of the day in my opinion. Doing a fantastic job. Axis' team also in the gulag right now. Aizen LR's team, 3-man up, but a little bit in the mist, shall we say. On the edge of the circle here. By the looks of it, it's the transition away from Capital. They are south side, southwestern side of the map. These guys are doing quite healthy on their plate economy. Lots of teams playing more cautiously in these later rounds now. Respectfully so, respecting their teammates in the lobby who are definitely going to be causing problems. But I think we saw a bit of brashfulness from the Desire Esports team prior to this, when they waited for that push on Beachhead. Lots of them dying too in Gulag, one coming out the Gulag as we speak. Very aggressively playing Beachhead early on, which is good for eliminations, not so good for plates and staying alive. One of them has indeed died. They do not have the money to res him right now, so a bit of a dire situation. Being one man down in a private lobby is no joke. Not something where players want to be. We're going to see some fights happening on that east side soon enough, in between Subpen and Beachhead. Lots of teams congregating in that general region right now. Robstar's team also seemingly transitioning over in that general direction. There is a lot going on. There is a lot going on right now. Z-Axis' team using the edge of mines as we presently speak. And as we watch Desire Clan here, we're seeing a real heavy population starting to appear around the east side of that map. Something to be very wary of. We're going to see lots of teams starting to slam into each other anytime now. Pace's team up on that side as well. We've got Dan Demand's team sitting topside Subpen. Who are now currently challenging somebody, including a cluster strike coming in on the top there. One of them down. No self-reses in pocket, but a golden key card. Definitely an asset you don't want to lose. For regain opportunities.
Game's crashed. We're chilling, we're chilling.
And I don't want to say it, folks, but I'm going to have to say it. It is a server crash on Game 4. And that is the third crash of the day. And that is the third crash of the day for some of these competitive teams. We're having to put up with another unfortunate crash. A very unfortunate... This is actually really bad, unfortunately. Like, there's no two ways... You know, there's no way around it. The server instability in these private lobbies on an open lobby in an open qualifier for $600,000. This has been quite rough. It's been a rough watch and definitely difficult for some of these teams participating. I wouldn't want to be these teams who are, you know, finding themselves doing extremely well in some of these tournaments and suddenly realizing that they are back in the lobby screen. Saw some really good gameplay early on there from a couple of teams who, again, who are going to be frustrated and not going to be too pleased with the current situation. That is the third crash of the day, crashing on map 4. It looks like they're going to be going very quickly into the next game. Yeah, we're talking about $300,000 on the line here, and we're seeing some fairly regular crashing. One would hope that the Season 5 patch notes are going to resolve some of these issues, because if I were one of these professional players or open qualifier players right now, I wouldn't be in the best of headspaces. It's got to be incredibly frustrating for them. And, you know, just as I'm reading this right now, one of the players on Twitter, third game crash when I'm frying. It's a difficult situation to be in. I wouldn't be happy if I were one of the opposing sides. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard right now as a reminder of the scoring system for those of you who are interested. Once again, a very unfortunate crash for some of these teams participating. Let's whip out the Modern Warfare soundtrack, eh? Very unfortunate for these teams. I imagine difficult for them to kind of come to terms with 3 separate crashes across 2 separate matches. Some of them doing very well by the looks of things in that match. And finding themselves once again kind of down the drain here. It's got to be frustrating. You know, I'm looking at the Desire team right now. They're kind of congregating, having a couple of conversations with each other. So they're all in the same room. It's difficult. It is a difficult predicament to be put in. Server instability might be a problem going into the World Series of Warzone, and it's something hopefully that'll be resolved in Season 5. But, you know, what can you do? If I were one of the teams participating, I think I'd be extremely frustrated. But it's lovely to have all of you here today, folks. That's something we can't complain about. Pleasure to have so many of you here in the house as we load back into map 4. Very difficult predicament for some of these guys who have had multiple rounds now where they're doing well and it's just not panning out for them. If I were them, personally, I'd be quite upset. And I think that's just the nature of it right now. A couple of teams who are already re-lobbying now, loading in for Game 4 again. Very difficult. Very difficult for some of these teams. I mean, it's actually a little bit of luck for Falaxi's team. I believe Falaxi didn't actually get into the game because he crashed for him before he got in. I've just looked down there. My cat has appeared. What do you want? Can't you see him casting a tournament? Quite lucky for Falaxi. I mean, I'll be honest with you, but his team was one man down the whole game for game 4. So, you know, they're not going to be too upset. I imagine with a game restart. If you hear a meow in the background, that is my cat looking for attention. So if any of the teams who were one man down, there was at least 2 by the looks of it, they're going to be much happier now, having potentially all 3 men back in for the next round. Currently seeing a couple of them re-lobby right now. It must be very frustrating. I can only imagine being in their position. The last time something crashed this badly whilst I was present was the Battlefield 5 preview event at Gamescom. Now that was fun. And even that was more stable. But it's very difficult. It's extremely difficult for some of these teams participating. It's definitely going to knock them off their groove a little bit. But it will give some of them an opportunity to regroup. I understand that this isn't obviously ideal for them. It isn't the kind of official stoppage they would want. But it does give them opportunities to regain, think about their strategy, think about how things went wrong during that situation. Having a quick look at the meta for the current situation, the KG-4C is easily the #1 weapon right now, with the Armaguerra coming in hot second. We're seeing some guys running in with a sniper rifle. We've seen it with Azen LR. We've seen it with a couple others as well, running 3 lines. One of Robstar's teammates, I believe Louis CM, is running a 3-line sniper rifle. One running a ZRG in another team. And I think a lot of them have decided to take a sniper rifle off the rip with Ghost and then utilize an SMG as a secondary. The last time something crashed this badly was me playing GTA 5. Or Forza Horizon 4. It's got to be very infuriating. I'm seeing, you know, as I'm transitioning between the 40-odd perspectives we have here, I'm seeing a lot of frustrated players, for sure. A lot of players are perhaps wondering where things are going wrong for them here. If I was Pace TG7's team, I'd be a little bit upset as well. Super close to having a really good round, regained very well onto the beach. But we're loading back in for map 4 now. We're going to see how things go. It's going to be interesting to see what map 4 looks like now on an entirely new situation loading in. If they were born after the year 2000, Anushka, I simply don't acknowledge them. I think that's the best way to operate in that kind of situation. So a couple of teams are now loading into their 4th map here after what will be effectively 4th map part 2. Again, a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm sure they're going to crack on with it regardless. We're going to hop in with Falaxi's team at the start here. Or potentially CGSX's. We'll pop in with Falaxi.
Also dieser Admin, Adam, wir sind keine Freunde mehr, sag ich. Übrigens. Teammate Depper. Ich hab es alle in All-Chat, Bro.
As they load up, hopefully he doesn't get too much gearing up here. We could see the initial circle. We're going to rotate in here to see the initial circle.
But I watched your first.
Also, I believe Suad's stream.
And I saw you just winding everywhere.
Or we can see it here. Very good. That is a beachhead circle. It's definitely going to finish around there. Beachhead to runway, pulling quite aggressively to the northeast. A lot of people potentially slow playing the southwest. We're going to have a look at Robstar's team who are doing exactly that, looking to slow play edge circle southwest. They're looking for the cul-de-sac drop again, one of my preferred places. Very good to see.
On the right side, yeah.
Don't think they're going to be too unhappy with this. It's a decent drop. They do have a little bit of challenging cul-de-sac, potentially one other team. Not the best loot situation for them now, considering it's a split loot situation. But at least they're alive. I mean, it sounds horrible. So we transition here as Desire is trying to knock somebody out of the sky before they even land on Capital. That's, well, that's about as scummy as it gets, doesn't it? Not going to say no to that. We're going to transition again over to Azen LR, currently challenging a team. Gets hit from the rear, rotates away on Tins. Hits the C4, doesn't quite get it. He hasn't got a massive mag there, but he has picked up a down and a finish. Not a huge mag from the Type 100, but a lot of damage potential.
C'est moi. Il y a d'autres mecs. XT droit. Par là, il y avait un mec par là.
Looks like they've picked up a couple of eliminations early on here, which is good for them. Not going to hit those shots over range with the Type 100. Lots of horizontal bounce can make that extremely challenging. But again, a slow play here. These guys are in the tents in the center part of the map, south of Docklands and northwest of Beachhead. So a slow play approach once again from this team, who have consistently ended up in the top 5 or 10 across the last couple of rounds. Very exciting to see from them. Once again, this strategy definitely coming to a head here, working out for them as they would want it to work out for them. We're now going to quickly watch a Begsy challenge in a Gulag with a Swagnum. It's a 1v1 Gulag approach here. Throwing knife in a stim in pocket. He hasn't got a read on this guy yet at all. Oh, and it's a full-on Swagnum 1v1 in the center that he loses.
How the fuck is his PC crashed?
And he's not a happy man. I believe he's down one teammate as well, thus making things even more challenging for him today.
Yeah,
We're going to have a look at Dan the Man here. Currently slow playing a potential elimination with the KG-40 here. And he himself gets absolutely slammed. Sitting out in the open, focusing on that hillside, that's left him in a tricky situation. He has gone down. And he is now going to find himself in the Gulag early on today. Let's have a look now again at Falaxi, who's currently playing the Lagoon to Airfield transition. He's going to be looking to go southward to pick up a buy, get his teammate back in after going one man down. It looks like one of the guys in that situation even had his PC crash. We're going to go ahead and look at Z-Axis' team here whilst Falax goes and hits that Reds. One of the teams to get a Gulag situation avoided early on. Didn't land themselves in the Gulag at all. Got themselves a loadout early on. Full-on atomic weapons ready to go. And it looks like they're getting quickly rotating in the truck here. It looks like they're going to be going for a Bertha/aerial push towards Beachhead. I haven't seen many teams land in that direction. So it might be a bit of a slow situation for them looking for kills up on that side of the map. But nonetheless, a good start from that team. No downs, no Gulags, and they've got their loadout off the rip. They're going to be happy with their performance so far. We do have one team in runway at the minute. But also, we've seen a couple of eliminations go in early here. And I'm not even talking like down to Gulag. We're talking 106 players, which means that 14 have died already. I'm going to transition quickly over here to Meeks, who's currently challenging on the hillside transition between Factory, by the looks of it, and Peak. Bit of a tricky situation. He's only got an SMG pocketed Armaguera. Not necessarily got the range to challenge anybody sitting on Factory right now.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Je pakt 2 plates. Ik heb er 4. Pak ze al deze kust. Welcome perk, ik weet alleen niet wat. Wat moet ik snel?
We're seeing a little bit of that slow play come into effect here now. Lots of teams getting their loadouts, doing very well. The team we just transitioned away from, Meeks getting his loadout right now as we speak. Falaxi off the edge of the zone getting his loadout. Rotating towards the circle. Let's have a look at Robstar's team.
Whole team here and then whole team behind
Another team that's slow playing, got his Blixen. Ready to go, ready to challenge. Definitely a player I can see reaching the top 20, although I don't think he'll be too thrilled with the overall performance today. I think they had a lot of really unfortunate early drops as he gets wallbanged with Combat Scout most likely there. I think this is a team that will make it through to the finals and definitely will be seeking to improve their initial drop strategy. Their slow play at the moment is working out quite nicely. KG40 coming in handy there. He takes a couple of shots. Close right, low window. He's going to have to back away. Gets stuck with a Semtex. I think he got... Did he get stuck or did he land next to him? Either way, Semtex, close proximity. Gets him down. He's on the roof now. He's going to have to wait for Delio to try and push on over or potentially take his balloon. It's not going to happen. Robstar hits the elimination early on. Another unfortunate drop for these guys. Really getting unlucky early on today, Robstar's team. They haven't picked up many loadouts without being challenged by multiple teams. It's going to be a leading cause of frustration for that team today. I do think they'll make it, but I don't necessarily know if they're going to be happy about it. Go now to Z-axis. Quick transition over to these guys who are currently playing topside runway. Currently challenging a team below them who have found their way subterranean, potentially by the looks of things. I would be worried, to say the least. It's a potentially 3v1, 3v2 stack. I think this team is under the building, but I might be wrong. I think they themselves are trying to suss out where this player is without allowing... Oh, they are second floor. Some sort of explosive ordnance goes off top side. They're definitely going to want to be slow playing this. This is challenging. They don't have the advantage. They are on the low ground. It's going to take a lethal grenade, an airstrike, or something in between to shift the balance here. And they're very much aware of that. Looks like they are officially corner camping Rainbow Six Sieging the edge out of this. His teammates seem to want to be cycling around the edge of the building, perhaps looking for the staircase play as an alternative. They need to be careful about this. This is definitely a play that could come back to bite them. It looks like they're getting in position for a full 3-stack push. You got Burn EU off the edge there, clearly on the staircase. No challenges him on it yet.
What should we do? There's one holding those stairs with me.
This is a situation where they need to be really careful here, because 20 meters of separation in a 3v3 in a building can be detrimental here. It looks like they're going to go for the push. It's impatient, to say the least. He might get the down there. He gets the crack. They're going to go through the top. Semtex fails. Could have got the down there. Instead, he's managed to damage himself. Teammate gets killed. They're going to back away from this. That's 2 down. The hunters become the hunted here. And it's gone horribly wrong. Like I mentioned, that 30-meter separation was enough. It's going to be a 2-stack here. I don't think he's going to make it out alive. I'll be very impressed if he does. Manages to get away from this. It'll be quite the exhibition. And it's just not happened. That's Z-Axis' team. All in the gulag now. A really fantastic push by that higher team. Playing patient. A little bit of impatience there from Z-Axis' team. I think inevitably got them killed on that one. I think they should be frustrated with themselves. Really frustrating for that team in Z-Axis' team to make that push. A bit of impatience creeping in there, I feel. Not the situation I think they wanted to find themselves in. We're now going to transition over to Ben OG's team, which is T4. That's Jadar's team as well, as he has just been put in a redeploy situation, seemingly challenging on the edge of cul-de-sac where Robstar's team was challenging earlier. It seems Robstar's team is also, by the looks of it, dare I say it, possibly down and out of this game. Delio in Gulag, Robstar and Louis CM now dead. Watch as Ben OG and Jadar's team find themselves being victims off the edge of cul-de-sac there to a KG4. You're not going to be happy about that one. Yet again, another frustrating situation for that team. Not quite getting what they wanted. Let's have a look at Pace TG7's team. A regular performer, somebody I think who can do quite well in this tournament. DP27, not too bad. Happy to get a break with that one, I reckon. Lots of horizontal bounce on this weapon. Something that's quite difficult to control over range, even whilst mounted. They do not have their loadout, or at least this is a regain loadout for Pace TG7 here. He's going to be happy with this one. We're also going to transition back to Ben OG as he challenges in the Gulag right now. Gets hit with a gas grenade, is going to go rotate out, but he will be entirely spotted. I think the enemy knows pretty much exactly where he is here, as the enemy is slow playing opposite side of Gulag here. Right-hand side push comes in. It's a Whitley. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. And that's very unfortunate as he gets wiped in the Ghoulie. Not very good for them. Pace TG7 now rotating back towards the beachhead play. North side push for these guys. As we speak right now, Jadar's team, Lipton Sparkly, are rotating up towards Peak, being picked off in the back of a truck, pushing one of them into the gulag. One man we haven't seen so far today is Camster, and I think that's because he's fairly content with where he is right now. They've got themselves a truck, a big bertha on the board right now. Seemingly slow playing. They have some of their gulag weapons, but he's being challenged right now. Not the best push from him to go out in the open in tints here. I think it might backfire. Takes a couple hits on the way. Double stims to get back. I imagine the enemy team is now circling him. 2 berthas, 1 truck. It looks like possibly 3 separate teams here. Camster might be looking to rotate away from this. He is very far away from his closest teammates. See if we can have a look at whatever team it is that's rotating in on this truck over here. Very aggressive plays from these guys. A very hardcore vehicle push coming in off the edge there. If I was Camster, I definitely wouldn't be a happy man, that's for sure.
I might be chilling though. They've all just drove off. But I don't have Ghost.
Can't seem to identify any of the other teams right now who are making this push.
I don't think they'll get out.
Or making this push happen.
As long as you just don't like peek it.
Mid comes.
But Camster playing very patiently, doing a good job here just to swallow his pride a little bit and avoid these pushes. One of the men who is close by, though, is the 30th team that we were talking about today, Azen LR. He's currently watching this fight take place from a distance on top of Camster, but he's opting not to push. Perhaps aware of the fact that there are multiple teams potentially challenging in this location. Probably the intelligent play from them to avoid any immediate gunfights.
Making it.
Seeing some tricky situations. Pace TG7's team hitting a full collapse off the side of Beachhead. We're watching Camster here right now. Play as slowly and as patiently as you want it to be. And you know what? Respect him, because it's hard to do. It's hard to do in these lobbies. We're going to have a look now at the Desire esports team. Challenging ZRG, right-hand side of fields towards farmland. Couple of shots going in over the top. 4x4 as a utilization. They are low on plates, though. The play economy for this team not doing entirely too well. One of them was 0 plates. In fact, all of them are 2 plates. Or no plates. A very challenging situation. Don't know if they're going to make a successful push here. Tries to go for the squish, but instead gets a finish by forcing him out of the high ground position. Couple of plates on the board for them now. Super needed. A good job by the Desire team there, who don't have a full health setup. Managing to get a couple kills on the board. We'll rotate now to Ben OG, Lipton Sparkly, and Jadar, who are currently challenging topside Peak. It looks like one of them is on the Cheesecake Bastion above them.
Yeah.
I'll get top.
Looks like a slow play here from the boys, who have been doing very well today, to be fair. Consistently scoring, consistently doing quite well. I think they'll be happy with their performances.
I've got a deployable, by the way.
One flew in.
He's on my ladder.
Slow playing very much on the edge here. One of them gets picked off bottom side. I think if I was one of these guys right now in Team 4, Ben OG, Jadar, and Lipton Sparkly, I'd be looking to rotate away from this. One man down, no high advantage. And speaking of the devil, there is another team transitioning up the rear right now. This is the spectator cam of that team, who we currently... I believe that's the Desire clan. We can't pop into those guys. Absolutely. Yes, sirree. That is the Desire team rotating up the hill to the backside of Lipton Sparkly's team as he goes in for Big Cheese straight up the middle.
They were above where you died.
It's going to be very difficult for a lot of these teams, I think, challenging towards Peak, because if you don't have that high ground, you're going to lose very quickly.
I've got plates here, but
I'm going to land. Yeah,
if I can get a knock,
I think you're seeing that right now with Lipton Sparkly's team.
Yeah, he's still there.
Going for that top cheesecake. They've clearly... I mean, he's got to go for the down there. It'd be silly not to. Very unfortunate. I mean, airstrike is perhaps a waste here. Pocketed Semtex probably would have been better off. But a good option for these lads. I think they've done a really good job to take top cheese here, despite being on a low ground position. Desire Clan in comparison has had to rotate away, seemingly being challenged off the side of the cliff.
There's a loady,
And there is a man in and around these areas, so challenging top peak is not a bad idea. They're going to try and get the mid-air down. They get the break. I think he got the kill there. Quite impressive. Good long-range shot.
Yeah, here, take all my AR.
Want to use a balloon, quick.
And if you want an interesting fact of the day, folks, and this is fantastic for you, Camstar hasn't moved 1 inch. we are watching the slow play champion of 2022. This man has enough for a res in pocket, but still teams fighting around him. Doesn't want to make that push. He is sitting tight. No movement from him as we watch now a team go down here
I was already getting
off the edge.
So I had to try and go. There's a full team there. There's a full team there.
That was Lipton Sparkley's team trying to make a push on gondola building off the side of peak. Not going well. They are 1 man down. They've had to rotate wide left to try and avoid being wiped. Have a look now at Dan the Man.
Yeah, should do. And 2 on the building next to it. Yeah, I don't think they want to. I think
he's having an interesting situation. These guys are doing quite well. A couple eliminations on the board, nothing special, but they've got all their guns. They're doing well on plate economy. Got a gas mask, all their lethals. You know, they're not being forced into any situations right now, like a lot of other teams are. They're playing it to their own pace. They're playing in a 3-stack, and I think it's affording them some success here. It might get a little bit more spicy, a little bit more tasty if they go anywhere more towards peak, where Lipton Sparkley's team is currently challenging potentially a 1v3 right now. Or 2v3. Potentially 1 to 2 teams in the rotation here. It looks like they're going for a wide right rotation, a very intelligent play here. Edging the gas, looking to rotate down towards factory. Wrap around the side of the cliff. Definitely a good play, considering the number of teams potentially on gondola building, challenging. And as we speak, Dan the Man currently putting some shots down. Edge of the buildings towards Docklands. On that rotation between Peak and Dock. Holding the edge there. Nothing too special, nothing too fancy. And at the same time, Z-Axis' team in the same kind of situation, same kind of predicament. Similar location, really, actually, at this point in time. In fact, I think they've just managed to start challenging each other here.
More on that building, more on that building. Now it's...
I mean, we could just play for top 15 points, isn't it?
I mean, we're getting the win.
Yep.
I think I'm actually a little bit incorrect. These guys are a little bit further away, although they are getting some picks. Dan the Man right now still challenging on this top side building. Don't know who they're fighting at this point in time, but they've got 1 execution, 2 up.
You got a bit of AR on me, you can swear.
They are challenging the Patzuka team, Team 21 right now. It's a 1-to-1 fight between Dan the Man's team and this guy. Plate economy again in the favor of Dan the Man's team. All 3 of them with plates. This team, however, looking a little bit low on 1 at least, although I think he's actually flying in. Which means potentially it's a 2v3 here. And he's being hit mid-air now. KG40, Dan the Man trying to wipe out. I think he actually does get the 3rd-party kill on the KG40. Dan the Man's team managed to pick off one of the guys in the building, perhaps maybe emboldening a 2v3 push here. I think they're debating whether or not they want to go for that. It's risky play. They are 6 away from 2 to 15x multiplier. The 2nd to 15th place 1.5x multiplier is not far away. So I think they're going to slow play this.
Over back on this house here, Tony.
Wouldn't blame them for it either. Let's hop back in potentially in a moment once we see how this plays out. With Aiden LR currently challenging off the edge of the circle as we presently speak. He's managed to get a stick there. That's a naughty execution. That was Jadar, I believe, who just got absolutely overwhelmed. Utterly overwhelmed, thrown into the gulag there. Great job from Azen LR. This guy's been absolutely slaying today. His team, generally speaking, highly impressed with their gameplay. I think they've worked incredibly hard today, working really well as a unit. Getting those eliminations, getting those picks. Although they are edge circle here, they could be held. They're sitting behind 1 rock.
En vrai, moi, je steam, je descends la tente.
One rock. Lots of cover to their left and right. One of them with no plates.
Ok, moi, je suis passé.
A's and LR going for the mad rush across the road. Probably the correct play to make at this point in time.
Passé ou pas?
He's going to be transitioning towards Dan. The man's team is currently centralized on the top of that building. Not many squads left in this now. And we've hit the 15x multiplier. Nearly. 3 teams left to potentially get that 2 to 15x multiplier. As we watch right now, A's and LR picking up his second set of loadouts. Getting the guns he wants. Dan, the man's team, potentially putting some shots down the range on these guys. Off the edge of the circle here. I think they got 1 elimination on the way there nearly. A's and LR's team, Dan, the man's team, ready to crush into each other here any moment now. Multiple other teams regaining and diving back in above them. Making for potentially some lucrative eliminations. They're not quite going to get them. This is not a bad position for them to be in. They've got a decent amount of cover here. A's and LR's team. Dan the man's team's kind of got their focus split between 2 to 3 locations. It's a good opportunity here right now for A's and LR's team to just ensure themselves to get into that top 15, which I think has just happened. We've just hit the 14th squad, the 2 to 15x. Things you love to see there. And now it's time to play for eliminations. The 2nd to 15th place, it's a 1.5x. We're seeing another armored truck being utilized in these final circles here. Brashfully rolling into the center. Camstar has potentially managed to stay alive as well. Slow played his way to the 2 to 15x multiplier quite impressively.
Tu peux me taper ou pas? Je crois.
We're now watching as A's and LR's team, Dan the man's team, crush around this area here. Multiple teams challenging, generally speaking. Let's see if the Desire squad is still alive by any chance. They have been wiped. They are no longer in it.
Passer à gauche, non?
But we are seeing multiple teams still challenging in and around this region. Axis's team still alive off Edge Circle. A's and LR doing a fantastic job here, staying alive, rotating, doing a really good job. Just keeping in the mix right now. We're now going to watch Dan the man team and A's and LR's team crush into each other here on these tins. It's a hell of a problem that's about to occur for both of these guys right now. And a multi-man push is about to unfold with an airstrike dropping in off the edge. I don't think A's and LR's team's even aware of it. A's and LR's team has just picked up a down. Dan the man's team wasn't even aware of it. Dan the man himself goes down. It's going to be an aggressive push now. You're going to see a really aggro push here from A's and LR's team looking to pick up those 2nd and 3rd eliminations on 1 man down. Gets the Elam. Goes for the top tents. I mean, these are tents. They are concealment. They are not hard cover. They will still get you killed. A's and LR's team cleaning up off the edge of this circle right now. Tries to get some shots through the tent, but it doesn't happen for him. Nothing too special here. Z-Axis' team just barely clinging on off the edge of the circle here. One of them just barely alive off the edge of the circle, challenging with a Bertha. A's and LR's team off the edge. It's a sticky one here. A lot of the teams now eliminated. A's and LR's team puts some shots in through the 10. Uses that combat scout to high effect. Gets double breaks. As my dog decides to shit the life out of me. Seeing some pretty massive plays go in here. A couple of plate breaks. Really good jobs through the tents as well. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. Combat Scout, high effectiveness. Fantastic movement as well. He's got 26 spectators, multiple eliminations. He is one of the few men left alive at the minute. It's multiple solos, very few squads. In fact, no squads left by the looks of it. That's another down. Fantastic play here from A's and LR. Potentially consolidating a top 20 finish on map 4 here. We're going to keep with these guys. I think they might get the first place finish despite only being 1 man in. It's a 1v2. He's going to play topside 10s, try and get some peeks over on the cliffs where he thinks the last team is, and he gets sniped. And that is going to be the round. Aggro push is about to come in, I believe. Gets the gas mask on, but the finish is coming. And that is the round. A fantastic 2nd place finish for these guys. multiple eliminations, that'll put them in high contention.
Ouais. J'étais trop bien. Ils me font chier ces snipers de mort.
Some super effective work there for A's and LR. Really, really effective stuff from these guys. I've seen pretty much 4 or 5, well, we've seen 4 games now, and back to back to back, these guys are doing incredible jobs, getting some high finishes, high eliminations. They lose out on the official top place for a 2x multiplier, but I don't think they'll be too unhappy with it. GG. Gotta say, map 4, successful job from A's and LR's team there.
Aïe 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 aïe.
Les snipers, ils nous font chier.
It pains me to say it,
Ah, mais
but the
gros,
French
c'est
are in
trop.
motion.
Toi, tu te fais down, t'as pas de
T'as
bloc.
vu la bastos que j'ai pris?
Ouais, j'ai vu. En fait, quand il t'a mis la balle, j'ai vu. Je voulais mettre la palissade pour te rien, mais j'ai pas eu le temps.
C'est trop.
Mais en fait, le pire, c'est pas.
We'll take a little look now at the standings. I think they'll be a little upset not to get the first place finish there, A's and LR's squad, but Kookabout's team has taken the top spot there. Tony White's team with Linton Sparkley finishing quite consistently there. They can't be unhappy with it. Despite finishing second, I mean, you know, the number of eliminations on the board has put them in a very solid situation. His movement has been incredible. Seeing really solid movement. Really solid competitive gameplay from him. He's making it difficult for teams to put him down, that's for sure. Really difficult for teams to put him down. But we see some pretty good plays there. A very different looking leaderboard. The only teams of notable standing here who have been in the previous ones, Tony White's team, Z-Axis' team, and A's and LR's team. The only 3 teams who are also in, I believe, the map 3 top bracket as well. So we're seeing the same names appear a couple of times now. I think some of those teams have definitely locked themselves up a top 20 spot now. And I think they'll be happy with their performances. Like I say, you can't be too upset with it. Yes, it wasn't a first place finish. Yes, it wasn't necessarily what they wanted right away. But at the end of the day, you know, 2 great games back-to-back for A's and LR's team. I think they'll be happy with it, even with a match 4 restart. We're going into map 5 now. This will be the final map of the night. And you'll see the final official standings of the 20 teams going to make it through to the EU final. 20 versus 20. It's going to be a very interesting setup. It looks like we've got some pretty high caliber players taking on the existing invited teams. Thank you for all the kind words, folks. A little bit challenging, to be honest with you, because I'm effectively, I am doing the OBS, the production, and the commentary all in one, but it's been a very successful event so far. I think we've seen some really solid plays. We've seen that generational improvement as well. Something I didn't think we'd see immediately. But something that started to show early on, just to show you the standings here. You saw teams who started dropping in and started learning from one map to map 5. From map 1 to map 5, I think we saw some really good generational improvements in gameplay. We've seen multiple teams realize that their initial drops haven't been going to plan, deciding to slow play instead, getting their loadouts on the board. We've seen the Desire esports team regularly working their way through to get their loadout early, then hunting people down in the trucks. Sometimes a little too brashfully. I think those guys have fallen out of the top 15 a couple of times. They did make it in to the top 10 on this occasion. So lots of situations where we're seeing teams who have started out this tournament on map 1 realize that progressively through to map 5, they need to elevate and change their strategy. We're seeing it really early on here, these private lobby practices and these private lobby games where teams are being caught by surprise how much they're fighting early on in the game. And it's become such a problem for some of them, they've completely reevaluated. Some of them were hot dropping on primary locations. Some of them have now gone from hot dropping on named locations to landing in tents in the middle of nowhere and slow playing objectives. And I think it's an incredible part of the game to see. I think it's that gameplay elevation, gameplay improvement. We've seen some teams just make mistakes as well. We saw that 3v3 stack inside runway building that just completely backfired because the lower team, who didn't have the advantage to begin with, didn't slow play, didn't play patiently, and ended up getting absolutely destroyed, even semtexing themselves in the process. Another look at the standings here for you folks. I think we've got some pretty compelling challengers heading into the invited 20. Ace Vanilla, I can see doing a fantastic job. I think we've seen Z-Axis's team doing a really good job as well, including Burn and Jesus as well. Top three fraggers, as some people are saying in chat, who have been hitting those frags today, hitting those kills, doing really good jobs. I think we're seeing some very competitive and compelling players. It's worth saying that the teams who have been invited, the 20 teams who have already been invited to this tournament, lots of them have already been participating in practices. They've been doing private lobbies all week in private tournaments, practicing against some other teams who have been invited. Like I say, a few days ago, we had FIFA, Jowo, and Breadman win a mixed bracket between EU and NA, and you're seeing some of those already. So although these teams are definitely getting some worthwhile practice in at the moment, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be better or more prepared than the teams that they're about to challenge. It means that they're going to be going into an already stacked setup against 20 invited players who are all very, very good. So it's definitely not going to be that simple. But a big shout out to the French team of Azen LR. I think he's shown some real quality today. His movement's been fantastic. It's kept him alive longer than it should have. He's hit some really useful snipes in some situations. He switched to the KG-40, hit some really good performance plays there. I think we're just seeing some teams being heavily reliant on some players in some situations. Not to disrespect his teammates. I think his teammates doing a great job too, picking up those picks. But a couple standout performance of players who are just staying alive. A couple of teams not necessarily doing as well as I thought they would. I think we're seeing Pace's team, Flaxy's team, The Desire, and also potentially Robstar's team in a bit of a shaky situation. I think they still will make the top 20, but it's been difficult. It's been some challenging rounds for these guys. And we're just looking at the official standings right now. And in the top 20, you've got Robstar is literally 20th at the moment with Louis CM and Delio. Just making it in off the edge. And Meeks' team is in there. There's been quite a few teams who are making it into the top 20 by semi playing it well. They haven't had the best of starts, but they're just trying to finish late. Do you think Azen LR's movement looks a bit... No, absolutely not. Azen LR's movement is the movement of a high caliber player. You know, one of the things I always find funny when people accuse players of being illegitimate or cheaters is that their movement tends to be really bad, but their shooting's really good. The inverse is the case of Azen LR. His movement is world class. His shooting, pretty decent as well. Movement is super critical. It's creating gaps, creating distance. It's going to be interesting. You've been up against Benny and Broken in streams this week. How do you reckon the top 20 will fare against him? I think Benny's team has a good chance of doing well. They've got some very interesting characters. Shay and Jaff are just broken on the sticks. They're really good. Really solid players. And I think Benny reads games well. I think Benny reads games incredibly well, and he plays it like a PUBG player would play it in some scenarios. I think the only thing that they need to be careful of, and this is just my own thing, is maybe patience. I think there's going to be a couple of situations where we've seen in this match today, teams who are convinced that they can push into a team are aggressively aggroing teams, and you can't do that against some of the world's best. They will get a pick or two. They will get a down or a kill on one of you. And we've seen that a lot today. So I think a lot of these teams are kind of taking it patient, taking it slow, and taking their time. And I think if Benny's team can do that successfully, I think they're going to finish really highly in that tournament. I think they'll be in the money. It's difficult, though. I think landings and initial loots are going to be massively important in the official tournament and in the final days of the tournament. Getting that loadout off the rip, having a non-contested start is going to be really, really hard, and not many people are going to be able to do it, and it's going to be really, really frustrating. But we're rolling into the 5th final game of the day. A massive game and a huge game for Robstar's team, who are currently sitting 20th at the moment. They are 20th out of the top 20, meaning that they are extremely close to being out of the bracket if they're not careful in this game. And the zone is massively pulled northward. It's looking like potentially a Arsenal Dockland finish could potentially drag even south to mines. But it looks like they're going to go for cul-de-sac again. Considering their success in the last couple of rounds, I don't know if it's their best play, but we'll see how it goes.
Let's go. Everyone lock in, yeah? Everyone lock in. Let's actually do this now. Come. Just get this done with. As long as we qualify, that's all that matters.
If we do not have to fight a team, then we run away, bro. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah,
let's not just give our lives away for nothing.
Yeah, I hear that.
And that's Robstar's team committing to cul-de-sac for an initial loot. It's not a bad strategy. It's a good place to potentially get a loadout drop. But they did get into some challenges here in the previous lobby, which means that we could see the same situation unfold here. Multiple teams potentially challenging Robstar again in this location. It looks like they've had a clean drop, though, which is good news for them. They need an aggressive start here, leaving a purple 3-line on the floor. Some players do just play to their strengths, though. Really good opportunity for this team to get into the top 20. I do think they deserve it. I think Delio and Robstar are fantastic players. I think they'll be a bit gutted if they don't make it in. There'll definitely be a lot to reevaluate for these guys if they make it into the final tournament, talking about those slow play drops, talking about how to avoid that early game contention and get into those top bracket points and get into those multipliers. I think that's the difficulty they've been having, is very rough starts and struggling a little bit on those starts to get the loadout money. But so far, 7 grand deep on cul-de-sac, UAV pop, not a player in sight. I think they're going to be feeling happy and confident about their start so far.
Taking no fucking risk this game. I'm getting in the back. Wait, where are you going, Dad? I'll wait.
We're going to transition over to Camster here, who is currently fighting a team inside Storage Town.
They're going up that hill.
That is a pretty dangerous prospect, especially when you consider the loot pool. Gets it down. Fantastic down, really. With a ground loot, Vargo S.
On the rock.
Not the easiest weapon in the world. Not a lot of recall, but not a lot of damage potential. Gets up some plates there. Porky closing in on the gap here. Looks like they're going to try and potentially pincer this player, but they might make it off the hill.
I don't know where they're going. I think they were going straight down.
I don't think they're going to overplay their hand here. They will just back away to Storage Town and try and get that 10k loadout if necessary. But a really good job there with the Vargo S ground loot. Not the easiest play to pull off with a low damage weapon. Speaking of teams who are on Storage Town, Phylaxi's team currently hovering above Storage Town after 1 death already. A really unfortunate day for these guys. They haven't had the best of landings, the best of starts, and it's unfortunate because they are a very talented team. I've played against Phylaxi. He's actually been spotted now in the sky by Camster. I've played against Phylaxi on a regular basis. There have been weeks where I've been in his lobbies 3 or 4 times. And I think he is just a high caliber player, a real high caliber player. Let's have a look at Robstar's team, who have a very critical mission and day ahead of them here in this final game. They are 1 man down in the Gulag, 2 men down in the Gulag, but they have a little bit of cash. In fact, that's not gone well for them at all. A really unfortunate start. It's going to be on Robstar here to try and really bring this back here. Get some loot in fields and get out of there. That's 2 players in Gulag. No loadout weapons on the board right now, but he won't be too unhappy with getting a golden keycard. It could be the play that they need. He might have to risk taking one of those golden keycard positions. Let's move over to Z-Axis now. One of the more successful teams on the day, who's probably definitely scored themselves a top 20 place. Really good chance for these guys to show what they're worth in this tournament and see what they can do in the final tournament. I think they've just played very well. They've gotten really easy starts where they haven't had to challenge a lot of players, and I think that's just because of intelligent drop positioning. Taking it slowly, taking their time, getting those good drops, not fighting anybody off the rip.
Do you think these are flying
But
apples? Do you think these are flying
it's
apples or
been
not?
going okay for them today, and I think a lot of it is like every time I tab into these guys, they're not challenging people early on. They haven't got many fights early on, and that's a good thing for them. A good thing for them to try and get out of the way, get their guns on the board before they have to challenge anybody. And speaking of challenging, it's Hazen LR with the KG-40 getting another elimination. Looks down to his right-hand side on the UAV. He's got the Big Bertha truck, potentially 2 to 3 men inside that building, some of them rotating back away southward, out of the circle as it collapses. It's 3:23 on circle collapse. So there's plenty of time for a rotation. He's aware of that as his team now closes the gap. And he's been taking some picks off the roof there. Gets away with a fantastic stim. And I think his team has just eliminated the guy who challenged him. It looked like a window player and a ground floor player both tagged Hazen LR on the way down. He stimmed away, allowing his teammate to distract and pick up and hit the cleanup. That was super impressive. A fantastic stim play. I imagine Serpentine also has a lot to do with that, but he did a really good job getting away there. Going back to Z-Axis' team, who are currently challenging somebody on Factory. For the first time I've seen them fight somebody on Factory today, I think. Being careful around these platform walkway jump ups, goes for the ladder jump up, hits the down and dead on one of the players nearby.
There's 2 or 3 kills there on the heli.
Just shoot at it. Just pepper it.
Have a look at Pace TG7's team, another team who I think could be super successful if they get into the top 20. Piero Cod as well. Doing pretty good. Got their loadout guns on the board right now, and they're starting to hunt down for eliminations using a Big Bertha. It's good news for them.
Von oben wurde ich angesniped.
Von wo? Von Peak?
Ja.
Push hier vorne.
It's a good opportunity here for Pace's team to get some points on the board and maybe make it into the top 20. Although they have just lost a man on the low side of that hill because Peak giveth and Peak taketh, I think is the way to look at it. Speaking of people who are takething, that's Hazen LR with another elimination. I think that's his second so far of this lobby early on. His team's scooped up a couple of people early on today. Taking a bunch of guys out. Doing a really good job. Challenging well.
Non, je les vois pas.
It's a team that's doing a fairly solid job. Speaking of teams who have been doing well and aren't doing too well right now, Lipton Sparkley's team is currently 1 man dead, 1 man gulag, with Jadar, I believe, being the only person alive in that team, not having enough cash to hit the res at this point in time. Be interesting to see how that develops. They are not in a good situation at this point in time.
Les gars, on attend la zone. Comme ça, on prend une prime qui pop ou un bounty. Vous êtes chaud?
Faut claquer un drone aussi, hein. Quand ça va spawn.
Another consistent performer on the day, Dan the Man and his team. Tony White as well.
Just be careful because we can literally be.
These guys have been doing really well today. Just consistent gameplay, and they're not. This sounds horrible because it is extravagant, but they're not doing anything extravagant. And I think that's what's doing really well for this team. They're just playing positionally. I think this is a perfect clinical example of how a team can play positioning and play centrally compact together and be successful. You know, this is a team who aren't going for extravagant pushes and kills. They are just picking players off as it naturally comes to them. They are playing the game as it naturally comes to them. And speaking of people who are playing the game as it comes to them, Z-Axis has 3 men running straight at him.
Yeah. On the tower. No, we're not on the tower. We're in the tower building. Maybe if you want.
They are in the clock tower building. Don't know if they've gone up the ladder just yet. But his teammate is looking to bear down on it. He's not going to be able to get... Oh, that is a portable buy on the roof. This is about to get a little bit spicy. I think they're very much aware of the man who's just landed on the roof because he's just gone down. He's in a terrible position. That rooftop play was never going to work against this caliber of lobby. I think Burn should back away from that. I think he'll be disappointed with that push. Although he is back up and plated. I'd be surprised if he doesn't rotate off that, having already gone down once. They're trying to get the window peek here into the clock tower, or at least get a topside peek, but they need to be aware of the lower platforms here. They are spread. It's 2 versus 3 potentially in this building. And they do get those window shots in. Gets a break of the KG-4. Combat Scout coming in. He could hit that lower side, but he refuses to fire more rounds and allows an airstrike to go in over the top. It looks like the enemy team airstriked itself to get Bernie U off the roof.
Where are they, boys? Where are they?
I'm going back up just a bit.
It's me. Stay for me.
I got one out.
Get your load out. You can make a play. There's two alive still in that building. There's one.
Bernie U and Zedax is now taking it a little bit slower. The teammate is back in, collecting a loadout about 150 meters away from them.
Yeah.
And the enemies are still in that clock tower, but there's no reason for them to leave. They are being circled, though. It's all a game of patience here. Whoever's more patient than the other team, he is going to hit an airstrike through that window. Seems a bit wasteful, personally. I think they should it would be much more successful if they had pocketed the airstrike for a zipline push. But they seem to think otherwise. No success on any of the airstrike runs there. It might just be one or two guys up there that are causing them some trouble here. But they are slow playing it here. They're taking it slowly. This is a Rainbow Six Siege approach up this hillside. Sorry, up this staircase. Although they feel like hills sometimes. And let's see how they approach it. All three of them now inside. This is clean house from Modern Warfare 2019 going on here. They're not going to get anything, though, from it. They do get down and a finish somehow. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. Some grenades going in up top there. Semtex, no damage. Potentially a jump off, as it looks like Green on their team has decided to scramble. Utterly ridiculous that they managed to get a kill there. Very, very well shown. A good example there of just clear patience. They didn't rush the play. They waited for their extra man to come back in. They took it slowly, and they got elimination because of it.
There's two up top. Do you wanna back up?
Another team that is doing a really fantastic job of pushing in to the buildings now is Robstar's team. Really glad to see these guys back up. Some really rough starts for this team today. Not having the best of situations, really contentious drops, difficulty getting their loadouts. But they are getting flowing now. They're on the gondola building northward of Peak as it presently stands. Helicopters in the area, potentially enemies in the buildings nearby. But slowly getting back up to speed. Speaking of speed, a man who's built with speed, Aizen LR today, who has put in some serious shifts today to be a fantastic private lobby player.
Zen, vas-y, je t'attends, on y va à deux.
Deux, ouais, j'arrive, 2 secondes.
Ouais, ben go jouer dans le carré, hein, qu'est-ce que tu veux.
2 drones.
Envoyez un dispositif de reconnaissance.
Roule de net.
Ouais, voilà, où ils sont.
Wow.
So that's Aizen LR's team rotating into the armory.
Ça descend.
Ouais, j'en vois un.
Ils sont à l'intérieur,
Or should I say arsenal? And they are challenging immediately on square building. They are topside roof, though, which is beneficial to them, despite taking some hits early on here. They do have the height advantage and rotational advantage. They can use the exterior of these buildings to hop up into multiple windows. As you can see, Aizen LR already one step ahead of my commentary. Decides to do exactly that, although he has popped the window, which will alert the enemy team who's already pre-peeking it. He gets some shots down. He's going to transition away here. He's not going to repeat the same place twice. In fact, he is going to get the hell out of dodge here. 2 of his teammates down. Might hit the res on the exterior building. A difficult situation here as his team has somehow come out trumps here. That is an insane down. That is utterly ridiculous from Aizen LR. That is going to make the other team hesitant to perhaps go for the finish. He stims away, rebacks through the door. Unlucky from Aizen LR there, who I believe had a redeploy token in pocket. Instantly redeploys. He was pretty much a dead man there, so fair play to him. Not going to complain at all. Really fantastic job to even get a finish there, let alone give his teammate a chance at living. Speaking of living, Robstar's team taking it really slowly. Don't blame them. Getting into the top 15 is really important for this team right now. Getting into those final brackets is going to be massive for them. Slow playing this, good option for them, especially with this circle pulling very far northward.
Someone's going to try to take this. Kids at Peak might try to play for us. Yeah, look, he's here.
Engaging shooter.
But how's he just flying off like that and not getting shot at, bro? If I'm doing that. One kid. Trying to keep an eye on Peak.
He's backside here. We can potentially beam this. Yeah, look, he's here. You ready? 3.
Wait.
Wait. 3, 2, 1. No. Oh, bro. My man's on a solo mission there, you see that?
Having a look at Camster at the minute, who's currently spectating his teammate Porky.
I killed him.
Who is challenging on the edge of mines here towards Storage Town. Edge of circle, 14 seconds before collapse.
You didn't get...
Going to be quite difficult for these lads.
Yeah.
They're going to have to try and get some kind of rotational play here. Camster's, I imagine, upset about being out of the situation right now. Probably a left-wide rotation would be the better play here, but they seem to be going into mines with more aggressive play. They don't have the cash, perhaps looking for a bit more money to get their third man back in.
Through to the underground bit. I don't know where the underground bit takes you.
Behind me, behind me!
Ouais, il m'a gazé.
And that was a man who I didn't think we'd see get eliminated today. But he has, and that's Aizen LR eliminated. He's got 2 teammates alive, thankfully for his sake. By the looks of it, he needs to get back into this game after having some very convincing performances. Let's have a look now at the Desire Esports team. The 3 men in one room who are looking to get into this top 20 qualifier, and I don't blame them as well. They've had some pretty decent performances, but I think they've been a bit rash in some places. I was about to say bashful, complete opposite. I think they've been a bit rash in some places. They've been pushing pretty aggressively, even pre-15 teams left. Not bad for eliminations, but I don't know if it's necessarily benefiting them because that multiplier is so heavily important. But it's nice to see a sniper get a run out today, the ZRG in particular. A really good opportunity to pick off some eliminations from range. That being said, also a massive attraction point because it is super loud, even with the suppressor.
Quelli di sopra sicuramente si buttano al gruppo. Quante piastre avete? 7. No, 5. Io devo stare nella gruppo. Sì, lo vedi bene. Lo vedo. Il bianco.
And I don't think you've ever seen a team play Warzone quite like this, but Robstar's team is hitting the prime time Rainbow Six Siege approach of staying alive in this circle. They want to get that 15 multiplier, and I do not blame them at all. Placement is massive for them this game. You've got Robstar sitting above a doorway light, and you've got Delio and the others camping inside too. And it's a good strategy. I don't blame them. They need the placement. They're playing this intelligently. Z-Axis, on the other hand, still in the depths of Docklands with his teammates after getting those early eliminations. And his team probably won't be too pressed because they are Central Circle or near Central Circle. And won't be looking to rotate away from that too much. They're trying to get some reads on some players nearby, but they've weirdly taken the clock position of the team they previously just eliminated, which, as we've seen, is already quite vulnerable to grenades and airstrikes.
Just needs to mount on the side of a fucking railings, bro. Come on, give it.
Come on, mount.
Starting to reach that point in the tournament now where people who have been eliminated are ending their streams because they simply haven't made the qualification. Reaching a pretty difficult period of time for some of these guys who have had some rough matches today. Camster, for example, is still yet to be revived from his teammates who are slow playing Edge of Mines right now.
Here.
Here's another team that's been quite successful today. That is Phylaxis' team. Had a bit of a rough start in a couple of the rounds, but they've been doing a good job in these later games of getting money and loadouts on the board. I think they're going to be happy with that. They too, skulking around in Docklands next to Z-Axis' team right now. They are in extremely close proximity to Z-Axis' team. I'll be interested to see how this unfolds towards the end of these final circles. Still got at least 11 players and 11 teams to go before that 1.5x multiplier. Z-Axis' team here with fairly consistent performances today. Harassing a player in distance for plates. looking to get a couple of picks potentially, but interestingly, I think Phylaxy's team has just dropped a loadout drop right next to an enemy team. In fact, if you look at Phylaxy right now, he's not going to be happy. He's got 2 teams circling him. The only thing he can do right now, sit tight. 1 team on his loadout drop, 1 team on the ship, and Z-Axis' team sitting in the tower for what will about to be a pretty explosive segment of gameplay. Z-Axis' team now bearing down potentially on that loadout drop. Unaware of Phylaxy below potentially, but still an area of contention unfolding right here.
This building. That's what. Zone is gonna pull, by the way. Zone is gonna pull, and we're gonna need the UV for rotation.
I'm trying to get an angle. Oh my god, I fell down. That would have been bad if someone was under us.
No way.
Wait, Bernie.
Wait, I can't hit him.
Yeah, you have to give it up in a sec. You have to give it up in a sec, bro.
You're slapping me now.
Yeah, exactly. You go back.
We're now watching Phylaxy slow play this region to try and escape towards a buy station. He needs to get 1 res on the board. There are still plenty of teams alive, and he is currently 2 men down. But he does have 1 res in pocket. 1 res in pocket. That being said, there is an enemy in the crane above him, and of course, he's got Z-Axis' team bearing down on his buy station as well, utilizing that clock tower rotation. Dan the Man's team appears to have been wiped here. They are out of the game. Don't know if they'll finish in placement to reach the top 20, not entirely sure. But another team that is desperate to cling on for as long as possible is Robstar's team, and I think that is them done for today. I don't know if they'll necessarily make it into the top 20. I think they've been wiped off the edge of the circle. I do hope that they do, though. Good team. Hopefully they'll get some opportunities to play today. It would be nice to see them in that grand final for sure. A couple other streamers already ending their streams now after being wiped off the board. We've got Pace TG7 here, doing pretty well to stay alive. Hits the reds on his teammate. Interestingly, we have to zoom in here on Z-Axis because he must be bearing down on at least 3 teams now. Pace's team off the edge now on this exterior building. Z-Axis' team in the central clock tower. Another team on the crane nearby. Pace's team picks off a team wipe off the edge towards Hulk here. Gets another down. It's saved potentially. Teammates coming in behind as well now, and enemies coming in behind. Piero Cod on the low ground holding staircase. They are edge circled though. They have to challenge and they get that kill. Another one rotates. It is in fact Piero Cod with his name tag flying around the gaff. Pace has done a good job here. He's got to be aware of that clock tower though. Z-Axis is definitely there, and Z-Axis is going to do some serious damage to Pace TG7 here. I don't think they're going to let them get away from this one easily. They manage, I think. I don't think they've managed to get away. Z-Axis also going down himself. Pace TG7's team getting rinsed in the process as well. Inside the top 15 though, so they do get that multiplier. And they will be happy with that at least. That's something they can't be too upset about, making that multiplier happen. A lot of teams right now down and out. We've got Team 11 here, Knight's team, who put in a pretty good shift last round, managing to regain off the top roof of Docklands despite having somebody in the crane to his right and enemies on low ground left. He himself challenges inside the inside warehouse. His teammates unable to help him from below. One player who is just unfortunately in a bad position for him. His teammates might be able to get the finish on that guy unless he can gas mask rotate away. Desire EU's team also appears to have been wiped from the Desire Esports team. I don't think they are no longer in the game. Whether or not they're still in contention is another question. We're watching a lot of players right now battle it out for the end here. And a lot of people are being wiped towards the end. A very difficult circle to transition in and out of. And I do not blame some of these guys. It's not an easy situation to be in. Seeing a lot of dead streamers, that's for sure. Almost every camera right now is spectating another player. And I think that tells you about the current predicament of the number of people alive. We are going to have to transition over to Jaxv, who is currently still alive with 2 of his teammates off the edge. And he is one of 8 teams still alive. The crazy thing about this, 10 other players alive in this tiny microcosm circle. A pretty firm achievement, in fact. The team that Knights is spectating is coming under fire from this team right now. I'll be surprised if they don't win it, being one of the few full teams, but he does get challenged. Armaguera close. He's going to go down. He's going to get picked off for the elimination. Third-partied from distance. But he's still got 2 teammates alive, and his 2 teammates are still challenging in the game right now. Airstrike Friendly goes in over the top. He rotates back, try to pick up some plates and some gas masks. Another challenger comes in off the edge. It's a lot of edge circle solos and duos here. I don't think there are very many trios left, if any. That Atomic STG coming in. He tries to hit the stun grenade. Don't think he got a hit, but he's trying to look for some players off the edge here. Off of that warehouse, a couple of them kicking around on that staircase as the gas is about to pull away from the team who are transitioning across to the west. They look like they were trying to rotate in behind this team, but it's going to come back to bite them here because that rotation is not the rotation they wanted. But he does go down. That's a hell of a shot on Toothy there. Toothy goes down. He is challenging his last teammate, challenging close range. He gets the self-res off. No plates, I believe. And they've won it off of the gas. What an incredible finish there. A gas finish win. That is a gas finish win for Jaxv's team. After the rest of it all fell apart. They nearly got him down as well. They nearly got Jaxv's team completely out of it, but as one of the final trios, they did a fantastic job. They're in the center of the circle, getting absolutely minced from every single corner there. I think Jaxv's going to be very happy with that performance for sure. I don't think anybody can be upset with that, and that might just put them in the top 20, potentially winning that game. 2x multiplier, multiple eliminations at the end of that today. Let's see what that last standing setup is going to look like and see as these points come in. And you see those final points come in. Jaxv's team with the 2x multiplier doing a fantastic job to get 46 points in that final game. Hayes and LR's team again pulling in another consistent performance that will definitely keep them in that top 20 bracket. We're going to see them in the Grand EU final 100%. And I think they deserve it as well. Seeing some really impressive stuff today. Some really good finishes. Some solid teams just working hard today to really get some good points on the board, get those wins. You've seen a real evolution of gameplay progressively today, I think. I think today's gameplay shows you just how challenging some of these brackets are. It's not easy. It's not easy to get into those top placement points. It's really hard to do. We saw at the very end there, Jaxv's team having to challenge 2 to 3 separate teams just to even get the points that they got. And they got 46 in the end, but it could have been a hell of a lot less. But we're seeing some really impressive teams today in the EU bracket. I think a lot of them are going to be good additions to the final 20. I think we've seen a really high caliber performance across the board. A lot of teams who I think learned a little bit along the way. Perhaps maybe didn't make it today, but will do better in the future in Warzone 2. Learning a little bit about private lobbies and how they've worked out. We're going to wait to see what the final scores are. And we're going to see the final teams have actually made it officially into the top 20. But it looks like a lot of those teams who we've seen do regularly well, Dark Clover, Azenler, we're seeing a lot of them come back in again. Desire might have scraped it by the very end of that. Jaxv's team putting up a huge 46 points for the end today. That's a massive 46 points. I think that might even propel them into top 20 contention. Jaxvy's going to be very happy with that. Toothy as well. Let's see how they did. And let's see who made it. Because honestly, a lot of hard work went in today, especially with a number of restarts today. It's been very difficult for some of these teams. Struggling with multiple restarts to try and get through the day. Some teams just getting unlucky. And I think you've seen very much here today that the best players are going to be out to play in the World Series of Warzone EU final. 5 hours in, 5 matches, multiple games, a couple of restarts, unfortunately. But I think a couple of the teams might have made it in. And a couple of the teams that I expected to make it in might have made it in as well. And we're going to see those final leaderboards shortly. Really impressed, though. I think my standout player of the game has got to be Aizen LR. I think Aizen LR is easily MVP of the day. A fantastic performance from him. And we do have the match results off of that one, putting 46 points on Jaxvy's team, Dark Clover's team 19.5. Multiple teams making it quite well. I think you'll see Desire might make it in. Pace's team could make it in. 6th place, 18 points on the board. These last games could be pretty critical as to who actually makes it through today. But Aizen LR, easily MVP of the day. An incredible performance in the open bracket. And in the squad standings, Z-Axis finishes 1st. Aizen LR's team finishes 3rd. 2nd is Sued's team with Showstopper. CGSX in 4th. Jaxvy in 5th. Tony White in 6th, Lipton Sparkly in 7th. Desire makes it through in 8th place. Kookabow makes it through in 9th. Stewo makes it through in 10th. We are officially seeing the final setup here for the final bracket. And a good job on some of these guys. I think they did a really good job making it through. We've seen that Shucks Norris and Pace have made it in 12th. Kayub Stars made it in 11th. Dark Clover has made it through 15th. Solitude 14th. Meeks has made it through 16th. Tia has made it through in 20th place. Camster in 18th. So a lot of the teams who put up consistent performances today have officially made it through. And that is how the cookie crumbles. Hopefully we will get an update quickly on the official final scoreboard and standings. Presently it's not quite going through, but it looks like we have some fairly successful regular teams. Pretty interesting stuff going on. I think a lot of the teams did a very good job. Very much so with the number of regains that had to happen, with the number of restarts that had to happen, matches that didn't quite work out. But I think a very impressive performance on the day. Aizen LR putting up a damn show today, doing a fantastic job to finish third. And I think well played and well deserved to Aizen LR's team. Of course, I know they didn't finish first, but honestly, they didn't even need to because they just did so well. They just did so successfully well, consistently. Waiting for that final scoreboard now, just so you guys can see what it looks like. The official World Series of Warzone scoreboard has not updated yet, but I've read out some of the teams that made the qualifications. Pretty much all of the people who we anticipated made it through. Again, a big shout out to all of the teams who participated today in less than ideal conditions with multiple restarts. I'm sure some of them are going to be extremely upset about how that's panned out. But, you know, a really good job. I think a lot of these guys did a fantastic job getting through today. A bit of underperformance from a couple of teams, unfortunately, for Robstar and Delio didn't quite make it through. But, you know, with the restarts and stuff, it just happens. A really good job from Z-Axis' team as well. 3 stacking, playing consistently, playing compact. Good jobs from those guys. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that might be all they wrote on the day. I really would like the final leaderboard to officially update, but it looks like we're not going to get that. in this live stream. It's going to take a while for them to officially put it on, but I will post the official results online. We do have the NA qualifiers tomorrow, which we're probably going to be casting again, and the official World Series of Warzone event. Who knows? Maybe we'll get an invite to cast that too. A really incredible job from all the teams today. Big shout out to everybody who participated. Big shout out to Aizen LR on easily my MVP for the day for fantastic teamwork and playing. And we'll see how the finals go.